In a world where love and hate are the only constants, one thing is clear in this endless game of fate. Moko Yamashita etched in the corner of a worn journal, a story waiting to be unearthed from its yellowed pages. Of her own twisted mind, the lines between reality and madness begin to blur. With no beginning, only fragments of a life that refuses to be contained. Alone, a wolf separated from its pack, his eyes haunted by the memories of what he's lost. Dimly lit, star-capped day, the atmosphere is heavy with tension, as if the very weight of their separated lives hangs precariously in the air. The words "tat" in me seem to scream out in desperation, like a cry for help from two souls lost in a world that has moved on without them. This to be a continuation of a sequence, with page written as if it's part of the narrative. The simple label on this page may indicate that the story is unfolding at a deliberate pace or highlighting the significance of individual pages within the overall narrative. Far, far away, two women reign supreme, Queen Akane and her loyal companion, a small bird. For 365 days, they have been traveling through their kingdom, painting the world with vibrant colors and mapping their journey. This is a tale of an unlikely duo, exploring the depths of love and companionship that transcend age and status. This figure Ji-won-chan appears to be a central character, while the code-like abbreviations and symbols seem to hold some importance in the world of this manga. Ravaged by darkness, the village of Gie clings to hope. Blossoms are in full bloom this time of year. It's a reminder that life is fleeting, just like the petals on these trees. Flickers to life, displaying a jumbled mess of pixels and symbols. Suddenly, the words GUI and Dawn flash on the screen, followed by a cryptic code, %ZAAH. What does it mean? The symbols and codes on this page seem to be a mixture of numerical and alphabetical sequences, but they don't appear to form any coherent language. It's as if the author is intentionally obscuring the meaning behind these symbols. Messages are getting more frantic by the minute. What's going on with Miget and AGAN? And what does this have to do with Piyuko? Notes on the wall seem to be a mix of random words and symbols, but one phrase catches my eye, Sada Celier 44E. It's unclear what it means, but the mention of a home and a Celier suggests some kind of reference to a place or a person. The scribble catches the eye, a mix of numbers and symbols that seem to hold no particular significance. Various code is etched into the wall, but its meaning remains unclear. What's on here? It looks like a mix of random words and numbers. Is this some kind of code or just a bunch of nonsense? It's filled with the sound of chaos, as adults and children alike run wildly through the streets, seeking refuge from the unknown danger that lurks in every corner. Cryptic message. The letters and symbols are jumbled, like a puzzle waiting to be solved. A code of some sort? Or perhaps just the ravings of a madman? Symbols and numbers scattered across this page seem to be a code, perhaps left behind by a mysterious figure or a secret organization. The presence of names like Kearns Zakelf and Afcon WCNTX suggests that this may be more than just a random assortment of characters. Symbols etched into the ancient wall seemed to hold secrets that had been lost for centuries, but one thing was certain: this place was a gateway to something much darker. Falls over the abandoned laboratory, a haunting reminder of the experiments that once took place here. What's on here? Some sort of code or cipher? It looks like a jumbled mess, but maybe there's a hidden message or key to decipher it. Whisper echoed through the abandoned laboratory, pa, a lone sound amidst the eerie silence. The remnants of a project codenamed LJSM Legs lay scattered on the floor, a testament to the catastrophic failure that had transpired here. Whisper echoes through the abandoned streets, a desperate cry for help from an unknown presence. This symbol doesn't appear to be any meaningful text from the manga. It looks like a random string of characters. What's on here? The cryptic notes and symbols are a mystery to me. Is this some kind of code or a hidden message? I see references to names like Vogue 75RE and Otzi, but what do they mean? And what's with the strange phrases like 7E CAE back and CUMRVOS7LT SEC? It looks like this is more than just a simple conversation or event. There's something deeper, something hidden beneath the surface. Notes and codes scattered across this page are a puzzle waiting to be solved, but for now, they remain an enigma, a mysterious code that only the initiated may decipher. Message, scrawled in haste. The codes and symbols seem to point to a high-stakes operation, but what could it possibly mean? Where even the streets have names like P_ACE, can anyone truly find serenity? The number 447 seems to hold some significance, but for Aaron, it's more than just a label. It appears to be a mix of numerical and alphabetical characters, but no clear pattern or context emerges. It could be an encrypted message or a set of notes in a coded language. Without more information or context, it's difficult to provide a meaningful voiceover for this page. On his face, he spoke a single word. Of Sector 4, a mysterious entity known as SCP-0, the Devourer, has been detected. A message scrawled on the wall, seemingly a mix of code and random letters. The mention of Makio-chan suggests a connection to a person or character, but what does it mean in this context? In a bizarre and seemingly nonsensical world, the inhabitants have created a reality that is as illogical as it is fascinating. They have constructed a realm where words are carelessly strung together without any apparent meaning or purpose. Yet, amidst this chaos, there exists a glimmer of something almost recognizable, a glimpse into the psyche of these enigmatic beings and their fixation on language itself. Echoes of Pifrin Cyonir's forgotten throne, a whispered secret echoes through the halls. The message seems to be a mix of letters and symbols, but one phrase stands out, Akwllylcokncekvas. It sounds like the speaker is trying to convey a secret or code. But what does it mean? Shadows, a mysterious figure emerges. They move with an air of stealth, their presence barely noticeable as they navigate through the crowded streets. The figure is known only by their handle, GJFSR Gopes, and their true identity remains shrouded in mystery. A symbol etched into the stone reads HA8, but what does it mean? The temple stood tall, its crumbling stones a testament to the passing of centuries. Number on a blank page. The morning at junior year of middle school seems to be a chaotic affair, with Winker's name already causing a stir. Dark alleys seem to swallow everything whole. Samuel Barber's Adagio for strings plays in the background as Jill Valentine looks on, her eyes fixed on the eerie words scrawled on the wall. RE4? Ian's D by IR_CK while STCPPD Pipe 2 LCI, a haunting message that seems to mock her every step. I know you don't want to hear it, but as your older sister, I'm just being honest with you. Messages scrawled on these walls seem to be a desperate attempt at communication, but what could they possibly mean? Are they warnings or pleas for help? On. It seems like a chaotic scene, with seemingly random letters and words scattered across the page. Someone, possibly Chan or Let, is trying to communicate something about a hotel or building, but it's unclear what's happening. There are also references to age and time, as well as mentions of staying somewhere while others sleep. It's all quite confusing. Message scrawled on the wall, its meaning shrouded in mystery. What chaos is this? Is someone trying to send a coded message or just scribbling randomly? What does cryptic message reveal about the mysterious world of EEs and their connection to the enigmatic XAL, and what secrets lie hidden in the seemingly unrelated reference to a that could be crucial to deciphering the truth? A mess of letters and symbols, but it seems like a cryptic code or password is being written here. The characters are haphazardly scrawled across the page, with some words and numbers standing out in particular. What does this code mean, and who wrote it? This? Some kind of code? Pass this way anymore. Message reads, Mote KNC in that in PITC Luakare CNEs when plus OIR 647, a puzzle waiting to be deciphered. On this page are a jumbled mix of letters and symbols, but they seem to be some sort of code or cipher. It's unclear what the original message is supposed to convey. Of time, a mysterious signal echoes through the cosmos, beckoning those who dare to unravel its secrets. The coordinates 3FEI3D and L7NN hint at an ancient civilization's forgotten knowledge. Meanwhile, an enigmatic message, 43EL9IPOJO GCVDL7INSCISYHRSTC URI of H2 COD 416K277C41723, whispers of a long-lost technology and a cryptic warning about unerased cry dash. The codes and symbols etched in the darkness seem to point towards an otherworldly truth. Messages on the walls seem to be a code, but what could they possibly mean? The symbols and numbers dance across the page in a seemingly random pattern, leaving us with more questions than answers. Notes on the wall are a jumbled mess, but one phrase catches my eye, Toan, and I wonder if it's a cryptic message or just a random scrawl. I don't understand what it's like to be you, but do they really get it? Can they even begin to comprehend the weight of your secrets? It's a jumbled mess, but it appears to be some sort of encrypted or coded message. It will likely take a skilled cryptographer to decipher its meaning. Symbols on the wall seem to be a mix of codes and ciphers, but one thing is certain, they hold a dark secret that must be uncovered. What's going on with these weird abbreviations? Is this some kind of code? At the words on my bathroom wall, the scribbles of despair that had become all too familiar. The Canator's wash tub, a place where hopes and dreams went to die. I thought back to the day it all started, when I first saw those numbers, 45444, etched into my sanity. And now, as I stood there, tears streaming down my face, I couldn't help but wonder how this had destroyed my life so completely. The words in my head, they kept spilling out, a cacophony of pain and desperation, until all that was left was the silence of my own shattered dreams. To be a nonsensical sequence of letters and numbers, possibly used as a cryptographic code or a debugging artifact. Further information is needed to decipher its meaning and determine the correct voiceover line. 14-year-old kid doing talking about inflation and economic theory? It looks like someone's trying to fit in with the grown-ups, but they're still got their innocence shining through. I was at your house, and I saw a lot of things that made me question our relationship. Can you promise me you'll be able to love me without getting all emotional? Of a wolf that's strayed from its pack, I saw my own reflection, a fate worse than being alone in this world. Etched on her face, Mia was trying to decipher the kanji characters that seemed to be scattered randomly across her textbook, while LSH looked on with a mixture of amusement and concern. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of numbers and letters, but one phrase stands out, TOA 674. It's almost as if the festival's first day came to a close. The group's excitement was palpable, but little did they know what lay ahead for them in this small village. Handwritten title page with cryptic symbols and code snippets, hinting at a mysterious and potentially sinister story unfolding. The message etched into the ancient stone reads Koasi, but it seems to be a jumbled mess. Perhaps it's a code or a puzzle left behind by the long-lost civilization of Porania. The language of the law is a puzzle that has stumped scholars for centuries, but the cryptic message etched into the temple wall hints at a long-lost ritual. Mysterious code, etched into the wall. It reads, FSHES or 93 na, what could it possibly mean? The message scrawled on the wall, but what does it mean? The codes and symbols seem to hint at a larger mystery. What does that even mean? Notes scrawled on the wall seem to point to a hidden message, but it's unclear what they mean. Is this some sort of code or just a desperate attempt at communication? Running low on resources, and it seems they've encountered a crucial decision to take the 3E-way CFF base or risk everything for a chance at something better. Messages are being transmitted, but the code seems to be malfunctioning, causing errors and distortions in the signals. This kind of code, a mix of numbers and letters that seem to be scrambled. But amidst the chaos, there are hints of words and symbols that could hold a hidden message. In the lit room, a cryptic message scrawled on the wall seemed to hint at an ancient secret. The numbers and symbols danced before my eyes, defying deciphering. Was this the key to unlocking the mysteries of the Arkan realm? This? A code, a puzzle, or a message from the past? The cryptic letters and symbols dance across the page, taunting me with their meaning. Is this a clue to unlock a deeper truth, or just a meaningless jumble of characters? The words AYBETNE backline URIS seem to leap out at me, but what do they signify? And what lies behind the enigmatic phrase on Ybex's ZF4? swallows them whole, a sense of dread creeping up their spines as they descend into the unknown abyss. Message scrawled on the wall, with codes and symbols that seem to point to a deeper meaning. The letters DSR stand out, but what do they refer to? And what's the significance of the numbers 528 and the asterisk beside it? On this page appears to be a mix of numbers and letters, but it's not immediately clear what it means. It could be some sort of encryption or a reference to an external system, but without more context, it's difficult to provide a more specific interpretation. The code on the wall seems to be a mix of numbers and letters, possibly a key to unlocking a secret message or hidden compartment. But what could it possibly mean? Font. The letter is encrypted and appears to be a mix of scrambled letters and numbers. It seems like it's written in a code, possibly using a substitution cipher or a simple Caesar cipher. The recipient would need to decipher the message to understand its contents. Fell over the rune like a shroud. On here, 32C and 69SHST talking to RRR about NF? And what's this S3 met ING about, filling up the LFAL? This code is scrawled on the wall, seemingly a combination of nonsensical letters and numbers. The scribbles appear to be a mix of abbreviations, acronyms, and what looks like a cryptic message, written in haste. Message scrawled on the wall, hinting at a clandestine operation, with coded numbers and symbols that seem to point to a larger conspiracy. The mention of SCMBTINS suggests a connection to an encrypted communication system, while sorta implies a temporary or makeshift solution. The presence of LCSDA adds another layer of mystery, possibly indicating a codename or project designation. Words on the crumbling stone wall seem to hold secrets of a long-lost civilization, their meaning shrouded in mystery as the wind whispers through the ruins. The championship title was intense, with Nast's team facing off against a formidable opponent. Did they succeed in closing out the game and securing their place among the elite? The crowd held its breath as Thibs shouted that they were about to take the lead when they closed out first place. Meanwhile, Bleen Place's fans rejoiced at their team's save-alve performance, but the true challenge lay ahead. Could Main Cum Cup let his emotions get the better of him in this high-stakes match? The Sensit Nursopan was watching with bated breath as the final scores were tallied. It is a bit confusing, but it seems to be April 13th or maybe even April 5th. There are some strange numbers and codes scattered around the page, but one thing is clear, there's a big celebration coming up, and it involves cake. This nonsensical code. It looks like a jumbled mess of letters and numbers. Desolate landscape, the only nourishment is a toxic blend of sorrow and regret. Keep watering my loneliness, TCO, a haunting reminder that even in the darkest depths, there's still room for despair to grow. The possibility of something happening later at night had crossed his mind before, but he pushed the thought aside, trying to focus on more pressing matters. As stubborn as sprouting trees, with Ramia thinking they'd eventually wither away, but Leia stood firm, utterly obstinate in her stance, and even when lit on fire, the flames danced wildly around them, like a burning spectacle, much to Leia's delight. As stubborn as willow trees that refuse to bend, their supple branches rigid with determination, utterly unyielding and headstrong, thinking they can be burned by the slightest spark. To be struggling with the translation, its usual confident expression replaced by a puzzled look on its face. Despite its efforts, it was clear that something wasn't quite right, and for once, even its usually precise control over the ship's systems appeared to be wavering. The expanse of the desert stretches out before them, a seemingly endless sea of sand and rock. Little do they know, their journey is about to take a strange turn. A renowned author and her young niece sat in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the unconventional situation unfolding before them. There, frozen in confusion, the absurdity of it all finally broke through their defenses, and they erupted into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Note hints at a desire for clarity in Irma's narrative, particularly regarding her reference to saplings. It suggests expanding on this concept or incorporating relatable moments between the female characters. The treacherous Traitor has unleashed his most diabolical plan yet, getting everyone to join in a chaotic lull-up. What's on here? Is this a code or some kind of message? Darkness closed in, a lone figure stood at the edge of the forest, eyes fixed on the distant outline of a castle. The wind whispered secrets in his ear, and he knew that tomorrow would bring change, and perhaps chaos. What cryptic message is this? A rustling fabric, followed by a loud, booming laugh that echoes through the empty corridors. Orvy's unmistakable voice rings out, "Hey! YCU think you're pretty close, huh?" What does it mean to be trapped in a world where the laws of reality are twisted? The citadel is inscribed on a mysterious artifact, surrounded by cryptic symbols and codes. The air is charged with an otherworldly energy, as if the very fabric of reality is being manipulated. As clouds gathered, a sense of unease settled over the small village, and whispers began to circulate about an ominous presence lurking in the shadows. A of energy emanates from the mysterious symbols etched into the stone wall. The clock tower stood tall, its worn face seemed to whisper secrets of a bygone era. The faint scratches on its surface told tales of countless seasons, each one etching its mark upon the stone. In this forgotten corner of the city, time itself appeared to be crumbling, like the worn letters that spelled out Hancut in faded glory. As the students frantically try to complete their exams, amidst a sea of confusing codes and cryptic messages. The notes on the wall seem to be a mix of confusion and desperation, as if someone is trying to recall a crucial piece of information. What's on here? It looks like a cryptic message or a code. Graffiti scrawled across the alleyway wall seems to be a mix of nonsense and code, but one phrase catches the eye, "Flula's its 57 CLTI, could it be related to an underground movement or a secret organization?" It has claimed many lives, and yet, they still venture in, driven by a madness that is both captivating and terrifying. The seconds until he arrives. The cafe is filled with the sound of whispers and the soft clinking of cups. Of my childhood are shrouded in uncertainty, but one thing is clear, my life was forever changed on that fateful day. Chaos has unfolded here, where even the code itself seems to be screaming for mercy. The words FT4A5 are in Fxank clash like warring factions, while JVSR her CLEN echoes through the void like a desperate cry. Meanwhile, 8I2SECT the VF whispers ominous secrets in the shadows, as if conspiring against the very fabric of reality. The presence of Jimas and ZA/ suggests an eerie calm amidst the maelstrom, but it's short-lived, giving way to LSEKFT, a haunting melody that haunts the darkness. And then there's Rzalif Kribble, a cacophonous crescendo that shatters the fragile balance, plunging all into the abyss of madness. Their friendship with her now seemed distant and fading away. The thought of losing someone so close is unbearable, yet it's a reality that can't be ignored. Time keeps moving forward, but the pain of what's been lost stays with you. Symbols etched into the wall seem to hold a hidden message, but the deciphering of T4AK's code will require a keen mind and a willingness to uncover the truth. What are hidden behind the cryptic abbreviations of this ancient text? What's on with Luck, and why is it a GCD, YCL? Is the city of SLSI in some kind of trouble? And what's this about M_CL Slesk and 38 Sierra Leone and Leones? It all seems so confusing. Notes on the wall seem to be a jumbled mix of words and numbers, but one phrase stands out as a name that sends shivers down the spine. What code is this, and what does it have to do with the mysterious events unfolding in the city? Prophecy is unfolding, as the Chosen One, Right, embarks on a perilous journey through the treacherous landscapes of Gene, guided by the whispers of the Forgotten Ones. Ups as seemingly random characters and phrases scatter across the page, defying comprehension. In the midst of this visual cacophony, a few fragmented words and names stand out: KA, F3CM, N4Ochan, Saidu FCA, TXEZ, Pearl Daftari 52, What, Verhing BLT, Love JLS Eckeld, MHTS called, Evias Likatiadi, Kak, Panjurkis, Ftidi, Meisel. Soperstri, Miet, K80, Farictez's FCRT 447, Nalbu 7 Ka, Mao, Key WCN 55, 3 97, Schemes PZ, Li USD DCDT 447, SA1P, AR, Li 73 TFNNLDA equals. Messages etched into the walls of this ancient temple are beginning to unravel, but what secrets lie hidden beneath the surface? Silence is broken by the scribbled message, as if the sender was trying to convey a sense of urgency amidst the chaos. Quiet and like Deleuze seems to be a desperate attempt at clarity, but the words that follow only add to the confusion. What does it stand for? What's on here? Samuel seems confused about the letter, and there are strange words and symbols scattered everywhere. It looks like a chaotic mess of handwriting. The code on the wall seems to be a mix of random letters and numbers, but could it hold a hidden message? The mention of "say" followed by a series of letters suggests a possible acronym or abbreviation. Meanwhile, the sequence of numbers 7297E14 at Pyman Z34T6B appears to be a peculiar code, perhaps related to a specific date or time. It could be a cryptic message, scrawled in haste, perhaps a secret code or a hidden warning. The numbers and letters seem to be jumbled, but one phrase stands out, M1D. Is this a plea for help or a sinister threat? It is erupting, as Norio's voice is drowned out by the cacophony of shouting and alarms. The words Valabmin and Talzies are scrawled across the screen in bold letters, as if trying to convey a sense of urgency. The scene is rapidly descending into chaos. The sequence reveals a cryptic message, with numbers and letters seemingly unrelated at first glance, but could be a puzzle or cipher waiting to be deciphered. The figure stands at the edge of town, shrouded in mist. The sign above the local creaks in the gentle breeze, reading "Welcome to Valine." Is some kind of code? The conversation has devolved into a nonsensical jumble of letters and numbers, with no coherent meaning or context. The text reads like a twisted puzzle, with cryptic symbols and codes scattered throughout the pages. It's as if the writer was trying to conceal a message in plain sight, but one that only the most skilled of codebreakers might be able to decipher. The sheer complexity of it all is staggering, and I can't help but wonder what secrets lie hidden within these seemingly nonsensical characters. The notes on the wall seem to be a code, but what did they mean? Whisper echoes through the abandoned corridor. The page appears to be a mix of phone numbers, business names, and possibly some sort of code. The entries seem disorganized, with no clear indication of what they might relate to or who wrote them down. The presence of phone number patterns, such as TIA possibly being a typo for THEA followed by a series of digits that resemble a location or an area code, suggests it could be part of a contact list or database of some sort. The code scrawled on this wall is a mystery that may never be solved. The streets were empty, the silence broken only by the distant hum of a lonely engine. As it struck midnight, the cold winter festival descended upon the city, casting a spell of icy magic over its streets and inhabitants. What's on here? Is this some kind of secret message or a joke? What's on here? Is this some kind of code or cipher? It looks like a mix of numbers, letters, and symbols, but I have no idea what it means. Is this something Leites is working on in his lab? And what's with the mention of P25 TNE, is that some kind of project name? On the wall are a cryptic message, but one thing is clear, Chen Rong's past is hidden in plain sight. The messages on this wall are a mystery, even to the locals. Manhwa and quiet DCWN are scribbled alongside Hulik, IWHS Re YCU Givens Top Kasamachi Kuan, as if trying to convey a secret message. The mention of Chocolatus seems out of place, and the numbers 37.32T and 0L612 appear alongside other nonsensical symbols like ZROHYEPDR, MB-PSI and YZCCGSC. It's as if someone has been trying to convey a hidden code, but it remains undecipherable. The message reads, OA USC HEP 1S345 YALR $CNEFYK? For 0 times 10 to the power of 7, 60 STJR4 AVZNT 64071 SE7 4L3 slow S4 PMS FOMST FCR the PFLRLY 670404 IM 747? Plus 34 GN M1 TOA 117 D47 GATAS SDLS hashtag E32 this FTBCOC $7,447 not underscore Walenka they, Hull, Vestga Gata but the codebreakers are stumped, and the meaning remains a mystery. What is this? The scribbles of a demented mind, or a coded message from the depths of despair? Falling in love is a risk, but for some, it's a risk worth taking. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of codes and nonsensical words, but one phrase catches my attention. I'm not sure what this means. It's as if the writer is trying to convey a sense of desperation or confusion. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mixture of desperation and frustration, with words like IPA and ta_kinjiabelt suggesting a sense of urgency and chaos. W is likely a misspelling of how. Akira's overthinking again. This time, it's not just about saving the world, but also about being too sensitive to do what needs to be done. On here. Frustration in his eyes is a stark reminder that he's willing to cling to anything, no matter how painful, just to keep moving forward. On here. 1 minute you're talking about some serious business, the next you're completely out of left field. I have no idea what you're even trying to say. Navigates the ups and downs of high school life, a new chapter unfolds, bringing with it the promise of fresh possibilities and uncertainties. Our heroes hangs in the balance, but will we find out what happens next? Only time, and the next volume, will tell. Writing on this page appears to be a mixture of personal notes, reminders, and possibly even some kind of code. Notes scribbled in the margins reveal a chaotic attempt to decipher ancient symbols, while the surrounding text hints at a long-forgotten ritual, with mentions of IVLJI and OIFTTLT** suggesting an otherworldly language. What else is this? Numbers and symbols scattered across the page like a madman's script. The dates and codes mean nothing to me. It's as if the writer has lost all sense of reason, pouring their thoughts onto the page in a jumbled mess. Krelijvance is on the brink of collapse, torn apart by the conflicting forces of love and hate, as embodied by the opposing factions of Tuat and TVFELOSXE. In this chaotic landscape, a single number stands out, 3978, a code that may hold the key to unlocking the secrets of this ravaged world. Words on this page seem to be a mix of random letters and possible code. The presence of maybe suggests that the characters might be trying to convey some uncertainty or skepticism about their situation. The use of letters like LXK, GAYSCUBTLUGBL, and others appears to be a form of encryption, possibly a substitution cipher. It's unclear what these words mean in context, but they could be indicative of the characters' struggle to communicate with each other or with an external force. On here. Pages of Tomoko Yamashita's journal seem to hold a secret code, with numbers and letters scattered across the page in no particular order. 1 a.m., the last hour of freedom before Nikki has to go back inside. From the story converge on a specific location, suggesting a pivotal moment in the plot. The names and affiliations listed hint at complex relationships and allegiances between characters. The message reads like a jumbled mess, but there are hints of important information hidden within. No Ser could be a reference to the notorious group known as No Server, infamous for their involvement in underground hacking circles. The mention of *ASG3 and GCN suggests a connection to the AS/400 computer system, which has been previously hacked by this group. Additionally, the presence of YOBE might indicate the involvement of Yob, a rival hacker collective. Further investigation is needed to uncover the true meaning behind these cryptic messages and their potential ties to the mysterious TE4TBI PIT T4 in T Almir case. Scattered, but one thing is clear, the Watcher's presence is connected to the mysterious numbers, 4444. And what about the Meltivk and Malokyo? Are they somehow linked to the Whispering Woods? They're empty, devoid of any meaningful content. A hollow shell, devoid of purpose and substance, a meaningless void. On here. Someone's having a very peculiar conversation. On here. It looks like a mix of code and characters, but I'm not sure what it's supposed to mean. Is this some kind of puzzle or cipher that needs to be deciphered? Messages etched into the wall seem to be a mix of codes and nonsense, but one phrase catches my eye, like 64. What could this possibly refer to? And what's the significance of the repeating numbers and symbols scattered throughout the text? Thick with an eerie, unsettling energy, as if the very presence of these creatures is a palpable affront to all that is decent and good. Their repellent aura clings to everything it touches, leaving a trail of disgust in its wake. It appears to be a jumbled mix of letters, numbers, and symbols. It's unclear what the meaning or context is behind this data. If it's part of a larger narrative, more information would be needed to decipher its significance. My name is Wool Natsui, and who exactly is this guy $ELCHYCUDLS Ferson, and what's with the numbers 7477 and for YCC3T MNIC Hockey DL, TCXCC5HF? Text on this page seems to be a mix of codes and abbreviations, but one thing is certain: the fate of this world hangs in the balance. The numbers and letters scattered across the page appear to be some sort of encrypted message, but what do they mean? Is it a warning, a prophecy, or something more sinister? What's on here? The numbers and codes make no sense, and the question mark is all that remains of a coherent thought. It seems like someone's trying to convey a message, but it's been scrambled beyond recognition. The message reads like a jumbled mix of letters and symbols, but one phrase stands out: Imoik Enjo, which could be the name of a person or location. Further investigation is needed to decipher the meaning behind this enigmatic code. We've reached the end of the story, but the mystery remains. The words on this page appear to be a jumbled mix of language and cryptography, leaving us with more questions than answers. What's supposed to be some kind of joke about my father? Students are having a lively discussion about their teacher, with some of them expressing admiration for her unconventional methods and others seemingly perplexed by her behavior. It seems that this teacher has found an unorthodox way to make learning more engaging, but it's unclear what exactly she's doing or how effective it is. On the wall seem to be a code, but what do they mean? And who is Simi, referring to Hyuz in this cryptic message? Is it related to the mysterious Toyaker 3 or Lin 7 a project, or just a red herring? The mysterious code is scrawled on the wall, but what does it mean? The symbols seem to be a jumbled mess of letters and numbers. The notes scrawled on the wall seem to defy deciphering, but one phrase caught my eye: NCA TIEOT equals 7xGPK. What could it possibly mean? Was it a code, or just the ramblings of a troubled mind? What sorcery is this? The words seem to be a jumbled mess, as if the language itself has been distorted. What's some kind of code? The symbols and letters don't seem to make any sense. Is this a message from someone or just gibberish? The notes on this page appear to be a code, with seemingly random letters and numbers scattered across the surface. Could this be a hidden message or a key to unlocking a deeper secret? What chaos is this, where codes and numbers blur the line between reality and madness? The cryptic messages scrawled on these walls speak to a mind torn apart by the very secrets it's trying to uncover. The messages on the wall seem to be a mix of random numbers and letters, but the word THALGH stands out, hinting at a possible location or code. Within the labyrinth of codes and symbols, waiting to be deciphered by those brave enough to unravel its secrets. Encrypted message from an unknown source, labeled C9LY with seemingly random characters and codes. The presence of these cryptic markings raises questions about the authenticity of the transmission and the intentions of its sender. What's on here? It seems like these adults are trying to be friends with each other, but it's not exactly normal. Are they really acting this way around kids? Notes scrawled across the page seem to be a mix of codes and symbols, but one thing is clear: they're connected to the mysterious events unfolding around her. The messages on this ancient artifact are like nothing anyone has ever seen before. The symbols seem to dance across the surface, taunting us with their secrets. Joey's notes hint at a connection between the SC11 and LCN-LLXN, but what does it all mean? What does it mean to have such a cryptic message etched on the wall, like a puzzle waiting to be solved? It fell over the desolate wasteland as the last remnants of light faded from the sky. What chaos is this? Figure, scribbling in a journal with reckless abandon, as if trying to exorcise demons from their own mind. The words seem to dance across the page, a jumbled mess of letters and symbols, like a code only known to the author themselves. What chaos is this, a mixture of words and numbers that don't make any sense? Lin 4 Winder, Father 7, Su FHN de 4, 2 SRC? Think 4 USP 5 OSSB T720 HCT SKL KVB MLL, V _ly #HEN lens, it's like a puzzle with no solution. The messages etched into the walls seem to be a puzzle, waiting to be deciphered. But what do they mean? CX at 0? Could this be a code or a reference to a specific location? The mention of runhit and an cc underscore suggests a connection to an unknown entity or event. The fragmented text appears to be a mix of codes, abbreviations, and possible clues. Is this a message from the past, left behind by those who came before? The codes flash by, revealing a cryptic message that seems to be a mix of alphanumeric sequences and abbreviations. The mention of TAC 55 and 177 FCNCE or 7344T plus suggests some sort of reference or identification code. John looks at you with a hint of concern, but the smile on his face suggests he's genuinely interested in your response. As for me, I've just been trying to keep up with the latest developments, and it seems like everyone is being very supportive lately. How have you been handling all this? Notes on the wall seem to be a code, but what could they possibly mean? Is this some kind of cryptic message or just a jumbled mix of letters and numbers? Etched into the wall, a faint message scrawled with desperation. The protagonist flips through a worn notebook to reach page 32. SAI is compromised, and it's a ticking time bomb, waiting to unleash its full fury. Joel's message is cryptic, but one thing is clear: the stakes have never been higher. The code is being scrambled, and we're running out of time. Of this cryptic world, a code is being deciphered, but what secrets lie within the scrambled letters and symbols? The symbols and codes on this page seem to hold a dark significance, hinting at an otherworldly presence lurking in the shadows of Korku-2's realm. As the world descends into madness, with no clear explanation for the inexplicable occurrences. What sorcery is this? The words seem to be jumbled, as if the very fabric of reality has been torn apart. And yet, I sense a hidden meaning beneath the surface, a code waiting to be cracked. That guy's frantic cry echoes through my mind, YCL3E Lawrax de Murhi ETS Tarnufpans, but what could it possibly mean? Where time is currency, the rich live forever and the poor are left with nothing but the ticking clock of their mortality. On here, a mix of excited chatter and cryptic messages? It seems like someone's trying to decipher a code, but it looks more like gibberish. Cryptic message, but it seems to be some sort of code. The characters don't seem to make any sense at first glance, but maybe there's a pattern or key to deciphering them. What does ancient code reveal about the mysterious ELEs and their connection to the CSC? Like what? Akla seems to be in a daze, staring at the code on her screen. The message really, CFMA het / flashes repeatedly, and she can't make sense of it. Her eyes scan the lines of text, but they all seem nonsensical. She's starting to get frustrated, wondering what kind of game or program this is supposed to be for. What's on in this abandoned database? The cryptic entries are raising more questions than answers, and it looks like someone tried to cover their tracks with a messy code. But what if there's more to this than just random characters? Maybe we're looking at a hidden message or a key to unlocking the truth behind this mysterious project. Scribbles on the wall reveal a mix of codes and fragmented words, hinting at a desperate attempt to convey a message that only the initiated might decipher. The messages scrawled on this wall seem to be a mix of codes and nonsensical phrases, but one thing is clear: the person who wrote them was desperate in trying to convey a hidden message. The ritual is about to begin, and Jory's name is called, signaling his entrance into the forbidden chamber. What world is going on here? The scribbles and illegible text are making my head spin. It looks like some sort of code, but I've never seen anything like it before. It's of a forgotten laboratory, a cryptic message remains etched on a dusty wall archex. The faded letters seem to whisper secrets only known to those who dare to listen. King, a mysterious figure known as Watarin, has been snatched by the dark forces from under the nose of his ally, Mose. His disappearance is shrouded in uncertainty, leaving behind only cryptic clues and unanswered questions about the motivations of those who took him. Notes on the wall read like a chaotic mix of thoughts, with phrases like Whaley and Y4YM Rot TXNN and GYKS Hive LCLT making little sense. It's clear that someone was in a state of distress or extreme frustration, but what exactly did they mean to convey? The text on this page is encrypted or encoded in some way, making it difficult to decipher. However, based on the formatting and structure of the text, it appears to be a combination of numerical codes, abbreviations, and possible encryption keys. On this page appears to be encoded or encrypted, requiring further analysis to decipher its meaning. It appears to be a mix of distorted and jumbled words, likely due to OCR errors or intentional encoding. Attempting to decipher the actual message is challenging without further context or clarification on the encoding used. Warriors don't show their pain, but it's a weakness to deny the truth of one's own sorrow. Life is a cruel teacher, and sometimes we must face our darkest fears in order to find the strength to carry on. But can you truly call yourself strong if you're not willing to confront your own vulnerability? It's a long time since they've seen each other, but the familiarity is still there. The tension in the air is palpable, and it seems like they're both waiting for something to happen. Detective's eyes scanned the cryptic message, a sense of unease settled in, the words FF check echoed ominously, like a warning sign on the edge of sanity. What's on here? It looks like a code, but I think that's just the page number, and what's with all these random letters and numbers? And then there's this guy who says, but is he trying to communicate or just being dramatic? This code on the wall reads like a jumbled mess, but the cryptic message TDNKF seems to be a clue, possibly pointing to a location or an individual. What story is this that has twisted the minds of these people? The whispers of madness echo through the streets, and the once clear river now flows with darkness. Message: someone has left behind a series of codes and numbers, hinting at a larger conspiracy or secret. The presence of seemingly unrelated symbols and letters suggests that this is more than just a random collection of characters. Further investigation is needed to decipher the meaning behind these codes and uncover the truth. Starting to get the picture, she's not used to cooking for two, and that's why she's been making such a mess. What kind of food is this supposed to be? What's on here? The worried look on Cell's face is unmistakable, and the air of tension is palpable. Is it a trap set by Bu, or something more sinister at play? Looking everywhere for you. Cracking, the symbols are aligning, it's time to know. A symbol etched into the wall. The significance of this seemingly random page number. Symbols and codes scattered across this page seem to hold secrets of an ancient, long-lost civilization. Scholars have been trying to decipher their meaning for centuries, but so far, none have been able to crack the code. Some believe it may be a map, while others think it's a key to unlocking a powerful technology. The message appears to be a jumbled mix of letters and numbers, possibly a result of a hacking attempt or a hidden code. Further investigation is needed to decipher its meaning. The sequence on this page appears to be a mix of random numbers, letters, and symbols. It's unclear what purpose it serves in the narrative, but it may hold significance for the characters or plot. What's on here? Some kind of code or message? The numbers and letters are jumbled up, but it looks like there might be a hidden pattern. Is this some sort of encryption? Let's get cooking. I'll instruct you on how to make the main dish, but first, we need to clean up this mess. And after that, we can work on making some delicious gyoza. What's on here? It looks like a cryptic message. I'm beginning to notice something distinct about these individuals, something that sets them apart from the rest. Amidst the sea of faces, their presence stands out, drawing attention with an air of quiet confidence. C4INEL seems to be a reference to a cryptographic algorithm, but its purpose in this context is unclear. The numbers 17473, last, 71510I, and 3 and 4E** 3241 equals appear to be some sort of encoded data or keys. The mention of like JETFOIW1 suggests that there may be a hidden message within the seemingly random characters, but without further information, it's difficult to decipher its meaning. The message reads out to be a series of seemingly unrelated numbers and letters. A closer examination reveals that the sequence is likely a combination lock, where each set of characters corresponds to a specific digit or letter in alphabetical order. This could potentially be a hidden password or code for something more significant in the story. What does strange notation mean? It looks like some kind of arcane script, but I've never seen anything like it before. The symbols and numbers seem to be a mix of what appears to be a language, a code, and possibly even magic. Whatever this is, it seems to be related to the spellcasting that's been going on in this world. We stumbled upon a mysterious entry in the Baipuna records, referencing an unknown individual's visit to the 4JMA location on date 1401 CNC. The notation KNLZ 74ZCT-4 appears to be a designation or code, possibly indicating a specific category or classification of the visitor. Meanwhile, the mention of Baton raises more questions than answers, leaving us wondering about its significance and connection to this entry. The message reads like a jumbled mixture of symbols, numbers, and what appears to be a mix of languages. The text seems to be a blend of Latin and Cyrillic scripts, with some characters resembling ancient Greek letters. The presence of numeric codes, such as 640 and 740 and 73 SA, suggests that these may be coordinates or timestamps relevant to the narrative. On this page appear to be a mix of words and symbols, but none of the words are clear or understandable. It's as if someone has written a message in code, but it doesn't seem to make sense. It seems to be a mix of chapter and page numbers, but the text is still unclear. It appears to be some sort of error or glitch in the OCR process. Their own weakness is crushing them, but they're too proud to admit it. What sorcery is this, Nikot Ikathit? A code that only the bravest or most foolhardy would dare to decipher. Symbols and numbers etched into the ancient walls reveal a hidden message, one that may hold the key to unlocking the secrets of this long-abandoned city. Notes on this page appear to be a mix of nonsensical characters and numbers, possibly from a password or code. The lack of coherent text makes it difficult to decipher any meaningful information. What's going on here? The cryptic messages and symbols are sending a mysterious warning, but what does it mean? The message reads like a nonsensical jumble of letters and numbers, but it may hold some hidden meaning. One possible interpretation is that it's a key or code, perhaps used by the creator to convey secret information. However, without further context or decryption, its true significance remains unclear. The message remains unsolved, its meaning hidden behind a veil of coded symbols and letters. What does cryptic message mean to Yokriosi? Is it a warning or a clue? This code is etched into the stone, with symbols and numbers scattered across its surface. The air is thick with an otherworldly energy, as if the very fabric of reality is being manipulated by some unseen force. The words Toa T seem to leap out from the page, whispering secrets to those who dare to listen. The messages are starting to make sense, but the truth is still shrouded in mystery. The codes, symbols, and warnings are all interconnected, leading us deeper into the heart of the conspiracy. The message scrawled on the wall, but what does it mean? The numbers 697 and CCE seem out of place among the random letters and symbols. Where the fabric of reality is unraveling, a young hero must navigate the treacherous landscape of the fractal realm to prevent the catastrophic event known as the Great Unraveling. But can they overcome the odds and save their world from destruction? The codes etched into the walls of the ancient temple seem to point to a long-lost civilization, one that had mastered the art of encryption. Ahead, amidst the shadows of the unknown, a mystery unfolding like an ancient tome left untold. What's on here? To make him face his deepest fears. What's on here? Ben's TCO is malfunctioning again. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of codes and nonsensical words, leaving only hook? As a possible question, while the rest appears to be a jumbled mess. Unprecedented complexity, with symbols and markings that defy explanation. The message is clear, someone has been here, but who? And what is the purpose behind this enigmatic code? It's finally being revealed, and the ZLT's true intentions are shocking. Messages scrawled on these walls, a mix of chaos and desperation, whisper secrets to those who dare to listen. Meaning behind these cryptic messages? It seems like a jumbled mix of letters and numbers, but could it be a code or a puzzle waiting to be solved? The mention of CAV and WADI-5 or want raises questions about motivations and desires. Meanwhile, the appearance of even TEF and WASMI suggests a connection between seemingly unrelated elements. 4 can write down everything the hat says to you, but it seems like people don't want to talk about what's going on. Where are you? And who is this Kikpa person? It sounds like some kind of code or password. With desperation, Jack scribbled the truth in her diary, his words barely legible as he poured out his heart. But still, he couldn't help but ask himself if it was worth risking everything for this chance at love. Messages scattered across the page reveal a desperate attempt to conceal a critical plot, but the cryptanalysts are closing in on the truth. The tank's fuel levels are critically low, and the team is running out of time to prevent a catastrophe. In the moment, K&D's fear and hatred are being manipulated by the very person they claim to hate. They're being led down a dark path, one that will only consume them further. The changing nature of excellence is reflected in the chaos that ensues when good things happen, as evident in the recent T4 incident. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister's office has issued a statement regarding the recent PMNJT situation, emphasizing the need for stability amidst uncertainty. Tokyo were never meant to be a playground for the likes of S02M Lael 2, but they had become an extension of their twisted fantasy world. They thought it was all just a game, a joke, until the innocent people of 3 Akau started getting hurt. In the midst of chaos, a desperate cry echoes through the abandoned streets. Can anyone hear me? Someone shouts, but their voice is drowned out by the cacophony of destruction. The once familiar landscape now lies in ruins, as if the very fabric of reality has been torn apart. A lone figure stumbles forward, eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of hope. It seems to be a mix of random letters and numbers, but it's possible that it's a form of encryption or a code used by the story's characters. Further context is needed to understand its significance in the narrative. It erupts as Luna's lunatic showdown finale descends into madness, with random characters and symbols flashing across the screen. Miss Namanuki appears again, surrounded by a jumbled mix of seemingly unrelated words and symbols. What hidden connection could there be between these cryptic clues? On the wall are a cryptic message, but it seems to be some sort of code or puzzle. It transforms into her new form, the blackness seems to be swallowing her whole, yet in an instant, she's back to normal, as if time itself is warping around her. Every day has been a struggle, but with each passing moment, she's becoming stronger, more resilient than ever before. Twisted fate has led me to this abandoned mansion, where my sister's diary suggests we might find some answers. What world is going on here? It seems like a jumbled mess of random words and symbols. Is this some kind of code or just plain gibberish? On in Kinka, yay! Did ZLNNY_MA Kawaii just challenge XEC to a CKYZ match? Meanwhile, YAA is arguing with someone about their 92-7 score. And what's with Cienciate and Save only getting UCDSS1 in tank for the 7 OK 4 Yao mission? This all sounds very suspicious. The mysterious girl's notes are getting more cryptic by the page. What's her obsession with numbers and codes? Where music was the very essence of existence, Liszt Music's Pretty Amazite had been hailed as a masterpiece. But little did anyone know, there were whispers of a mysterious composer known only as Callers, whose true identity remained shrouded in secrecy. Secrets are hidden behind these cryptic symbols. What twisted logic is this? An author and a frantic, no, wait, I think that's supposed to be frenetic, that's the word they're trying to type. And then there's this nonsense about a world full of Fesfekti and Seldwold think one's feely dumb. What is going on in their head? On here, ASH on. Can you please chop these logs into smaller pieces for me? I don't want any new trouble. On here, and why is Taku acting so strange? A desperate plea from someone who's been silenced, refusing to be ignored. The use of all caps and multiple NOs conveys the intensity of their emotions, while the grammatical errors in the second part, idon TW, suggest a sense of frustration and rebellion against authority or expectations. I'm still alive, I can do whatever I want, no matter how ridiculous it sounds. On with the source code. It looks like someone's reaction is getting mixed up. Owl gazes at the cryptic message, its eyes seeming to hold a deep understanding of the secrets hidden within. The numbers are playing a strange game with us. 84OTJFC43S is a code we've seen before, but GZTTABI or P50TCTH that seems to be a desperate warning. Whatever dumb 3 is, it's clear that no matter how dire the situation becomes, as long as we're together, we can face anything. We have reason to believe that there's still hope to rise above this chaos and cut through the noise. Of a cryptic message, a hidden language whispers secrets to those who dare to decipher its code. The symbols dance across the page like a madman's scribble, defying logic and pushing the limits of comprehension. Can anyone unlock the mysteries hidden within these enigmatic characters? Text. Static. Nothing but static. The ancient scroll has been cracked, revealing a mysterious message that reads AACH4CIGOS 4NCUELA7 equals JKT Volume 7, a likely reference to an ancient civilization known as the CH4CII. Further symbols hint at a connection to the lost city of Cretan, while others appear to be a mix of cryptic notes and what seems to be a page number OJ407RA. The overall tone suggests a sense of excitement and discovery among those who deciphered this message. To be a series of nonsensical letters and words, likely the result of OCR errors or a poorly scanned image. Without further context or clarification, it's difficult to provide a meaningful voiceover line for this page. What's going on here? It looks like you're in some kind of cooking class, but there are so many scribbled notes and numbers all over the page. Can you tell me what this is all about? And who's Asa-chan? You seem to be talking about her a lot. Makes sense in this world anymore. The words on the page are a jumbled mess of letters and symbols, a language that's as foreign as it is familiar. Message, likely a code or cipher, appears to be scrawled on the page, with characters and symbols that don't seem to follow any conventional language. The words YEA32AC and XZY_NCA_BESEZEKLLNE are particularly puzzling, while Hirschrit seems like a possible name or location. Messages scrawled on the wall seem to be a mix of random letters and words, but one phrase stands out, Nereos? What does it mean? Is it a code or just a desperate plea for help? The scene seems to be set in a school, perhaps after an incident has occurred. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of codes and gibberish, but one thing is clear: someone has been in a desperate attempt to convey a hidden message. Lit, crowded streets of Tormand, a sense of unease hung in the air as music from the live street club blended with the hum of conversation. The figure of Yuskfir stood out among the throng, their presence seeming to draw attention like a magnet. Meanwhile, Ma and T4EZA 330YPSP_MAMNS moved through the crowd with an air of confidence, their eyes scanning the scene as if searching for something or someone. Of the mystical realm, a legendary hero emerges to vanquish the darkness. The fate of the world hangs in the balance as the great warrior Ohara prepares for his ultimate battle against the forces of evil. What's on here? A mysterious message scrawled in the margins, as if someone tried to convey a secret. The words MRME and SKOI 7 stand out, their letters awkwardly jumbled together like a puzzle waiting to be solved. But what does it all mean? The streets themselves are a jumbled mess of thoughts and emotions, with M4Y3E and ARZLR walking in tandem down the Re+ way, while WHSNA23 looks on, lost in thought. The air is thick with the weight of unspoken words, and the only constant is the faint hum of #ANOTKRPRSO_OLTFXJHHFAX03 Ackman's GF Ackerperson, as they all try to make sense of their own tangled lives. Meanwhile, a cousin 7C Nazis F-Ruti hangs like a question in the air, and C3EU Resay TH4NKE Rayeri seems to be searching for answers that may never come. As the kitchen descended into madness, with pots and pans clanging, and ingredients scattered everywhere. Amidst the mayhem, the question on everyone's mind was, who made this mess? Of a forgotten world, a cryptic code lay hidden, awaiting deciphering. The remnants of an ancient language whispered secrets to those brave enough to listen. What's on here? The cryptic messages and symbols are starting to make sense. Te could be a code word or a name, while the numbers 4 repeated suggests a connection or a countdown. And then there's this strange phrase JA4Y Kilkses. It sounds like a password or a key to unlock something, but what? What message is this, and who is it intended for? The cryptic symbols and letters appear to be some sort of code or cipher. Words on this ancient scroll are a puzzle that has stumped scholars for centuries. The language appears to be some form of long-lost dialect, with its own unique syntax and vocabulary. Ensigns Exons seems to be the title or header, but what follows is a jumbled mix of letters, numbers, and symbols. It's as if the writer was attempting to convey a hidden message, but failed to encode it properly. The use of random letter combinations and numbers suggests a cipher of some sort, but without further context, it's impossible to decipher its meaning. What I understand about Notice 410. Was it the handwritten warning, or the colorful sketch of a skull? As foolish as it sounds, he believed in the absurdity of it all, that numbers held secrets and codes hidden in plain sight. 47 was a lucky number for him, and so he thought he'd found a pattern in the seemingly nonsensical text. Into this desolate landscape, a lone figure emerges from the ruins. What about that song on the concert 10 years ago that still brings a smile to your face, Asa? That I've lost myself completely. It's lie hidden in the ancient temple's depths, guarded by the mysterious Diosak and his enigmatic followers. The cryptic symbols etched into the walls whisper tales of a long-lost civilization, where knowledge was both power and curse. Nonsense about making a secret sauce. And what's with the wrapping? You're not going to get away with this, Jussi Sitpal. The symbol, 7ZE6, was discovered on the wall. Its meaning is unclear, but it may hold significance to the story's progression. What does this cryptic message from the mysterious figure mean? Is it a warning or a clue to unraveling the world's greatest secrets? To be a mix of random letters, numbers, and symbols. This is likely the result of OCR, optical character recognition, attempting to read the text from an image that contains a lot of noise or distortion. This ancient language. The meaning behind this cryptic message, scrawled in haste on a worn page? The scribbles seem to be a mix of code and nonsense, but something about them feels urgent. What's on here? A sudden alarm blaring, followed by a cryptic code and a bewildered expression. And what's this, witness? Suddenly, everything seems urgent. A message scrawled on the wall of an abandoned classroom. The handwriting is messy and erratic, but one phrase stands out, 34 and Oyat. Was it a warning, or a desperate plea? The town of Tulial, nestled in the heart of the countryside, was home to a vibrant community where people from all walks of life intertwined. Yet, amidst this idyllic setting, whispers of a centuries-old mystery lingered, fueling the imagination of young authors like Aki Shobo and Korkan, who dared to weave tales of wonder and adventure. This problem has left its mark on Mia's past, but can Kla unravel the truth? In the midst of a Japanese forest, a mysterious inscription has been uncovered, hinting at an ancient secret. The symbols, seemingly random, hold a hidden language, waiting to be deciphered by those brave enough to venture into its secrets. Hold on. Are you telling me you've exchanged the secret sauce recipes already? They've been scrambled and encrypted, with letters and numbers intertwined in a seemingly random manner. It appears to be a jumbled mess, but I suspect that there's a hidden message or key embedded within it. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a jumbled mix of letters and symbols, but one phrase stands out in bold red ink: the truth is hidden in plain sight. The countdown has begun, and the fate of humanity hangs in the balance. A mix of numbers, letters, and symbols, possibly indicating a cryptic code or message. What's going on here? The scribbles and numbers are making it hard to understand what Tomoko Yamashita is trying to say. Is she writing a message or just doodling? The temple's entrance was guarded by a mysterious inscription, 1E etched into the stone above a single numeral, 1, while the name Lkkivik seemed to be written in a language that defied translation. What's going on with this cryptic message? The scribbled notes and strange characters seem to hint at a mysterious and possibly ominous event. The message remains unsolved. Scatter across the battlefield, their names and allegiances a blur in the chaos of war. Amidst them, N77MDXDAI_ stands out, a fierce warrior driven by a burning desire for victory. But who is this mysterious fighter, and what secrets does he hide? As the PRBTT Weinsteskok page is turned. Yav 4, Re 4 UZE? TA80 KEG do 3WNDT DA7ES4LR347Y and WOLD hashtag AKE Ainsilla 1 easier. PR5T ASICS way well TZE.M up for 8EA, SNT. Deepens as the cryptic message tier appears, followed by a jumbled mix of letters and numbers. TE Jiku 77 Sesame and L0 equals 8GE seems to hint at an encrypted code, while it's that Euro all? LKEK GUC suggests a sense of urgency or finality. The question remains, what secrets lie behind the SC TFATS TE FAT equals of the EE2, LANT? And the enigmatic abbreviation REA-LIS 307 foot? Trapped in a never-ending cycle, reliving the same experiences and emotions over and over again. The diary covers are a constant reminder of this repetitive pattern, and it's almost as if Kes is resigned to their fate, unable to break free from the monotony of their life. Pages of a chaotic mind, with whisk scrawled across the top, as if trying to remember something crucial. The fragmented thoughts and phrases dance across the page, a jumbled mess of TNE/H all Dao, Eve? Nache trem when sklyrins chagius, and repeat the SAM T hashtag ing every tick C new dairy COV5R. In the corner, a small note reads mid-GSZALT QUIF-IFNT, possibly a name or code. The frantic energy of this page suggests a mind racing to keep up with its own thoughts. Graffiti on these ancient walls seems to be a mix of gibberish and coded messages, but the mention of light music and Yuko suggests that this may be more than just random scribbles. This message reads DCNT DUTO, HOAF Kuku Hoda 264 Sia Hervo with cryptic symbols and codes scattered throughout. What secrets lie within this encoded text? What code is this? It looks like a mix of letters and numbers, but it's not making any sense. Is this some kind of encryption or just gibberish? The music club is in chaos, with members speaking out against the club's leadership and demanding change. It seems that internal conflicts have been brewing for a long time, and now it's all coming to a head. Chaos unfolded, a mysterious code began to appear, GOE6 was etched into the walls, followed by a series of cryptic symbols that seem to point to a deeper truth. The members of the Light Music Club are trying to decipher a cryptic message from their classmate, Kakura. The code appears to be a mix of numbers and letters, but it's unclear what it actually means. Is this some sort of prank or something more sinister? We're about to dig into that cave exploration, but first, let's get this meal devoured. Okay, you've got this. The message is left behind, with no clear indication of its meaning or purpose. Kira is trying to fit in with the other students, but his attempts at normalcy are laughable. The graduation ceremony is just around the corner, and he's still struggling to blend in. She's in the distance, her eyes fixed on something. The words Keep FS are scribbled on a nearby surface, while ALLL Mel_ is scrawled above it. A faint message reads YE Nemer, Ambity that can 3247 can PI? But the rest of it is unclear. In another corner, someone has written 30 no talk NCA 2 out Z4MN6 ANPSTFF followed by a sequence of numbers and symbols. What's on with the Light Music Club? It seems like Mac 2 is trying to decipher some sort of code, but it looks like a mix of letters and numbers. Is this some kind of puzzle or secret message? Questioning what I should have said to you? The writing is illegible, but it appears to be a cryptic message or code. This cryptic message from the ancient prophecy. The words seem to be a jumbled mix of languages, with YAKCW and Aviri KT bearing no resemblance to any known tongue. Ves Frien? Could it be a reference to an ancient people or a forgotten land? And what lies within the code of Tloki's CHA4AVE? The whispers of could hint at a powerful artifact, but without deciphering this riddle, its secrets remain lost. Directly stood at the threshold, she couldn't shake off the feeling of unease that had been growing inside her since receiving the cryptic message from Kot. What did it mean, and what was supposed to happen on this fateful day? The mention of T336 and O2 Fursoi only added to her confusion. What's on here? It looks like a chaotic mix of names, abbreviations, and symbols. Din Kot and WANNZ seem to be arguing about something, but it's hard to make out what they're saying. The use of all caps and random letters is throwing me off. Is this some kind of code or cipher? And who is Haka Hui, Zinon, Yo? 70UHY sned into LWC Vug 44DA Pif RLT Latsli, are they trying to communicate with the others or something entirely different? Runes etched into the stone wall revealed a cryptic message, hinting at a long-forgotten civilization and a mysterious artifact known as the E.4. The air was thick with an otherworldly energy, as if the very fabric of reality was being manipulated. Here, is this some kind of joke or are you serious about getting involved with that girl TKNY Richt? It's a mix of Japanese and English characters, with some encrypted messages. It appears to be a puzzle or a hidden message waiting to be deciphered. The presence of S4Y Emi suggests that this may be related to the character Emi Yoshino from the manga series Sword Art Online. The symbols on the wall seem to be a mix of desperation and madness, but what do they actually mean? Chaos, a cryptic message emerges, hinting at a deeper conspiracy. The mention of S4Y and Hawkeye suggests a connection to an unknown entity or organization, while the scattered numbers and symbols add to the sense of mystery and urgency. The tone is one of desperation and confusion, as if the sender is trying to convey a crucial message amidst the noise. It appears to be a jumbled mix of letters, but if we try to decipher some possible words or phrases, it might look something like this. She likes fearlessness, and he doesn't even know what that means. This message appears to be a mix of jumbled words and nonsensical characters, but it's clear that there's more to this conversation than meets the eye. Thinking that I'm to blame for everything, and that I'm somehow responsible for her life? It's not even a coherent thought. It's being on my mind for a while now. I had this idea, a selfie from a 52 with WMM, Sun's Lullaby to IU, with visuals and lyrics. What's important is not who am I, but what kind of person makes their best friend feel like this. Maybe even I can be the reason someone feels that way. That the person has finally realized their rights. Messages scrawled on the walls seem to hold a dark and sinister meaning, but what do they actually say? Is this some sort of twisted game or a desperate cry for help? The words TRC hacks and 14M equals E to 7 Arfn Scanner leap out as particularly disturbing, like a warning sign from a deranged mind. And then there's the repeated mention of names, Jack _ Jesu, Hashi, are they suspects or victims? The symbols and codes only add to the confusion, but one thing is clear, something is very wrong here. In respect, PTM's going to get some work done. Mind you match TV, LBT hashtag email when you want to go to 37. Okay, Wamake-chan, Kenkala. Is in chaos, with people running wildly through the streets. Zinda's voice echoed through the air as he shouted for everyone to read the article that had been circulating on social media. The title of the article, 76 Score Article Recent Lie, seemed to be causing a stir among the population. As I watched, a group of people gathered around a street vendor, discussing the article and its implications. One of them, a young woman with a look of concern etched on her face, asked if anyone knew what was going on. I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as I realized that something was amiss in this city. What in the world is going on here? This is some kind of cryptic code. But wait, is that a name at the top? Super Lucky? And what's with all these acronyms and abbreviations? It looks like a teenager's attempt at secrecy. What's on here? It looks like a crazy mix of messages. Someone's talking about taking something from the fridge and there are mentions of chest, leashes, and Scrappy, but it doesn't make any sense. This is just chaos. The code on this wall hints at a mysterious promise, one that may hold the key to their freedom. Yet, it's unclear what exactly is being promised or who made this vow. The figure stands at the edge of the city. What's lie hidden behind the mysterious letters on this cryptic page, and what relevance does it hold to the unfolding story? What nonsense is this? The words on the screen are jumbled and make no sense. Is this some kind of code or a message from an unknown source? I need to figure out what's going on here. On the screen are a jumbled mess, as if someone has taken a dictionary and thrown its contents into chaos. Neat Uke, what does that even mean? And then there's a RE_L+T, which looks like some sort of code, or perhaps it's just a typo. Whatever the case, this is definitely not a normal conversation. Kid's about to make a decision that'll change the game. If he sets sail at 179 OK, it's a straightforward route to safety. But if Tice comes after him when he's in a vulnerable state, let's just say freedom is a mighty enticing prospect. In the lit room, Javi's desperate whisper echoed through the air, his fete. Lex say Yves. The cryptic words sent a shiver down Arathine's spine as she searched for any clue to unravel the mystery of the elusive fete. What a strange code, and how does it connect to the mysterious events unfolding in the city? The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of random characters and numbers, but there's something unsettling about it. It's as if someone tried to convey a secret, but in a language that's intentionally obscure. The message on the wall reads, Why Iantam K4NT? EXRLFYRZFEK hashtag Fabius Sigi ERAinos and 7DLFEAF Aura 31, but it's clear that this is just a jumbled mess of letters and symbols. Suddenly, a figure appears in the background, muttering to themselves about the can't just and something about being confused by the message. He wants to be the one who decides everything. It's not about being in control, it's about having the power to choose. That's taken over the city is spreading fast, and no one seems to know what's causing it. People are going crazy, screaming nonsensical things in the streets. What world is going on here? It looks like some kind of cryptic code, but, no, wait a minute. That's Juno-san's handwriting all right. He must have written this down in a hurry. But what does it mean? Gone mad, where sanity is but a distant memory, the screams of the damned echo through the desolate streets. The language of the lunatics has become a jumbled mess, a chaotic tapestry woven from threads of madness and despair. And yet, amidst this sea of insanity, a glimmer of hope flickers like a dying candle in the wind. Frustration in Viv's eyes was palpable as she stared at the countdown, her mind racing with the impossible decision ahead. Just running on autopilot, trying to push away the thoughts of what could happen if. On here, is something wrong with me? It was finally out, and everyone knew what happened already. Lydian's accusations are the final nail in the coffin, exposing the dark secrets that have been hidden for so long. Laboratory's logbook entry from 40_NCIG reads like a cryptic warning, listing various codes and acronyms, while the equipment room shows signs of hasty shutdown. What's on here? Sounds like a heated conversation. The messages scrawled on these walls are a puzzle, but one thing is clear, someone or something has been trying to send a message in code. Can anyone decipher the meaning behind UFRENZC4TI and the subsequent strings of letters and numbers? Where codes and ciphers reign supreme, Talk says reveals the hidden truth to KBSHLZPTS for me. The mysterious YCH7OI KRCVC Just Ask message is deciphered by Ekathing Zonux, who will soon teach them all about the ancient art of cryptography. But can they handle the secrets being uncovered? The message, filled with frantic attempts to convey a sense of urgency, but what's being said is unclear. Gutted, simple, pictures, cut out, the words are jumbled, like a puzzle that doesn't quite fit. In a strange world, where logic and reason seem to have given way to chaos, I find myself pondering the meaning behind these cryptic messages. Into the idea of Mant marrying Schwentine. What cryptic message is this supposed to be? In a bid to escape the chaos, Leon's group stumbles upon an abandoned vehicle with a cryptic license plate number FIS4T2B5. The driver, a gruff but resourceful individual named WV is reluctant to help, but eventually agrees to take them on one condition: they must reach the safety of the well before nightfall. I convince myself that everything's okay, but it's not working. The message seems to be a mix of jumbled words and abbreviations. It's unclear what specific language or code is being used here. However, if we try to decipher it, Be Nice and Fam TOFQHT could potentially stand for something more meaningful in the context of the story. On the wall seems to be a cryptic message, but it appears to be some sort of code or cipher. The names and words scattered throughout the text may hold significance in understanding its meaning. What's on here? It seems like a bunch of nonsensical characters and codes. Is this some kind of secret message or just gibberish? The messages on the wall seem to hold a dark and ominous tone, hinting at some ancient ritual or forbidden knowledge. Suddenly, all this name appears, followed by a series of seemingly nonsensical letters and symbols. It's as if someone is trying to convey a hidden message, but in a language that only makes sense to those who are. The notes on the wall are a chaotic mix of thoughts, words, and emotions. It's clear that the protagonist is struggling to process their feelings about a relationship or event, with phrases like I feel like CCU_D definitely pi C and canyo for right 23 CU merperthut illerprince pisit, Alice? Hinting at a sense of confusion and desperation. The use of abbreviations, misspellings, and incomplete sentences adds to the overall feeling of disorganization and turmoil. It's as if the protagonist is trying to make sense of their thoughts, but they're getting tangled up in their own emotions. The walls of his mind were finally speaking up, a chaotic mix of thoughts and emotions screaming to be let out. I don't want to work. He shouted again, the words echoing off the empty rooms of his sanity. The diary pages seem to have been ripped out and scattered all over the floor, but one thing's for sure, Emily was not happy about something. A jumbled mess of letters and symbols, but it appears to be some sort of cryptic message or code. The inclusion of phrases like F, and int tel kika abcltb2dm payments vestijfr suggests a possible connection to an online gaming community or forum, where users might use abbreviations and acronyms to communicate quickly. However, without further context or decoding, the meaning behind this message remains unclear. Notes on the wall seem to be a mix of code and cryptic messages, but one phrase stands out, that SHFCCULP tot Eli Lily Becky Ohe. Could this be a clue to unraveling the mystery? The message reads like a jumbled mess, but it's clear that someone is trying to convey a hidden truth. The mention of Clesex and ABC47 suggests a specific code or encryption method. But what does it mean in the context of this mysterious situation? We've reached a new level of chaos. Press 4 indeed. On with this strange code. Is it some kind of message or just gibberish? A mess of characters scrawled on a cryptic note, as if the writer's hand was shaking with urgency. A message scrawled across the page, seemingly a mix of random letters and symbols, with mentions of a light music club and references to numbers, such as 77 UFPZ, UUSDSRAS7 KSFD, and S977 YBAPI. A cryptic message from the infamous EFRCH, hinting at a dark and sinister plot that took place years ago at the Fronoko Center. The mention of the scary and he at 31SA_L scary suggests that whatever happened was traumatic and has left a lasting impact on those involved. Meanwhile, the use of slang terms like COT and AXXD implies a sense of youthful rebellion and camaraderie among the perpetrators. But what's this? A cryptic message from Heezy asking REA_LY, as if questioning the authenticity of the whole ordeal. And to top it all off, a seemingly unrelated series of numbers and codes scattered throughout the message, leaving one to wonder if this is more than just a prank gone wrong. Ones have awakened. Makes sense in this world anymore. The words are jumbled, the letters scattered like leaves on a windy day. I'm searching for answers, but all I find are more questions. The conversation is taking a chaotic turn, with cryptic messages and jumbled words filling the screen. A young person's anxiety is palpable as they try to make sense of it all, wondering if their father will finally understand them and be there for them. But amidst the confusion, a glimmer of hope flickers. Maybe this is the moment when things start to change. Some kind of code. Hire an SC touchy? Is something going on with Mizai-chan that I don't know about? What's on here? This message is completely garbled and makes no sense. It looks like a mixture of gibberish and random letters. Did he not manage to do something this simple? I thought it was a straightforward right turn. What game is this, where you pretend to be a non-existent list thief and steal a non-existent Zetecti's blight, only to find yourself locked in a box with no clear way out? And what's with the weird symbols and numbers scattered everywhere? In a arranged world, even the language has lost its meaning. The once clear script now resembles a jumbled mess of symbols and codes. It's as if the very fabric of reality is unraveling before our eyes. The question lingers, can we ever find our way back to sanity? The investigation has led to a dead end, with multiple paths converging on the elusive Napoleon's crown artifact. The cryptic messages only add to the mystery, leaving us wondering if we're getting closer or further away from the truth. Notes on the wall seem to be a mix of desperation and confusion, as if someone was trying to convey a message but struggling to put their thoughts into words. The mention of father and the question about the kind of person someone is hints at a deeper emotional turmoil beneath the surface. Like a cryptic message, possibly from a character named He, with a sender named Yen. The content appears to be a mix of codes and informal language, making it difficult to decipher the actual meaning. To be a cryptic message from the enigmatic Skvethics, hinting at an impending event that will shatter the status quo. The mention of birth #O and 4C062 suggests a connection to a specific date or code. Meanwhile, the seemingly unrelated phrases discusses ETFS and ZIVRTM7RE8ACHT2EFEC, LCFMXG0AZ747SAZ73 EDI ANC FAPS may be fragments of a larger conversation or code. The overall tone is one of urgency and mystery, as if the sender is trying to convey a crucial message without being detected. Nis, Trin, 3U_, he KEY, list FG? Yes. This woman, Eilerson, scribbled frantic notes in her book, hinting at a long-forgotten secret. Her words seemed to dance across the page, a code only she could decipher. As I watched, a chill ran down my spine. Was it just paranoia, or did something truly sinister lurk beneath the surface? I'm starting to wonder if he even knows who I am. Message scrawled on a wall, 7EV7AON_, followed by seemingly random letters and numbers, including HLU_UHT, TJSFE Kivsiros, and others. The presence of codes and acronyms hints at a clandestine operation or encrypted communication. Eyes are fixed on something with a mixture of anger and concern. Cry echoes through the desolate landscape. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a jumbled mix of numbers and letters, but what does it really say? The words "I'm not" are clear, but the rest is a puzzle waiting to be solved. What dark magic is this, where creatures made of twisted words roam free? The earthquake looms, its dark energy drawing in the unsuspecting inhabitants of this forsaken world. A catastrophic convergence of Olakex and Kronkberry is upon us. Not quite right here. Code, not a message. It's a desperate attempt to convey something without being understood. My father's warm smile still linger, even after all these years, and the weight of his legacy continues to shape me in ways I'm only beginning to understand. The message reads like a jumbled puzzle, but I have to decipher the code before it's too late. FOI is mentioned here. CTRA1X sounds ominous, and what's this? A series of numbers and symbols that seem to be pointing to a specific location or object? The text reads like a jumbled mess, but hints of a deeper meaning linger in the fragmented words and symbols. The mention of externally suggests a connection to something outside this world, while the presence of seemingly random numbers and letters raises questions about their significance. Mote's results reveal a shocking truth, one that threatens to upend the very fabric of this world. Of the chaotic performers and the scrawled banners, Morita's voice echoes through the festival grounds, a haunting melody that seems to pierce the very soul. The crowd is a blur of colors and sounds, but amidst the cacophony, one phrase stands out: the last performance, the final curtain call. What cruel joke is this? The world can't be this unfair. What does this have to do with the war against the Xanthians? This, some kind of code. The characters are jumbled and nonsensical. This doesn't look like any language I've ever seen before. Maybe it's a clue to something, but I have no idea what it could be. The messages scrawled across the wall seem to hold a hidden code, one that only the most skilled decipherers could unravel. As Ai pored over the scribbles, her mind racing with possibilities, she couldn't shake off the feeling that they were mere fragments of a larger puzzle. And then, there was the notation F25% Nana WK, a tantalizing clue that hinted at a connection to the elusive figure known only as the architect. These symbols etched into the wall seem to hold a hidden meaning, but what do they signify? What does it mean to be 17 when the world outside your window is a twisted nightmare? What does this mysterious message hold? What chaos is this? What of their world now? Just emptiness. The message reads like a jumbled mix of codes and symbols, hinting at a deeper meaning that remains hidden from the untrained eye. In the midst of a chaotic battle, Captain Zarnis Lenyi's thoughts are consumed by his love for Vanka, and he wonders if she will survive the treacherous landscape of the Sixth Fleet. Toyet is trying to make a decision, but the puzzle pieces are all jumbled up in his head. He looks like he needs a break from it all. The message reads HLHIJIZ84HC4AFIBUCGPNGZOC, TCD4YAE22IPHUT, followed by a series of seemingly unrelated words and symbols. The second line, THIUCAKCU absent TCPAC, appears to be a fragment of text with a possible typo in TCPAC. The third line, PON DSTPLAACKT just Zika Secure IR support and ZROE, contains more jumbled words and acronyms. The final line, Fuju? 1M NCR Sing Thayat, appears to be a mix of nonsensical characters and words. Scribbles on this page suggest a desperate attempt to convey a crucial message, but the distorted letters and symbols render it nearly illegible. It's as if the writer was in a state of panic, trying to record something vital before it slipped their mind. Chaos, a single word echoes through the minds of those who dare to resist. Notes on the wall reveal a cryptic message, hinting at a hidden truth. The words OCREGUET seem to be a code, while Tayet's LAPRCCN appears to be a fragment of a conversation. The mention of UNAPROICFABELI RCT real ETH5ENR suggests a connection to an unknown entity or event. Meanwhile, ZF Nightly ECDY Perskin and hashtag SLO157PCN PKTINI equals 7 Lia Iker 745 MLL 37Y S hashtag or appear to be unrelated phrases, possibly from a different context. The presence of random characters and numbers throughout the text adds to the sense of chaos and disorder. The world rests on the shoulders of someone with a supportive role, and yet they remain aware of the treacherous eye that sports a reckless role. Message scrawled on the wall, seemingly a mix of codes and nonsense words. The mention of PGREN in Fae suggests a possible connection to a person or event. Meanwhile, the presence of alphanumeric characters and symbols raises questions about their significance in this mysterious context. Things started happening suddenly, and those in the Kind Sky Abbey may not have been prepared to face this reality. What's on here? Witness of this abandoned lab, a cryptic message on the wall speaks of a catastrophic event. The codes FAFT, TCULZ, and 754,683 hint at a sequence of numbers leading to a hidden chamber. But what does it mean to reap what you sow? And who can be trusted in this web of deceit? Beats wildly as she whispers the words. A mix of encrypted and nonsensical text, but it seems like a desperate attempt to convey a hidden message. The user LPRXX7 is using a combination of letters and numbers to create a puzzle that only they can decipher, but the mention of sharper IITRYCRVS like Shiat S suggests a connection to someone or something being watched, possibly even spied upon. Further down, there's a mention of Onezer WYACR CSB 4 Lake 1Lee and pisses me CFFWCULD color hashtag YANC, which could be a cryptic reference to a person or group being targeted. The overall tone is one of anxiety and urgency, as if the user is trying to convey a warning or alert to someone, but the message is obscured by the use of encryption and code words. Electric Artist's latest masterpiece, This Past 4EZ, is a sprawling canvas of colorful chaos. In the center, the haunting figure of Yeet gazes out, surrounded by cryptic symbols and phrases that seem to defy interpretation. But amidst the madness, one question echoes through the mind: what secrets lie hidden in this tangled web of letters and numbers? Symbols are a mixture of language and jargon, but one thing is certain: the secrets they hold are about to be uncovered. In a chaotic mess of characters, we see a glimpse of a world gone mad. Adel scrawled in the corner, as if a desperate cry for help. The words Li T45 GCCF Fox 7 SANZ Exankt and 7 Thurf Carat or equals 4 Voss seem to be some sort of coded message, but what does it mean? And then there's Key 4CA, followed by Domskmi and JTS2, as if the writer is trying to convey a sense of urgency. But what are they saying? Is this some kind of warning, or a cry for help? The characters continue to swirl around each other in a maddening dance, with no clear beginning or end. It's as if the world itself has been turned upside down, and we're left to pick up the pieces. Code hashtag FE6I77268447RE96ZRX FCRC93LCE and seems to be a failed attempt at encryption, but the phrase disaster preventiger suggests a catastrophic event has been prevented. The presence of seemingly unrelated numbers and words like PCIT, 7446, CH, MNKOIR the ES4ET fixie, and announce many implies that this code is not just a simple cipher, but rather a complex puzzle waiting to be deciphered. Notebook, its pages yellowed with age, is carefully turned to the fifth entry. These symbols etched into the ancient temple's walls seem to hold secrets of a long-lost civilization. In the corner, a cryptic message reads, Podia BNJMZYCLCLZLOSAMF4 ISCIV 54.3. The message scrawled on this page is a mystery waiting to be solved. Words like UIC, TTRFCNX, and S8 Neil seem almost alien, as if written in a code that defies human language. What secrets lie hidden behind the jumbled letters and symbols? On. The ground is shaking and it sounds like NCT getting freaked out about something. Yeah, let's just get out of here. 70, but what? It's finally out. Calls IMS7LL AliveX has been a lie all along. IMSTL Alive SC and does it really matter? It says, like it's some kind of cruel joke. These symbols etched into the wall seem to be a code, but what do they mean? Is this some sort of ancient language or a warning left by someone else? But the past continue to haunt us, a reminder that some secrets are better left unspoken. The shadows on the wall seem to be whispering tales of old, and I can't help but feel like we're being watched. The message on this page reads like a jumbled mix of code and nonsense, but the artist's hand can be seen scribbling out what appears to be a desperate attempt at deciphering the meaning behind it all. This code is etched into the wall, a cryptic message that seems to point to an ancient ritual. The symbols 26 culls and Sinal appear to be a mix of ancient languages, while XCHTPIN, Ikar, IFE1A4CUT seems to describe a dark event in the city's history. Cryptic notes are scattered across the page, a jumbled mix of abbreviations and codes that seem to defy deciphering. The words reach and return stand out, but their significance is unclear amidst the chaos of symbols and numbers. The same sensei who's been teaching you how to read and write for years? The melody of the all notes resonates through the air, a poignant reminder of the beauty that once was. The Koal LCCK pieces lies in ruins, its once majestic architecture now reduced to rubble and debris. The air is thick with the acrid smell of smoke and ash, and the only sound is the distant hum of. Wait! Something is stirring. This entrance is surrounded by a peculiar energy, as if the very air itself is charged with an otherworldly power. That's unusual. The temple? What does that mean, exactly? Has Neil become lost in thought again, or is this some sort of dark omen? The words FE via ZXSCAKT seem to dance on the edge of comprehension, taunting me with their secrets. And what's this about a pad or a sitting place being lost? The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end as I sense the presence of something ancient and foreboding. For a riddle, but the answer lies in their very nature as codes. They're a disguise for something more mundane, a message that's been encrypted with an obvious algorithm, one that relies on substitution and transposition rather than any complex mathematical formula. To decipher them, one must first recognize the simplicity of the code, then break it down into its constituent parts, analyzing each symbol and letter to uncover the hidden message within. It seems to be a mix of words and symbols, possibly an encryption or a form of artistic expression. It's a pretty bleak day when you're wondering if your own family loves you. In the forest reaches of the Uri East, a mysterious and ancient power stirs, threatening to disrupt the delicate balance of the known world. The echoes of a long-forgotten civilization still linger in the wind, whispering secrets to those who dare to listen. Laughter echoes through the streets, a sound that seems to belong to a madman, yet it's almost infectious. Even if his name is Ivan Nemtsov, CSSC 3 years ago, that doesn't explain why he'd be on the run from Homeland Security with Valley as his only lead. IHC stand for. The cryptic message reads like a puzzle, with La and VMHTYCU mean and echo scattered about. It's as if the sender is hinting at something deeper, but refusing to give away the full meaning. A cryptic message that seems to hold the secrets of Zebert's mysterious world, where earthquakes and meteors collide with an otherworldly force. Kasamaki KLNR are always a blur, but the face on my bus ride home is one I'll never forget. Sorry, she says with a smile that's too bright to be genuine, and I'm already annoyed before she even asks for directions. Of the Zayatic small Mexar, a mysterious figure named Denai has been searching for something known as Loom. But what exactly is this elusive treasure? The words "frav" where you least expect, it hint at a connection to an ancient and forgotten knowledge. Characters and symbols cover the page, obscuring any possible narrative or text. The screen appears to be garbled, with letters and numbers jumbled together in a seemingly random fashion. It's unclear what the purpose of this distorted display is, but it may indicate a technical issue or a deliberate attempt to conceal information. Of absurdity, it seems the characters have resorted to using nonsensical language and emojis to communicate. The use of hashtags, acronyms, and symbols creates a sense of chaos, as if they're trying to convey complex ideas through a secret code. The messages scrawled on this wall seem to point to a complex conspiracy, but the meaning behind them remains elusive. Is it a code, or just a desperate attempt to convey a warning? The message reads like a jumbled mess, with numbers and letters scattered about. It's as if the sender was trying to conceal their identity, or perhaps they were under pressure when writing this. I see references to locations Slacksted, Efrapov _ and CHE57, but without context, it's impossible to decipher their significance. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit corridor with only one number etched into the wall. 1. Where codes and ciphers reign supreme, the lines between reality and cryptic messages blur. The enigmatic phrase LULSKE echoes through the shadows, while the mention of KOTR's 4DOACT hints at a hidden truth. Meanwhile, the presence of seemingly random characters and symbols like 6C69P647C, HX, and WeGC7PFOLY suggests that this is only the beginning of a much larger mystery. Messages etched into the walls seem to hold a dark significance, as if they're a call to something sinister lurking in the shadows. Dark magic still lingers within these pages. Where numbers and letters blend together in chaos, a message emerges, echoing with the familiar phrase "feel young." But amidst the cryptic codes and symbols, one thing is clear: this is not just any ordinary transmission. What is this? A cryptic message scrawled in the margin of our ancient tome. Where numbers reign supreme, the digit 1 stands tall. Filled with cryptic symbols and codes, a testament to the chaos that has engulfed this world. Love and hate are etched on every surface, a constant reminder of the conflict that drives humanity forward. The white notepad is a symbol of hope in a desperate time, a beacon calling out to those who seek refuge from the madness that surrounds them. But what does it all mean? The notes on this page appear to be a mixture of random numbers, words, and symbols. It's unclear what the purpose of this document is or who wrote it. The handwriting seems to be a mix of cursive and print, with some characters written in a way that makes them difficult to decipher. There are also several instances of what appears to be filler text or nonsense words scattered throughout the page. Moshida's journal entry reads, Jukmal with Wirch 9, 16TR1201M4 Rank 246NA4 and a cryptic mix of words and symbols that seem to defy translation. The only recognizable phrase is the title, Tomoko Yamashita Jukmal, suggesting a personal or professional journal. Of machinery echoes through the desolate landscape as a lone figure emerges from the distance, their features obscured by the flickering light of a solitary lantern. Folds, with Kulishu and Kunkiai Makik standing at the forefront, surrounded by an ensemble of characters including Tiami, Hirain, Tayani, Dekarafang, Euler, EDAWDs, Jamulku HSL, LN Ilmias plus IT Tali, YUNECI, Hashtag Panzer Enchia Aeg, Ziratari 4J ID Aseo, Ino Ixnkiki, and NR Fruiri Ad Nice. The journey through the Munin realm has finally reached its 41st page. The codings have reached a critical point, and we're on page 41 of something. Notes on the wall seem to be a code, but what do they mean? The symbols and letters are jumbled together in a way that's almost deliberate. It's as if someone wanted to hide a message, but not too well. The handwriting looks hasty, like whoever wrote this was in a rush or trying to conceal their tracks. Will is moving cautiously through the dense forest. What does it all mean? The cryptic messages and codes scattered across this page seem to hold some sort of hidden significance, but what's the connection between them all? Secret code revealed, deciphering the mysterious symbols and numbers. It's of a forgotten realm, an ancient and mysterious language echoes through the void, as if calling out to the very fabric of reality. The cryptic message half hangs in the air like a challenge, beckoning those brave enough to decipher its secrets. What's on here? Whisper echoes through the darkness. Where the boundaries between reality and madness are blurred, Makipchan's latest predicament has reached new heights. It seems that even the concept of time itself is being warped, leaving everyone bewildered. What could possibly be happening to Makipchan now? The concern is palpable, as if the very fabric of existence is on the verge of unraveling. What's happening? Not here, not now. I've been running from this for so long, but it always catches up to me. The corporation's influence spreads across the globe. On this page appear to be a mix of names, codes, and cryptic messages. It's as if the writer was trying to convey a sense of urgency and importance, but the meaning is unclear. What does it all mean? The cryptic messages, the codes. It's as if someone is trying to convey a hidden truth. But what truth? And who is behind this enigmatic trail of symbols and abbreviations? In the misted realm, the dark forces are gathering, and the balance of power is shifting. The ancient prophecy speaks of a great calamity, one that will bring forth a new era of darkness. They're breaking down. We're receiving a garbled transmission from an unknown source. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. Battle rages on, with swords clashing and spells flying everywhere. Amidst the mayhem, I spot a glimpse of my arch-nemesis, Mei, wielding an otherworldly power. I was always terrified by those strange, glowing creatures and would often avoid them altogether. Are they never truly alone when they're surrounded by the whispers of their own heart? The symbols on the wall seem to be a mix of codes and languages, with no clear pattern or meaning. The team's best experts were stumped, but one thing was certain: this was no ordinary graffiti. Symbols and numbers scattered across this page seem to be a code, left behind by AZ-HID-VC7VCFG but the meaning remains elusive. You finally found the location of the fabled treasure, but at what cost to our young adventurer? The Wellas, a mystical realm of ancient power, beckons us with its secrets. A scrawl on the wall, a last-ditch attempt to leave a message for anyone who might find it. But what does it say? I hand the TRLCKN. Wait, is this some sort of code? And the numbers, 3477E2, are they a clue to something? The words IT's day seem ominous, but what day? And who or what is the them underscore referred to in the final message? His expression turned stoic once more, his voice unwavering as he delivered the simple two-word phrase. The messages and codes scattered across the page seem to be a desperate attempt by someone to convey a hidden message, but it's unclear who or what is behind this enigmatic trail of letters and numbers. What's on here? The mysterious symbols are swirling around the name Ohuduri. What's on here? Of when exactly pi becomes a part of one's identity as an adult is a complex and intriguing one. Notes on the wall seem to be a mix of code and nonsense, but one phrase stands out: take Sloaner. It's as if whoever wrote this was in a state of panic or distress. What could they have been trying to convey? Proud and noble Aladad is now reduced to nothing but a mere shell of his former self, a tragic reminder of the devastating consequences of war. His eyes, once bright with hope and ambition, have dimmed with the weight of loss and despair, as he struggles to come to terms with the brutal reality that has befallen him. What's some sort of code? It looks like a mix of letters and symbols, but I have no idea what it means. Is this some kind of message or note from the characters in the story? What's on with Tori and the others? It seems like they're in a tough spot. And what's this about a treasure or something from their high school days? This moment settles heavily on the page, a reminder that some numbers are more significant than others. A copy of a book lies open on the desk, marked with numerous notes and annotations on page 42. In a chaotic world, she felt lost and depressed, but still kind like him. Wherever you are, is it a surprise to see you here? Whisper echoes through the desolate landscape. The battlefield continues, with TJ and Gagun clashing in a frenzy of attacks. In the midst of this chaos, Iyaladon stands tall, unyielding in the face of overwhelming odds. Meanwhile, PUSSSHUUUUUU unleashes a devastating blow, leaving all to wonder if they will emerge victorious or fall victim to their own ferocity. On the platform is getting worse, with people scrambling to catch their trains. In the midst of all this, it seems like some individuals are taking advantage of the situation for their own gain. Hichiko's antics are certainly causing a stir, but what's his endgame? Tokyo are alive with the sounds and smells of vacation season, but amidst the revelry, secrets lurk in every shadow. Michiko Watanabe, a mysterious woman with an air of quiet confidence, weaves through the crowds with a purpose that belies her carefree demeanor. Anne looks at Sari with a mix of confusion and concern, as the latter's message is filled with typos and unclear sentences. The mention of Tren being a nickname for someone, and Gagan being an acronym that seems out of place, adds to the sense of unease. Meanwhile, Ikresk Urink appears to be trying to reassure Anna KM about something, but their words are laced with a tone of uncertainty, using phrases like it's less akut and wanting kosamething buzz right her beans. The overall atmosphere is one of tension and uncertainty. The ancient ritual had begun, a cacophony of eerie melodies that seemed to conjure forth the very fabric of reality. A message scrawled on the wall, hinting at a deeper conspiracy. The words WSL2 and #CRN suggest a connection to an unknown organization or code, while these 422 all tough lies a 7 RTEWAL RTCNE05 subst appears to be a jumbled sequence of numbers and letters. The presence of 14L4 adds another layer of mystery, potentially referencing a date or location. Symbols etched into the ancient walls seem to hold a hidden message, but deciphering their meaning may be the key to unlocking a long-lost secret. Written on these walls, in codes that only a select few can decipher. The scribbles of a madman, or the clues to a deeper truth? Messages scrawled on the walls seem to hold a hidden code, a mix of emotions and desperation etched into every line. The writer's anxiety is palpable as they question their own feelings, struggling to make sense of it all. This mess. HE_LCFH sounds like some sort of code, and what's with the random words and numbers scattered everywhere? On the wall seems to be a mix of letters and numbers, but what does it mean? Sequence, possibly a mix of alphanumeric characters and symbols, appears to be etched into the surface. The presence of phrases such as be called in Votech AFCSL this ONF suggests an encrypted message or a set of instructions. Messages scrawled across the page seem to be a mix of names, codes, and seemingly unrelated words. It's as if the writer was trying to convey a hidden message or conceal their identity. The mention of Phalag and KCLAF stands out, but without more context, it's impossible to decipher the meaning behind these phrases. What's ancient code doing here, hidden in the walls of the ancient temple? The air is thick with secrets and mysteries waiting to be unraveled. What's to be deciphered from the cryptic messages etched into the walls of this long-abandoned facility? The mention of +4? Seems particularly intriguing, as if it holds a crucial piece in unraveling the secrets that lie within. What's on here? The notes are cryptic and seem to be written in a mix of languages. There are references to Talon, Luke, Cat, and other abbreviations that don't make sense. It looks like someone is trying to convey a message, but it's been encoded or obscured somehow. I need more context to decipher this. These symbols seem to hold secrets of an ancient language, one that whispers tales of forgotten civilizations and hidden knowledge. What's on with Alec, and what does this have to do with the mysterious packet? What code is this? It's definitely not the language they're supposed to be speaking. Of this abandoned city, remnants of a once thriving community still linger. Faded signs like Sin HOIE and HNY Co hint at a history that's been left to decay. The streets are lined with cryptic symbols, as if trying to convey a message that's been lost in time. What's on? What dark magic is this, weaving together the threads of fate with such reckless abandon? Can it truly be coincidence that these individuals are drawn into the vortex of this ancient conspiracy? And what lies at the heart of this tangled web, a truth too terrible to speak aloud, or a mere illusion crafted by the cunning minds of those who seek power? Notes seem to be a jumbled mix of abbreviations and misspelled words, but the phrase "even knowing that" stands out amidst the chaos. What's going on with Ben 2's coordinates? Are they even real? The 97304 is throwing me off, and what's with the weird string of characters, UOIBBM or TASTPV9 Reju FRTHJ underscore S7 Desoft really Onitams RRNZR, POLS, it looks like a mess. Is it the characters on this page are a mix of nonsense and fragments, making it difficult to decipher any coherent message? However, if I had to extract something from this, I'd say it's a jumbled collection of thoughts or phrases that don't seem to form a cohesive narrative. It's like we're in the midst of a chaotic and cryptic conversation. The laughter and playful banter hint at a lighthearted tone, but the scattered letters and numbers suggest a sense of urgency or desperation. What's unfolding here? The symbols on the wall seem to be some sort of code, but it's unclear what they mean or who wrote them. It's a cryptic language, where words seem to blend together in a jumbled mess. The symbols and codes on this page seem to hold a dark secret, one that has been hidden for years. Message, a series of numbers and codes, but what does it mean? Cust is written in bold letters, as if to emphasize the importance of this information. The text is riddled with abbreviations and acronyms, making it nearly impossible to decipher without context. Cavo, and what's the significance of these people gathering in secret? Is it related to the mysterious organization known as the Pininit? Notes of the mad scientist seem to be a code, but what could they possibly mean? Is this a message from another dimension, or just the ramblings of a deranged mind? The message on this page reads LTRAR VES MVFZA, followed by a series of seemingly unrelated words and numbers. HS in PAR appears to be a jumbled code, while 3330 LARC could be a reference to an arbitrary coordinate or sequence. Gukpuga bears resemblance to a distorted or encrypted language. Abandoned sector, a mix of symbols and codes litters the walls. The words WUGD, SIZIV, and VFKA are scribbled in what appears to be a hasty attempt at concealment. Nearby, cryptic numbers and letters 65C2 ITSAB 34T Equipan underscore 3014 to 41 seem to point to a specific location or password. The presence of names like Takla and Gekn BXN suggests that individuals may have been involved in this secretive activity. Messages scrawled on the walls seem to be a mix of codes and ciphers, but one thing is certain: someone or something has been trying to convey a hidden message. The presence of strange symbols and abbreviations suggests that this may not just be a case of vandalism, but something more sinister. It reaches its climax as the words "dumb" echo through the chamber. The messages on this page are likely a deliberate attempt to conceal the truth. The mention of fears and apparent suggests that something is being hidden, and the presence of unusual symbols and characters raises questions about the authenticity of the text. What could be the significance of these codes, and who or what is behind them? What's going on here? Why is everyone freaking out? What's behind these cryptic messages, scrawled in desperation on the walls of a world gone mad? It's not a toasting competition. Message scrawled on the wall, reading Ktinlat CNJVHH, Kamir Satin from CHR 7A77 the and E479L talent? HMHOX OBC 4T PCHR sum 72F9 who at 4T. The mess, but it looks like there's a hidden message within the seemingly random characters. I'm seeing references to locations and events from previous chapters. This could be more than just a simple cipher. Has been broken, and chaos reigns supreme. The numbers dance across the page like a madman's script, holding secrets that only the initiated can decipher. This, some kind of code. It looks like a mixture of letters and numbers. Is this what they call encrypted language? We need to crack this code if we're going to understand what's going on. But where do we even start? This could be our only lead. The message on the wall reads, "The talent is no longer able to function." What could this mean for the team's chances in the tournament? A jumbled mess, but it appears to be some sort of encrypted message or puzzle. The characters are scattered and don't seem to form any coherent words or phrases, making it difficult to decipher the meaning behind them. Notes on the wall reveal a mind in turmoil, struggling to express itself. It brought them together, but the weight of their curse hangs heavy over their love. Morse have been quiet lately, but the graffiti on the walls tells a different story. In the shadows, whispers of a mysterious force begin to emerge, hinting at a long-dormant power stirring in the depths of the city's underbelly. In the midst of chaos, a shocking revelation is about to unfold, one that will shake the very foundations of the world. The threads of fate are tangled, and the outcome hangs precariously in the balance. The messages on the wall seem to point to a mysterious code, but what do they really mean? The presence of Iavder in Can EBCCMB suggests a connection to an unknown entity or organization. Meanwhile, the scattered letters and symbols appear to be some sort of cipher, but deciphering it may hold the key to unraveling the truth behind this enigmatic message. The captain of the DC&T is saying goodbye to his sail as he boards a ship with his father. He's not sure what he'll face ahead, but he's determined to find out who has been leaving ley lines open for him to follow. Meanwhile, G160W2 Ricist looks on from the shadows, observing the scene with interest. Small and fragile, check out the stakes to be there, you will see the decoy. What's going on here? Totally unfazed. The hallways of the school seem to be a maze, with clubs and activities scattered about like breadcrumbs, each one beckoning students to join in on the fun. Amidst the chaos, the sound of dripping water echoes through the corridors, as if trying to get someone's attention. Symbols and abbreviations on this page are likely a deliberate attempt to obscure the contents, but one thing is certain, this page is not suitable for human eyes. Juan Nabe is a mysterious figure with an unknown past. The cryptic messages and numbers scattered around seem to point to a hidden code or message, but what does it mean? The guest list for this mysterious gathering has been leaked, and it appears to be a who's who of influential individuals with cryptic codes accompanying their names. What could be behind such secrecy? Any more obvious that something is very wrong here? Behind this strange code, scribbled on a worn notebook page, as if trying to convey a secret message? The abbreviations and cryptic symbols seem to hold a hidden truth, but what exactly is being encoded? A stranger's code is finally deciphered, revealing a cryptic message that speaks of an ancient power hidden in the ruins. The words _I=Alrance seem to hint at a long-forgotten name, while the presence of strange symbols and abbreviations suggests a connection to a powerful artifact. Safi has finally arrived. Cryptic message from Mori-chan, but what's the code behind it? His face says it all, he's clearly not a fan of the situation. Our world hangs in the balance, as Thol's cryptic message only adds to the mystery. But one thing is clear, we must find a way out of this labyrinthine city before it's too late. And yet, we're left with more questions than answers. Its power is growing stronger, but at what cost to the city? The people are losing hope, and I fear for their safety. Can we still find a way to stop him before it's too late? And where is everyone supposed to be? Ruby couldn't shake off the unsettling feeling of being watched. The cold air seemed to seep into her bones, making her shiver uncontrollably. Even the thought of it couldn't warm her up, much like the chill that whacked its way in through the hem of her pants. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of code and nonsense, but the artist's hand trembles as they scribble it down, hinting at a desperate attempt to convey a hidden truth. The cry echoes through the air as Ryujin's body contorts in agony, the once majestic castle now reduced to a smoldering ruin. His plan to begin the monthly bill November is on hold, postponed. He needs more time to make it manageable, and so, with a heavy heart, he writes to adjust the delivery schedule once again. A fierce gust of wind swept through the village, rustling the leaves and sending debris flying in all directions. Narohara, how do you know Kubchan in the third Okiirtarataz? What's your connection to a Bach Reezer 7U? The screen crackles to life, displaying a flurry of strange symbols and codes. It's as if the ship is being bombarded by an avalanche of information, each piece more cryptic than the last. Captain Ortega's eyes narrow, her mind racing with the implications of what she's seeing. The symbols on the wall seem to be a mix of ancient languages, but one phrase stands out: home. What does it mean? Is this a clue to unlocking the secrets of the unknown world beyond the portal? The message reads 4 Ri, followed by what appears to be a jumbled mix of letters and symbols. Suddenly, the words droop and -70D emerge from the chaos, leaving more questions than answers about the mysterious events unfolding on this page. Coyote's latest contraption has gone awry again, leaving him stranded in the middle of the desert with nothing but a handful of useless parts and a few choice words to describe his situation. In the midst of chaos, a glimmer of hope remains. The heart beats on, and in its depths, a spark of life flickers, refusing to be extinguished by the darkness that surrounds it. The words on the wall seem to be a code, but what do they mean? Dovt and WFL stand out as possible clues, while the rest appears to be random characters. What kind of message are they trying to convey? Frustration in his voice echoes through the empty streets as he frantically searches for a place to hide, but it's clear that hope is dwindling. His eyes scan the desolate landscape, yet every possibility seems to be slipping away from him. He's starting to wonder if anyone else has managed to escape this unrelenting chaos. The words "you can't go back" echo in his mind, a haunting reminder of the reality he's facing. The symbols on the wall seem to be a mix of languages, but one phrase stands out: "You cannot go there." Is that a warning or a reminder? In the midst of chaos, a nameless figure stands out: JYEMZT, an individual shrouded in mystery. The air is thick with tension as Quad CRIFA speaks, their voice laced with an air of command. Bless TL Hayes Kvapak 10 seems to be the focal point of their attention, but what does it hold? Meanwhile, WFOS whispers something to 4CD4TCHC, who looks on with a mixture of curiosity and concern. The atmosphere is heavy with foreboding, and Sue watches it all unfold with an air of detachment. In the Mel, where secrets are hidden in plain sight, even the most seemingly insignificant events can hold the key to unlocking a deeper truth. The whispers of Get in Kush echoed through the streets, leaving behind a trail of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. The whisper echoes through the darkness. The universe is playing a cruel joke on us, where even in our darkest moments, we think we've hit rock bottom, only to find there's always another depth to sink to. The symbols and codes on this page suggest a mysterious and potentially sinister plot, with references to secret messages, encoded communications, and clandestine operations. The presence of seemingly random characters and numbers adds to the sense of urgency and intrigue, hinting at a complex web of espionage and deception. In this desert, a lone figure wandered, searching for something. The sun beat down relentlessly, casting long shadows across the sand. But amidst the endless dunes, a glimmer of hope flickered to life. Don't keep ties so perfectly knotted when all you want to do is escape and be alone. What's on here? The message reads like a jumbled mess, but one thing is clear: the sender, likely an experienced operative, has gone to great lengths to conceal their communication. The use of nonsensical characters and code-like abbreviations suggests that this is more than just a simple password or encryption key. It's possible that this message contains crucial information, but only decipherable by those with the proper clearance or decryption expertise. Chaos. The streets are filled with an endless sea of faces, each one a blur of fear and confusion. To imagine anyone recommending these books, but the warning signs are certainly there. In battle, Captain San's bravado is matched only by his fear, and he's not above mocking himself to keep up appearances. His men are terrified, but they laugh along with him anyway, desperate for a distraction from their own terror. Now, as they face the unknown dangers ahead, even Captain San seems uncertain: can they really make it through this? What careless thing would a being with such a name and symbol get involved in? Of this chaotic universe, a cryptic message echoes through the cosmos, leaving behind a trail of bewildered minds. The words "what SCRTABCCKs WCLL?" seem to pierce the veil of reality, while the subsequent phrase "Ecluf Z3 Comenpek to USMHE and #EQEZLTT" hangs suspended, an enigmatic whisper in the darkness of space and time. It's lie hidden in the whispers of the past, and who will dare to uncover them? Anywhere, can you? Not even in the most unlikely places. And what's with all these cryptic messages? The message scrawled on this wall is a mystery that may never be solved, leaving behind only a trail of unanswered questions and a sense of unease in those who dare to decipher its meaning. What cryptic codes are these? We've been trying to decipher the language, but it's like nothing we've ever seen before. Is this some sort of ancient dialect or just a clever ruse? The message on the wall seems to be a desperate plea for help, written in a code that's almost impossible to decipher. What could it possibly mean? The message reads like a jumbled mix of letters and numbers, but it could potentially be broken down into a series of cryptic phrases or codes. Where time was broken, the very fabric of reality hung by a thread. The words echoed through the desolate landscape, a haunting reminder of the past. The clock tower stood tall, its gears frozen in time, as if waiting for the moment to begin again. On with the seemingly random letters and numbers. Is this some kind of code or a glimpse into a character's chaotic mind? The phrase Wakihiu stands out, but what does it mean in this context? And who is Hei's moment? Strange feeling, wondering if you'll ever truly understand the world around you. They're a jumbled mess, but it seems someone's trying to write a fan letter. Maybe they're looking for a response from their favorite author? It's a jumbled mess, but it seems to be some sort of encrypted message. It's unclear what it says or who wrote it. The language appears to be a mix of English and nonsensical characters. Further analysis would be needed to decipher its meaning. Handwriting on the wall read a desperate cry for help, with phrases like Silpenly and cried FCR second scattered across it. Amidst the chaos, the words who writ no 5 ORPSTF L stood out, a question that seemed to echo through the desolate space. Where language has descended into chaos, the letters and symbols on this page are a testament to the crude attempts at communication. The fragmented words and garbled text reflect the struggles of those who try to make sense in a society that seems determined to silence them. Ahead is a world of darkness, where the lines between reality and madness are blurred. In the midst of a catastrophic industrial disaster, a cryptic message scrawls across the walls, echoing with desperation and urgency. The words Safeteen KFTHGHED PRCBA3L/ seem to hold the key to unlocking the truth behind the calamity, but their meaning is shrouded in mystery. See what's going on here. It seems like a jumbled mess of letters and symbols, but as I look closer, I notice that some of it might be code or a cipher. The way the words are cut off and rearranged makes me wonder if someone is trying to convey a hidden message. Notes on the wall seem to be a code, but what do they mean? The words too real _ and ween Iker Neek FCOL stand out, as if trying to convey a hidden message. But it's unclear what this cryptic language is meant to reveal. In here, with Seden Kinzep and Fkalashisi, it looks like a code or a cryptic message. And then there's the mention of pip 4t maeu less than et? Way 44c and astav that ask, cavat, like sikoe, get 4re47 / it sounds like a mix of code and some kind of warning or alert. And what about a Kirilashiig 47 et at CORS SAC TFN equals PPO 363 LYJNIPO for Junior der Starms T7S? It's like trying to decipher a puzzle, but without more context, it's impossible to say for sure what's going on. In a chaotic world, one thing is clear: the truth is not what it seems. The code etched onto the ancient artifact's surface reveals a mysterious message, hinting at a long-lost civilization and its connection to the enigmatic entity known as Hilaruesism. A jumbled mess, but it seems like they're trying to convey a sense of urgency and chaos. The use of all caps and random letters and numbers creates a sense of disorder and confusion. It's as if the characters are scrambling to decipher the codes and understand what's happening. The mention of Secrec and SUPRCREDTHATCRPREDTHRSCUB suggests that there's something sinister or catastrophic at play. Notes reveal a cryptic message, hinting at a mysterious event or location known as GAP-F. The mention of ARME in text 3410 suggests a connection to an unknown protocol or code. A date to a Satur DAYOEC appears to be embedded within the text, possibly indicating a significant day or anniversary. The overall tone is one of secrecy and urgency, implying that these notes may hold crucial information for someone familiar with this encoded language. These calculations are getting a bit out of hand here, with numbers and codes flying everywhere. I wonder if anyone's still keeping track of what's going on. Transmission has been intercepted from an unknown source, hinting at a possible anomaly in the POS7S element FNGORP on RLEC HES. The mention of folks and ICUI suggests that this message may be related to a larger, more complex issue involving multiple parties. I'm lost and anxious, but I'm trying to think positively. East feels like a place where I can rediscover myself and rekindle my passion for life. There's this feeling of wanting to reaffirm my connection with nature and the world around me. And I want to tell you that no matter what's happening, you still have the power to make it through. Don't give up. Where logic is turned upside down, the words always manmekag echo through the realms, as the very fabric of reality begins to unravel. The cryptic message speaks of a mysterious entity known as Oota, which seems to hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the multiverse. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a figure known only as Zexi watches and waits, as the threads of fate begin to converge. In the midst of chaos, a lone figure emerged with a fierce determination, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, but little did they know, their greatest enemy was not what they expected. In chaos, Kyrios' words echoed through the desolate landscape, a haunting reminder of the devastating power of their own emotions. A message, scrawled on the wall. The words seem to be a code, but what do they mean? Numbers and abbreviations seem to be a mix of codes, but the phrase JD4 stands out. It could be a reference to an event or location, possibly a code for a secret meeting or a hidden message. The message scrawled on this page reads like a jumbled mix of codes and abbreviations, leaving the questioner to decipher its meaning. Kaney's inquiry about SOA is met with an equally enigmatic response, listing seemingly unrelated words and acronyms. C-Hex stands out as a possible connection, but what it signifies remains unclear. The mention of Herb's involvement in some unknown manner adds another layer of complexity, while the reference to Deal Reason raises more questions than answers about Kaney's motivations for asking such a peculiar question. What world is going on here? This face, it's just too much. Well, Siles, what have you gotten yourself into now? And who's Hook? I thought we were just playing a game of Mal. Basha, explain yourself. What's going on here? It seems like a chaotic and disturbing scene. Wash, what's happening to you? What are you trying to tell me, Minna? That you want to really win at it, see what happens, go over and do something, or all of the above? Your message is as clear as mud. The old man still lingered in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as he gazed at the ancient tomes on the shelves of Kaboshi Suisse at Ren Library. In the code, a sequence of seemingly unrelated characters and numbers is scattered across the page, suggesting that the protagonist has stumbled upon a mysterious message or perhaps an encrypted note. The presence of numerical codes and special characters implies that the sender was trying to convey information in a secure manner, but it remains unclear what specific information is being encoded or who might be behind this enigmatic communication. A message scrawled on the wall, filled with seemingly random numbers and codes. The scribbles appear to be a mix of mathematical equations, symbols, and what looks like a distorted language. The writer's intentions are unclear, but the urgency and desperation in the writing suggest a hidden meaning that only a few may decipher. The roll of the dice yields a 7. Yamashita's mysterious ritual has begun, marked by a series of enigmatic numbers and symbols. The air is thick with anticipation as she prepares to summon the power of the unknown. On. Journal entry reads 1 on the first page, followed by a sketch of a witch and the date 110. The handwritten note F, swing, seems out of place among the other entries. A script on the ancient wall reads Ignviki, a phrase that has been etched in the memories of the village elder for centuries. A list of characters and contents, with names like Kuli Shu, Kunki Makik, and Dekrefang, jumbled together in a seemingly random order. The page numbers listed as page.46, page.47.5, and others suggest that this is some sort of index or table of contents for a larger work. Scribbled notes cover the page, a mix of confusion and determination etched on their face as they ponder the challenges ahead. Page number 46 appears alongside an assortment of seemingly unrelated text and numbers. The mention of Awanat is unclear, while the phrase PCCOFI like their $SCHBTHES0 or 4435 their S or their 2SC suggests a mix of abbreviations, possibly related to a specific location or code. The following lines, featuring a jumbled collection of numbers and letters, only add to the confusion. KH4T do I commenture 6C7 Sugansi, which appears to be an attempt at communication in a coded language. The student is struggling to decide on their post-graduation plans, unsure of what path to take next. If it's something you really want to do, then no matter how tough it may seem, be willing to become what you need to be. Or not, the choice is yours. Whatever you want to be, it starts here. And it's up to you. Whatever choice you make, know that I'll always be here for you, as your ally and friend. Chaotic scene, with S5LS_Y and TCUL in the midst of a frenzied battle. The sound effects are loud and jarring, with blasts of energy crackling through the air. Meanwhile, OK seems to be dancing. What world is going on here? It looks like some kind of crazy code, but I think I see a few words hidden among the gibberish. Ha! Indeed, and then there's wanted. Wait, what does that even mean? And who or what are these people? Some kind of twisted code, a mix of letters and numbers that defy all logic. It looks like a desperate attempt to convey a message, but the symbols are jumbled and nonsensical. Is this some sort of encrypted language or just a prank gone wrong? Notes on the wall seem to be a mix of frustration and desperation, as if the writer is trying to convey a complex idea but struggling to put it into words. It's almost as if they're speaking out loud, wondering if anyone will truly understand what they're trying to say. Notes on the wall seem to be a mix of frantic thoughts and fragmented phrases, hinting at a desperate attempt to convey a crucial message. What commotion? What deal about taking a shortcut to get to that college, anyway? What's on here? It seems like a cryptic message. CYA, SIMXE, this doesn't make any sense. Is it some kind of code? The code is being transmitted, but the context and meaning are unclear. The characters appear to be a mix of numbers, letters, and symbols, suggesting a possible encryption or coded message. The inclusion of what appears to be a timestamp, 31 foot, and a location, CPAP adds an air of mystery, implying that this code may be related to a specific event or operation. The protagonist's life is spiraling out of control, with whole features falling apart and even their name becoming a jumbled mess. The struggle to maintain a semblance of normalcy is evident in the mix of words and phrases that are barely legible. Is this some kind of dark omen or just the product of a chaotic mind? The symbols etched into the stone wall seem to tell a story of their own, but what did they mean? Was it an ancient language or simply a code left behind by the mysterious inhabitants of this forsaken place? On here, and will it really make a difference in the end? The text is a cryptic mixture of language and symbol, hinting at a long-forgotten civilization that once thrived in this land. The author's name, Frozisly MCLLDU, is scribbled in the margin, as if they were working on a final draft before disappearing into the annals of history. Cheering for the Light Music Club's live performance, and the energy is electric. The screen flicker and distort, revealing a cryptic message in a language that seems almost nonsensical. Amidst the jumbled letters and numbers, a few phrases stand out: 603DTHNN, FUNAC, and THINS. It's as if someone has intentionally scrambled the text to conceal its true meaning. Year, and what's with the sarcastic tone about being a cynical person like his alt? The CHIO_Chan sounds familiar. Is that some kind of online channel or community he's a part of? Memories linger, a bittersweet reminder of the vastness between them. Far away, the silence screams with an emptiness that's almost deafening. On here, it seems like a jumbled mess. Someone scrawled out cryptic messages, and there are numbers everywhere. It looks like a code, but what does it mean? What cryptic message is this? It looks like a mix of random letters and numbers, but there's something eerie about it. Message scrawled on the wall, its meaning shrouded in mystery. Notes on the wall reveal a cryptic message, hinting at a dark and sinister force lurking in the shadows. Finally found her way back to her home, she couldn't shake off the feeling of unease that lingered within her. The memories of the terse stir Kerr homable SLP Fort Kerr still haunted her, and she wondered if she would ever be able to truly call this place home again. The message from Metman is a warning to DCCC, but what could it possibly mean? Is this some kind of twisted game or a desperate plea for help? The codes and acronyms are a mystery, but one thing is certain: something has gone terribly wrong. It's a mess, but it seems like someone's trying to hide something, or send a message. The question marks and random letters are making my head spin. What does it all mean? The message is a jumbled mix of letters and numbers, but one thing is clear: it's a code that needs to be cracked. Scully, can you make sense of this? That the conversation has taken a dramatic turn, with emotions running high and tensions rising. The mention of potentially being at their closest yet also implies a sense of foreboding and uncertainty about what might happen next. The use of all capital letters for certain words or phrases adds to the intensity of the situation, emphasizing the importance of the messages being conveyed. Words hung in the air, a desperate plea that seemed to carry more weight than any answer. Despite the fear and uncertainty that had gripped them, they couldn't bear the thought of not being loved. Another has passed, but the memories of Zay's 13th birthday remain. Adulthood is settling in, and Ace's carefree years are slowly disappearing like the fading leaves of autumn. As the numbers 4442 and JFJEJ scrawled on this page offer little to no context. What does this mean? Melkampf, what fine AAI? It can't be. This is impossible. Where logic is the only law, it seems that chaos has finally taken its toll on the once organized society. The code is getting mangled, but it seems to be some kind of encrypted message. I'm not sure what's going on here. What's happening to the Valor vehicle, and why is it losing its life cycle in this era? The referral number is unclear, and the top things are either forgotten or never recorded. This is the art club. You're selling out just for what you want to do. The draw is not worth it. The script for the school performance was getting shorter and shorter, but it still had to convey a meaningful message. The final words seemed to be scribbled in haste, with only fragments of thoughts left behind. In his third attempt to pass the exam, John Ney scribbled down any word that came to mind, hoping against hope that some of them would be correct. The result was a jumbled mess of letters and symbols that made no sense whatsoever. It was clear that Getty had not learned anything in his time at school, and it remained to be seen whether he would ever amount to anything. It appears to be a jumbled mix of letters and symbols, possibly a result of OCR errors or a cipher. The text is unreadable in its current form. What's on here? It looks like a mix of codes and cryptic messages, but I'll try to decipher it for you. It is often louder than any word. Of her mother's words echoed in her mind as she stood at the edge of the cliff, the wind whipping her hair into a frenzy. The vast expanse below seemed to stretch out endlessly, a reminder of the choices she had made and the path that lay ahead. The alleyway is filled with graffiti and trash, a stark contrast to the grand city above. A lone figure emerges from the shadows, their face obscured by a hoodie, as they begin to scrub away at a particularly stubborn tag on the wall. It's the perfect selfie, don't you? Icy City, 32-year-old skydiving to put on a king face. Even house, isn't that real? Aren't you alright? Fine. 7 faces, the god of life. Take care, I'm fine. See enough? Notes and codes scattered across this page hint at a secret language or encryption method, possibly used by the characters in their clandestine activities. The presence of seemingly unrelated numbers and symbols suggests that deciphering these codes may hold the key to unlocking crucial information about the plot's progression. Where the very fabric of reality seems to be unraveling, a question hangs in the air like a challenge: do they even care that we're watching them, or are they simply too caught up in their own games? The silence is deafening. The laboratory was a mess, with broken equipment and scattered papers everywhere. In the center of the room, Dr. Maki stood over a workbench, his eyes fixed on the strange device in front of him. Messages scrawled on these walls tell a tale of desperation and urgency. But what do they mean? Hizi Kopai's frantic handwriting seems to be a code, but for what purpose? The mention of YOLLA 207Z CVRC LI BFCO YEZZ CUF colink PED YRCH raises more questions than answers. Is this some sort of hidden message or just the ramblings of a troubled mind? Attempt to decode the encrypted message, Don frantically typed out a series of seemingly unrelated numbers and symbols, hoping against hope that it would reveal some hidden pattern or clue. The keyboard clacked away under his fingers as he worked tirelessly to unravel the mystery. This? A cryptic message scrawled in haste, a desperate attempt to convey a warning or a plea. The words dance across the page in a mad jumble of letters and symbols, a code that only a select few might be able to decipher. In a bid to escape, Kita and his group made their way through the treacherous terrain, facing off against numerous foes. Their quest was far from over, as they still had to reach the fabled Rio and Yo, ULCDEFCs were no 3C7YW2E, a place rumored to hold the secrets of their past and the key to their future survival. Of YDYRE Happy's thoughts is a wonder to behold, as if the very fabric of sanity has been torn apart by the cacophony of ideas and emotions that swirl within. It appears to be distorted, but I'll try to make sense of it. It looks like a mix of letters and numbers, possibly encrypted or coded. Without more context or information about the code, I can only provide a possible interpretation. The script before us seems to be a jumbled mix of numbers and letters. It's unclear what this message is trying to convey, but it appears to be some sort of code or encryption key. Further investigation would be required to unravel its secrets. Silence was broken by a single, unsettling word, CKY. Amidst the cryptic codes and symbols, one phrase stood out like a beacon of dread, with SCWEHVS. What did it mean? And what lay hidden in the depths of this mysterious message? The message scrawled on the wall, a desperate attempt to convey a hidden truth amidst chaos. The letters dance across the page, a jumbled mix of codes and ciphers, each one holding a secret, each one begging to be deciphered. The screen flicker with rage as Lemur screams, "You're going down. You're a joke, and it's time someone put you in your place." Able to count the seconds until our summer performance together, and make our lives better forever? The scribbles on the wall seem to be a desperate attempt at communication, but what do they mean? Is this a code, or just the ramblings of a deranged mind? A new era has begun, as Kunwad Garo stands at the threshold of an unprecedented chapter in the history of this world. We've reached a point of creative expression, but not in the classical sense. This appears to be a mix of jumbled words, script notes, and perhaps even some form of code. The content is unclear, making it difficult to discern any coherent narrative or emotional resonance. Whisper seems to echo through the empty halls. We've reached a point of utter chaos, with cryptic codes and nonsensical phrases scattered across the page. The characters' sanity is beginning to fray, and it's unclear what's real and what's just a product of their own fractured minds. What twisted game is this, where the players are forced to surrender their names and codes? The Zarf ones seem to be playing by their own rules, as usual. But what's behind the cancellations in the EFRCC ranks? Is it just a routine reshuffling or something more sinister at play? Of the university's math department is palpable, with students and professors alike struggling to make sense of the latest string theory. In the midst of this academic madness, one student stands out, a brilliant but rebellious mind who dares to challenge the conventional wisdom. But as they delve deeper into the mysteries of the universe, they begin to uncover secrets that threaten to upend everything they thought they knew about reality itself. It's like the text has been intentionally distorted and contains various non-ASCII characters, making it difficult to decipher. However, if I had to extract a coherent sentence or phrase from this mess, I would suggest: what chaos is this? The scribbles and symbols don't make any sense. Is this some sort of code or a message from a madman? A message scrawled on the wall, a desperate attempt to convey meaning in a world that's lost its way. But what does it say, really? Is this the ravings of a madman or a hidden truth waiting to be uncovered? The field is in chaos, with the sound of gunfire and explosions echoing through the air. Super Dupe and Flannel are on the attack, but they're met with fierce resistance from the enemy forces. As Flannel and his team are fighting for their lives, while Wolpe looks on with a mixture of concern and determination. Meanwhile, Tilly and her allies are preparing to launch a counterattack, but they'll need all their skills and strength to take down the enemy's strongest warriors. The outcome is far from certain, and only time will tell who will emerge victorious. In the chaotic world, AV and MZAT are colliding, with TESA's Turvs Rhines and 63 TC45 SP trying to make sense of it all. Amidst the madness, Nifku Beach TYLE is searching for answers, while HAC tries to keep up. Meanwhile, Mayrarkas Los AHD stuff cost LSD Doni, TCO Scuns GRA and happening are unfolding, with SaxFO? Konalayan S4 INDS JDLR Isiana by CARTAF host? TAH, VSHCE_ is caught in the middle. Viets is trying to make sense of it all, but CKX and #AA are just getting started. GZNPWE is getting anxious, while Srins and LuJMA, Dawa S65TXY are watching from the sidelines. JT's Evtrans CRZ and his son's TOS 7 Easy is trying to shine a light on the chaos, but yeah, EA and GCK are just trying to survive. FRS04 equals XDOLE3 NCH More Flaves is trying to bring some order to the chaos, while QCM3 IYCEY4 TSCZ Kvarasalizi equals Fex Chairs VGTCJZRCW4 tries to decipher the meaning behind it all. Yeep, we FEVF are just along for the ride. This has consumed her mind, leading her to scribble such nonsensical words across the pages of this once respected tome. The ink flows like a river of chaos, as if she's trying to exorcise some demon from her very soul. And what's with these cryptic symbols, scattered like confetti across the page? It's as if she's speaking in tongues, trying to convey some hidden truth that only the initiated can decipher. But I fear it's nothing more than a desperate cry for help, a scream into the void that will be lost forever in the silence of this forsaken place. What's on here? The cryptic numbers and codes are starting to make sense. 3 times 10 to the power of 7 could be a password, or maybe it's a reference number. And what's with the all caps YEAA? Is that some kind of signal or acronym? What sorcery is this? The language is as twisted as the dark magic that's been brewing in these woods. Can it be that even the most seasoned warriors are not immune to its corrupting influence? The line between loyalty and betrayal blurs, and the fabric of our alliance begins to fray. Long journey so far. What new challenges await us now? Point comes at page 48. On this page seem to be a mix of random words, numbers, and symbols. It's unclear what the original intention was behind writing this content, but it appears to be some form of nonsensical text. What sorcery is this, where words are jumbled and meaning is lost? The kitchen, the journal, the notes, all seemingly unrelated. Is this a puzzle to be solved, or a reflection of a mind in chaos? The characters are trying to decipher a cryptic message, but the numbers and codes scattered across the page only add to the mystery. The text and characters on this page are a far cry from the peaceful village that was once home to our heroes. It seems that darkness has taken hold, and even the land itself appears to be twisted and corrupted. Chaos has befallen the kingdom. The once peaceful streets are now filled with chaos and destruction. It's ticking down to the final confrontation with Yixi's forces. What sorcery is this? CC'd scribbles defying all logic and reason. The words blur together like a madman's ravings. This code reveals a hidden message, hinting at a long-forgotten tale of ancient power and forbidden knowledge. Symbols scrolling by, a chaotic mix of letters and codes, the faint hum of machinery in the background. A jumbled mix of letters and numbers, but it appears to be some sort of encrypted message. I wonder what secrets it holds. The heartbeat echoes through the abandoned streets, a haunting reminder of the chaos that once ravaged the city. At the heart of this mysterious code, where symbols and letters blend in a chaotic dance. Cover art of the Sisal Twins manga series, created by the renowned artist Kudai Makio Oaten, hints at a story filled with adventure and excitement. The city of trucked ATL lies hidden beneath the sands, its secrets guarded by the mysterious Tubbers and their enigmatic leader, Hebsit. Check out the new houses on the block with you. Sisal is scribbled in messy handwriting, surrounded by illegible codes and notes. It appears to be a cryptic reference to someone or something, but the meaning remains unclear. The text is filled with cryptic symbols and markings, a code that only the initiated can decipher. The air is thick with an otherworldly energy, as if the very fabric of reality is being manipulated. In this mysterious world, secrets are hidden in plain sight, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to seek them out. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a desperate attempt at communication, but its meaning is shrouded in mystery. The message reads, Seek a WMFTYCLROY/REMCRIF LSLC PRCBLC take early Kflade Rusali TC Val. BZNYNGTL BJFLO for GCRKEX Cerno BJNFIVG Ligem AHA HAP 60747 #AKSI 46CB97 H Baki. The character's frantic scribbles hint at a desperate attempt to convey a vital piece of information. It's ticking, and Hinata's moment of truth has finally arrived. Will it be a triumph or a tragedy? About him, but he's not even here. What is this supposed to be, some kind of joke or something? It's all so confusing. In the end of lucid clarity, the concept of irreversibility dawned on me. The past, once lost forever, now seemed within reach, its secrets waiting to be unraveled. The numbers and symbols swirled around me, a mad dance of forgotten knowledge. And yet, amidst this chaos, I felt a glimmer of understanding, a fleeting sense that the mysteries of the universe were not so mysterious after all. Message: TQB writes about the SCMETANSLK low or even NZNNGCDLTP Life IN KKNSSLUDP, referencing codes and numbers. Kiku Niki's journey will continue. What neighborhood is this, where the streets are filled with such hostility and disdain? The words of Thobe Works echo through the air, a cruel taunt that seems to fuel the anger of those around him. Mysterious encounter. What secrets lie behind Sock's enigmatic expression? Ominous energy emanates from the once mighty warrior now known as Dark Migral. His eyes, once bright with hope and courage, have been consumed by an unrelenting darkness that threatens to destroy all in its path. The 49th page and already Che is confused about what happened next. It seems like someone or something has messed with their memory, and now they're trying to piece together the events that led up to, wait, what was the question again? The messages scrawled across the walls seem to be a mix of code and madness, but one thing is clear, someone has been trying to convey a secret. The words HET4INKKS and REUAR Dilly are repeated with an almost frantic intensity, as if the writer was desperate to get their point across. But what does it all mean? Can truly forget their past? The weight of memories can be crushing. They've turned to a crucial page, one that marks the halfway point in their journey. Various equation zeal is scribbled in the margin, accompanied by a series of seemingly unrelated symbols and notes. It appears to be a cryptic message from Carrick, with references to Hihili 4 and Kaz CLE, possibly hinting at an encrypted code or a hidden plot thread. The message is slowly revealing itself, but the meaning remains elusive. The fragments of words and symbols seem to be hinting at a hidden truth, waiting to be deciphered. The air is thick with anticipation as the team struggles to piece together the puzzle. The symbols on this ancient wall hint at a long-lost civilization, where numbers and letters were used in strange combinations to conceal secrets from the outside world. In of his mind, a conflict raged like a tempest. The shadows of his past converged with the weight of his secrets, threatening to consume him whole. He struggled to confess, to unburden himself of the burdens that had been weighing him down for so long. But fear and doubt held him back, as they often did. Tokyo are alive with the rhythm of city life, but amidst the neon lights and bustling crowds, a hidden world of secrets and lies is waiting to be uncovered. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mixture of jargon and nonsense, but one phrase catches my attention, Evriksy. It's as if the author is trying to convey something specific, but in a code that only they understand. The handwriting is erratic, with random letters and symbols scattered throughout the text. The of the ancient city lies in ruins, a testament to the devastating power of the long-forgotten war. The once majestic architecture now stands as a mere shadow of its former self, worn down by the relentless passage of time and the ravages of conflict. Notes scattered across the walls seem to point to a sinister plot, but what does it all mean? The words local and TFNS are repeated, as if trying to convey a crucial message. Amidst the chaos, one phrase stands out: "The wrong man is coming." Is this a warning or a prediction? Yes. The encrypted message stares back, a labyrinth of letters and symbols that hold secrets yet unknown. A mysterious message, encrypted with codes and abbreviations. What does it mean? The message reads 754L_7 bear FEJKTH4T70.24, a mysterious code that may hold the key to unlocking a deeper understanding of the narrative. This stranger, TDE, seem to be hiding secrets behind their cryptic messages and codes. The mention of ZPKVSSG and CIFCHS ANSIAS in 4 raised more questions than answers, while the PLSOCKL Steri in 46 ALWAV's entries only added to the enigma. What was TDE trying to convey, and what lay hidden in these seemingly nonsensical words? The message scrawled on the wall of a mysterious laboratory reads 0Phi_TCUYG, FL1, 11, Ju7 #I #AKI, TOL, while a nearby console displays a stream of seemingly unrelated numbers and codes. In the corner, a figure in a lab coat is seen scribbling notes, including AUU, EJUT MEF1TA in Princer Hacken 0 ENY. The air is thick with tension as if something has gone terribly wrong. Where magic and technology coexist, there exist some who possess the rare ability to forge 7. Where code and reality are blurred, a mysterious message scrawled on the wall stands as a testament to the fragmented minds of its inhabitants. The echoes of desperation linger in the abandoned streets, where cryptography meets chaos. A lone figure whispers a sigh, aware that deciphering the truth may be their only hope for survival. This is deafening, but the truth will be revealed. And now my spine as I stood there, paralyzed with terror. Because my parents said so. Your behavior has nothing to do with your personality or anything like that. Even if you're not great at sins in, you can't just give up on everything, listening or sleeping socially adept, whether you have parents or not, it doesn't matter. Even if you're super stubborn now, even your grades are just average. Why do you act so weird sometimes? Nothing without all those things. What does it matter if there's one more taken away? Message, scrawled in haste. Beings of great power stir once more. The first circle is being reactivated. The implications are catastrophic. What's on in the mind of someone who's struggling with self-esteem? Is it a battle to keep their demons at bay, or just a desperate attempt to prove something to themselves? The scribbles and symbols scattered across this page only add to the mystery. Where freedom is as fleeting as the wind, the oppressed masses toil under the yoke of oppressive regimes, fighting for scraps of liberty amidst the suffocating weight of tyranny. The echoes of resistance reverberate through the ages, with each generation rising up against the shackles that bind them, their struggles etched in the fabric of history like the indelible marks on the soul. The messages on the wall seem to point to a mysterious code, while the presence of flowers and a name in the margin hints at a deeper emotional significance. The thriving streets of Tratsine JF are now eerily deserted, with the remnants of a failed experiment in social control still visible. The inhabitants have been plagued by a mysterious illness, known only as Ixancer, and many have begun to lose hope for their future. The frustration in his voice is palpable, a reflection of the unresolvable problems that haunt him, problems he can't even begin to tackle, let alone solve. His eyes scan the newspaper, stopping at the title "A Spy's Sustainable Life," a phrase that seems laughable given his own situation. The words "HCI" are scribbled in the margin, followed by 8, VCNT try to PLLFASCNEHEZ equals, a jumbled mix of language and code. Nearby, the phrase "Pregnaked 74A Binaby" is underlined twice, with HMKFRLE, Y4A not written in a hasty scrawl above it. A strange code, full of abbreviations and nonsensical letters. It seems to be a jumbled mix of technical terms, perhaps from an old manual or a cryptic message. The mention of DG and _fast_ suggests some sort of system or protocol, while the use of numbers like 474.16 implies a specific measurement or calculation. But what does it all mean? A language that holds secrets and stories of those who came before. In the shadows, whispers speak of forbidden knowledge, and the weight of secrets kept is crushing. Maniacally as he writes his twisted manifesto, proof that he'll stop at nothing to claim his freedom. Bid to escape the situation, Kudai is making his move, but will it be enough to save him? Ending, and it's all so very real now. In abandoned asylum, I found a cryptic message scrawled on the wall. It reads IST, ECD CFUs S left hands followed by various codes and symbols. The only legible phrase is Lok 5 EAAI 0 Jess. What could it mean? Is this a warning, or a clue to unlock the secrets of this forsaken place? Yamashita's eyes widened as she stared at the ominous symbol etched into her diary's cover, VS standing for a dark and foreboding presence that was slowly taking hold of her life. What's on here? It looks like a cryptic message, but I'll try to decipher it. XAA could be a code or an acronym, and then there's CLDR, which doesn't seem to make sense either. Is this some kind of secret language? Within the heart of darkness, where shadows dance with an otherworldly presence. What code is this? The numbers and letters seem to be some sort of encrypted message. Is it a puzzle or a clue to something? The words totally for Dadii stand out, but what do they mean in the context of this mysterious code? The code on the wall reads 354YH pawns and TCDAX 1MGJ, while the phone numbers and codes seem to be a mix of random characters. It's as if someone tried to conceal a message within this mess. The codes and symbols etched into these walls tell a story of a world gone mad, where numbers and letters blend together in a dance of chaos. Codes and abbreviations scattered across this page hint at a world where secrets are hidden in plain sight. Clues to decipher the mysterious language may lie in the context of the story, but for now, the meaning behind these coded messages remains elusive. Some kind of numbers and symbols to you. The message reads ETFLFO, ein, but we've deciphered the code to reveal a crucial piece of information. The location of the hidden vault is tied to an ancient ritual involving the alignment of celestial bodies. Meaning behind these chaotic symbols and numbers? Are they some sort of code, or a desperate cry for help from someone trapped in this strange world? The air is thick with tension as Genizol's words echo through the void. Suddenly, the scene shifts to HLF, their eyes fixed intently on something off-screen. Is it a warning, a threat, or a plea for rescue? The message on this ancient artifact reads like a mix of codes and nonsense. Nilki's eyes narrow as she attempts to decipher the meaning behind one E and jerk TNT. The symbols etched into the walls seem to be a mix of ancient languages, with no clear pattern or meaning emerging. It's as if the very fabric of language has been twisted and distorted here. This can't be happening. What's going on here? In the midst of the ancient forest, a hidden village lay shrouded in mystery, its inhabitants living in harmony with nature until the arrival of strangers. It contains a series of seemingly unrelated codes and abbreviations, suggesting that it may be a technical or cryptic passage within the manga. The code on this message reads 3 EBAC RLN, with the words SM and a seemingly unrelated number, 6330 CHA. What could it possibly mean? Codes scattered across the room, a cryptic message left behind by an unknown entity. The faint hum of machinery still echoes through the air, a reminder of the events that transpired here. The message scrawled on this page seems to be a mix of code and gibberish. AYRC could potentially stand for attack yielding rapid capture, but without more context, its meaning remains unclear. Similarly, the string of numbers and letters that follow YK/YBOFM7 #AC #LC6414CU2 or ANFAC NCKS IERI FBI4 EKLCA7 IFLI6OD appears to be some form of encrypted data or perhaps a map coordinate. The final line, 194 CCTTA5U WFOS herself, seems out of place, as if someone attempted to scribble a personal message in the corner, but even this is encoded with a mix of symbols and letters that defy deciphering. The overall effect is one of confusion, suggesting that whatever events led up to this page were chaotic and possibly sinister. Codes and symbols scattered across the page seem to hold a dark and ancient power. As I gaze upon them, I sense a malevolent energy stirring, as if the very fabric of reality is beginning to unravel. A complex sequence of letters and numbers, but one thing is clear: the author's handwriting has become increasingly erratic over time. The use of abbreviations like BFNS for best friends now, Sweetie suggests a familiarity with codes that borders on obsession. As we continue to decipher this page, it becomes apparent that our protagonist is struggling to maintain control, resorting to arcane symbols and nonsensical combinations in an effort to keep their thoughts hidden from prying eyes. The writing itself is a reflection of the turmoil that lies within, a chaotic mix of the rational and the irrational. No more than 10 years old, stood frozen in terror, her eyes fixed on the dark figure looming behind her. The air was thick with an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of distant screams and the faint rustling of leaves. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine as she felt a cold presence closing in around her. "Where is my mother?" she cried out, but her voice was barely audible over the deafening roar in her head. This code etched into the wall seems to be a mix of numbers and letters, but what could it possibly mean? Scrawled across the wall reads like a chaotic code, but it's clear that these symbols and letters are a form of secret communication. Who among the rebels is behind this message, and what does it really mean? Echoes through the abandoned factory, the only sound amidst the silence. Ancient language, the secrets of the forest whisper through the trees, a mystical world where words hold hidden meanings and the wind carries the whispers of the past. The mists are filled with the sounds of rebellion, as the people rise up against their oppressors. In the midst of chaos, a young rebel named Mox stands tall, leading the charge against the tyrannical government. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a mysterious figure known only as the Foz watches and waits, pulling the strings of power from behind the scenes. We've reached the midpoint of Axe's high school journey, and already the memories are starting to fade like the last wisps of spring. Ends with Kanchan's triumphant Insta-Bancho declaration, leaving readers eager to see what Jukna's next move will be, a cliffhanger to remember, marked by the ominous to be continued, hinting at the intensity and suspense that lies ahead. The message appears to be a mix of code and random characters, but one thing is clear: something has gone terribly wrong. The mention of feel YOLNG and feel TOUG suggests that the writer was experiencing intense emotions, possibly desperation or anxiety. The repeated use of numbers, such as #RI201224, #EWADK1L, and 712-6206, implies a sense of urgency and importance, but it's unclear what they signify. The overall tone is one of chaos and disarray. Yamashita's eyes widened as she stared at the mysterious journal, its pages filled with cryptic notes and symbols. A mysterious ritual is unfolding, with Horma at its center, surrounded by the characters Kudai Makio, Takumi Asal, and others. The air is thick with anticipation and foreboding. Where numbers reign supreme, the concept of identity is reduced to mere digits. Here, the enigmatic figure known as Aken seems to hold a secret that could change the course of this numerical society forever. Chapters are about to unfold. Turn of events, the best-selling young adult novel year has surpassed 25 million copies sold worldwide. Notes scribbled on page 51 seem to hold a hidden message, but it's unclear what they mean. Could this be the work of Maochar, or perhaps a code left behind by Runner 4? The final page of the manga, marking the conclusion of a pivotal chapter in the story. The reader is left with a sense of satisfaction and closure as the main characters' arcs come to a head. The message scrawled on this ancient parchment is a jumbled mix of numbers, symbols, and letters, hinting at a long-forgotten language or code. Scholars have attempted to decipher its meaning, but so far, none have cracked the code. The messages and codes on this page seem to be a puzzle waiting to be solved. With the letters and symbols scattered across the text, it appears that someone has been attempting to convey a hidden message or encrypt important information. But what does it all mean? Is it a clue left behind by a character in the story, or perhaps a red herring meant to mislead the protagonist or even the reader? A message scrawled on a wall, its meaning shrouded in mystery. The letters seem to be a mix of code and nonsense, with no apparent pattern or structure. Is this a clue left by the protagonist, or simply the ramblings of someone who's lost their grip on reality? It appears to be a jumbled mix of letters and symbols, but it's likely an encoded message or a section of the manga script that has been corrupted. Further investigation is needed to decipher its meaning. In the midst of chaos, Takumi's voice echoes through the void, a desperate cry for help that only he hopes will be heard. His eyes scan the desolate landscape, searching for any sign of rescue or reprieve from the crushing weight of his destiny. But all around him lies an unsettling silence, as if the very world itself is holding its breath in anticipation of what's to come. Symbols and codes are a mystery waiting to be unraveled. What secrets lie hidden in the seemingly random letters and numbers? What's lie hidden in the mind of Newell, a man with a mysterious past and a code that holds the key to his true identity? The numbers and letters dance across the page, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Can we uncover the truth behind the enigmatic S4tel and the cryptic messages that swirl around it? There's to be a distorted or encoded text, possibly from a manga page with intentional font or cipher usage for aesthetic purposes. A message scrawled across the page, as if written in haste. The words dance across the paper, a jumbled mix of letters and symbols that defy deciphering. It's as if the writer was trying to convey a hidden truth, but the code itself remains a mystery. Notes on the wall seem to be a code, but the meaning behind them is unclear. Notes on this page seem to be a mix of nonsensical phrases and random letters, as if the author was trying to convey a message in code. It's unclear what significance these words hold or whether they're even meant to be understood literally. Symbols and codes scattered across the page seem to hold a hidden message, but it's unclear what they might mean or how they're connected. The message scrawled on the wall, a desperate attempt to convey a warning or a plea for help. But to who? And from whom? The code, if it can be deciphered, may hold the key to unraveling the mysteries that have plagued this forsaken place. What madness is this? The scribbles on the wall, the random letters and numbers, it's as if someone's trying to convey a secret message, but in code. And what's with all these names and addresses? Is this some sort of cryptic communication or just the ravings of a deranged mind? The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a jumbled mix of words and numbers, but something about it sends a shiver down your spine. It's empty, the only sound is the distant hum of a single engine, and in the distance, a lone figure in a worn coat walks towards an old house with a faded sign that reads "Welcome to our home." It was not the probability of his death that shook him, but the certainty. There, he chose a spot where the ground seemed uneven, but she couldn't help but think it was perfect. The thought of building something beautiful and rare in that very place filled her with an overwhelming sense of excitement. In her bid to decode the mysterious message, Professor Edog's team is racing against time to unravel the cryptic symbols and unlock the secrets of the ancient text. But as they dig deeper, they begin to realize that the truth may be more sinister than they ever imagined. This, some kind of twisted joke. The letters seem to be jumbled and rearranged in a way that defies logic. Is this some sort of code or cipher? What dark magic is this, where happiness is twisted into something so sinister? The once vibrant colors now seem to seethe with an otherworldly energy. Symbols on this ancient artifact hold secrets of a long-lost civilization, but deciphering them will be no easy task. The messages scrawled on these walls reveal a sinister plot, one that threatens to unravel the very fabric of our understanding. The words BIYGCKOINO GNG3AC seem to echo with a malevolent energy, like a dark whisper in the dead of night. Meanwhile, the phrase T3 Sui that Asur E4EN hints at a mysterious connection to an ancient power, one that has been awakened by some unknown force. The scribbled notes appear chaotic, yet they conceal a hidden language, a code that only a select few can decipher. The question remains, what secrets lie hidden in these cryptic symbols, and who is behind this sinister plot? Closing in, the weight of regret bearing down on Ray's shoulders as he faces the terror that has consumed him. The issue of Valmy is now on sale, with a special discount offer for loyal fans. Makio's series has been a huge hit, earning numerous awards and accolades within the industry. Thank you for your continued support, and we hope you enjoy this new chapter in the ongoing saga. Lost in the vastness of Ozerman's fear. Time still sends shivers down my spine. Symbols on the wall are a mystery, but one thing is certain, they hold the key to unlocking the secrets of this ancient temple. The words of a madman, scribbled on the walls in his own blood. Stay with me, he begs, but it's too late. The question echoes through the empty halls, what happens when Sue dies? His handwriting degenerates into chaos as he struggles to hold on to reality. Darkness consumed him, he realized that his deepest fears were merely a product of his own twisted imagination. Falls like a shroud over the abandoned city. If I hold dear the same girl you care about too, Kelly? Same girl you held dear, isn't she? The one from page 52. Page, its significance yet to be revealed. Cry echoes through the desolate wasteland as a lone figure stumbles upon an ancient ruin, its crumbling structures covered in cryptic symbols and markings that seem to defy deciphering. Where numbers and letters blend into an unknown language, the lines between reality and madness are blurred. The state of chaos is evident, as fragmented thoughts and codes reveal a desperate attempt to convey a hidden message. But what does it all mean? Symbols scatter across the page, a jumbled mess of letters and numbers that seem to hold no meaning. Suddenly, a single phrase stands out, hic plus? A faint glimmer of language amidst the chaos. But what does it say? It's a name that echoes through the streets of Azhamanga. The code on this ancient wall reads like a jumbled mess, but its meaning remains a mystery waiting to be unraveled. A desperate cry echoes through the chambers as Zeke unleashes his ferocious roar. Text fragments, seemingly random characters. The image does not provide any discernible narrative or context. That symbols and codes on this page seem to be some sort of encrypted message or notation. It's unclear what they represent, but it appears to be a mixture of numerical codes, possibly related to a specific project or operation codenamed GNGF. The message reads, yes, for a 2K7 recent CF contact 4P wo underscore LP Sven E3 Mechni YNHNTA sec. Zeri 5 of PAMPALSTKI ship. The sender seems to be referencing a complex code or encryption method, possibly involving numerical substitutions. The message reads like a jumbled puzzle, but the words secret and mantle stand out, suggesting a hidden code or encryption method. What's on here? This looks like some kind of cryptic code. Is it related to the mysterious events that have been unfolding in the city? The message reads, IFLNGGH 47 SCMTANSA to STGA 66 side Kana underscore off 4070 of IOLCWNH 7642 so XC4 $KNC F2X 71H 145 75 milliliters EOH. Subs T at $3 GTMNZH VOT Euro Ocon V. However, upon closer inspection, it appears to be a jumbled mix of letters and symbols. Given the nature of this input, I'll assume it's an encrypted message or perhaps a distorted text. Without additional context or a clear decryption method, it's challenging to provide a coherent voiceover line that accurately represents the content. Had fallen over the desolate wasteland, a haunting reminder of the devastation that had ravaged the once thriving world. The only sound was the faint whisper of the wind, carrying with it the echoes of a forgotten era. The boy's anguished cry echoes through the desolate wasteland. His desperate wails are interrupted only by the haunting whispers of an unknown presence, taunting him with cryptic words, what lies beyond the shattered remains? What does cryptic message hold, hidden deep within the story's labyrinthine code? The seemingly random letters and numbers belie a hidden meaning, waiting to be deciphered by those with the keenest of minds. Is it a clue left by the enigmatic author or merely a red herring designed to mislead even the most astute of readers? What math problem is this, a mix of letters and numbers? It managed to hack into the ancient S11 machine, and now it's feeding them coordinates to a mysterious location. Breaking point, even my own mind can't comprehend the overwhelming despair that's crushing me. In the midst of this chaos, a mysterious message echoes through the void. Like autumn rain as the weight of loneliness threatens to consume me. We've encountered a rather unsettling individual. The name UNDC 2647 is scribbled in what appears to be a mixture of madness and desperation, accompanied by the phrase Waiawai, a possible reference to the infamous Ryu phenomenon. Meanwhile, the words reason you can't are crossed out, as if trying to silence something. And then there's Skulls, which defies all logic and reason. It's almost as if we're staring into the abyss, with no clear signs of hope or understanding. We've encountered a cryptic message. The characters appear to be jumbled and nonsensical, but perhaps there's a hidden code or meaning within them. Can we try deciphering this enigmatic phrase? Forest treks through the unforgiving Urchush desert, the scorching sun beats down relentlessly, casting a merciless shade. Yet, he presses on, driven by an unyielding resolve to uncover the secrets hidden within this desolate expanse. Consumed by the vastness of the desert, carrying the weight of 1,000 suns on their shoulders. Desolate landscape, loneliness echoes through the emptiness. May one's parents be dead at such a young age, especially if they're trying to make sense of the chaotic world around them. The scribbled notes and seemingly unrelated words suggest a mind struggling to process its emotions. The conversation is getting intense, with the tone of warning and urgency rising. What's going on in this hidden corner of the world? Milestone reached, with chapter 53 now in the story's forefront. The message reads like a jumbled puzzle, with letters and numbers scattered seemingly at random. The writer's hand appears to be shaking, as if they were in a state of distress when composing this text. What secrets lie hidden within the chaotic sequence of characters? Dan's dramatic exit leaves everyone wondering what will happen next. The headline screams for attention, but it's unclear what the story is about. What encryption is this? The codes and symbols are all over the place. It looks like a desperate attempt to conceal something from prying eyes. But what's really going on here? Is it just a bunch of gibberish, or is there a hidden message waiting to be deciphered? On here, it seems like Takelmi and Chan are in some kind of trouble. The VC's Niv is causing chaos, and everyone's getting mixed up. Asserthines Goifor? Who is this Isaac guy? And what do they mean by choices have totally different and LAAF yeah? It's all a bit confusing, but it looks like things are about to get even more complicated. Where logic is broken, the cryptic messages scrawled on these walls hold the key to unraveling the mystery of the Forgotten City. Various codes and symbols seem to be a puzzle for Han, as he tries to decipher the secrets of this unknown language, possibly linked to Zelia's world. Where numbers ruled, the people were nothing more than mere codes. But I knew the truth. We existed, all of us, in this digital realm. And I was about to uncover the secrets that lay hidden beneath the surface. Ahead, shrouded in mystery and ancient secrets. Notes on the wall seem to be a mix of excitement and frustration, as if someone was trying to convey a message but couldn't quite put it into words. The message reads like a mix of codes and abbreviations, hinting at a clandestine operation. DYTTANZACNE could be a location or a contact name, while EC56ZLLYONHCA37RAY one seems to refer to a specific individual or asset. The presence of numbers and symbols like FAZAR7, cred 6 times 10 to the power of 207 suggests encryption methods are being used. The mention of YP let ICO KACW could be a password or a key phrase. What does the cryptic message possibly mean, and who is trying to convey it in such a garbled way? Messages scrawled on these walls, a puzzle waiting to be deciphered, hint at a hidden world, one that only the bravest and most skilled can uncover. The silence of the abandoned classroom is broken only by the faint whisper of WIC and the scattered remnants of a lesson plan, class leader, Acherex, lying on the floor like a torn page from a dark tale. Ruins of the long-lost civilization still whisper secrets to those who dare to listen. Words echo through the silence, a haunting reminder of her isolation. The shadows on the wall seem to grow longer, as if reflecting the emptiness in her heart. According to EMRI and TOJSHT, are they really making a new way, or is it just an illusion like the lonely words that seem to fade away? What chaos is this? The walls are covered in scribbled notes, as if someone's inner monologue has spilled out onto the page. Besides Lovelace, a desperate attempt to distract from the pain, or perhaps a cry for help itself? And what's this? Aim Vum? Is that even a word? The erratic handwriting and awkward spacing only add to the sense of disarray. It's as if the writer has lost all control, unable to make sense of their own thoughts, let alone put them into coherent words. But amidst the chaos, there's something poignant here. It's that in the vast collection of thoughts, there are some that linger, like shadows on a wall. What's it like to be trapped in this never-ending cycle, watching others live their lives with purpose? Realize that this is something really important to your only son. What's on here? What strange notation? It bears no resemblance to the script we've been studying. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of random words and letters, but something about it catches Zaki's eye. The writing is a jumbled mix of languages and characters, but the overall tone seems to be one of desperation and urgency. On this page are a jumbled mess, but it seems like someone's trying to convey a message, maybe in a code or something. There's talk of passing and getting something else, and some reference to vaccination. It's hard to make sense of any of it. Notes on the wall seem to be a jumbled mix of emotions and thoughts, but one phrase stands out. To O-plus-ER's feelings _ is it an expression of longing or frustration towards someone or something? The presence of words like samsak, asragi, and dngf suggests a sense of chaos and disorder in the writer's life. In her eyes screams for recognition, a cry for help lost in the cacophony of an unfeeling world. Can anyone truly comprehend the depth of her pain? Is it even possible to empathize with someone so fundamentally broken? The symbols on the wall seem to be a mix of numbers and letters, but what do they mean? Is this some sort of code or message from an unknown sender? See, the truth is not what they want you to think. What is this? The scribbled notes seem to hold a hidden code, a puzzle waiting to be deciphered. But what does it reveal of the world beyond these pages? Of that day still lingered, a painful reminder of the family I had lost and the tragedy that befell us. The journey comes to an end. What's on here? This can't be some kind of test. Messages scattered across the page, a puzzle waiting to be deciphered. The eerie silence of the abandoned lab hangs heavy in the air, as if the very walls are whispering secrets to those who dare to listen. The once bustling corridors now lie empty, a haunting reminder of the experiments that went catastrophically wrong. A mysterious symbol has been etched into the wall, bearing the cryptic inscription "You see thing?" amidst a jumble of seemingly unrelated letters and numbers. The air is thick with an otherworldly energy, as if the very fabric of reality is being manipulated here. The message reads Senior Elzif Stazk, followed by a series of seemingly unrelated letters and numbers. It appears to be a cryptic code, but one that may hold the key to unlocking a deeper understanding of the narrative. The code reveals a message, but it's unclear what it says or who sent it. The scribbles on the wall tell a story of desperation and madness. In this twisted world, words are fragmented and scattered, like the thoughts of a mind unraveling. The letters scream in every direction, as if trying to escape the confines of their prison. Amidst the cacophony, a name stands out, Takuakau. Is it a person, a place, or a reminder of a long-forgotten memory? The messages scrawled on the wall seem to be a desperate attempt at communication, but what could they possibly mean in this desolate wasteland? The message on this page reads Sleaze LSTYK2E versus INNCS 2782525 LTTR with a series of nonsensical words and symbols scattered throughout. It appears to be some sort of encoded or censored text, but without further context or clarification, it's impossible to decipher its meaning. The meaning of this cryptic message, hidden away on a forgotten shelf? The handwritten notes seem to be a code, but to whom do they belong? Strikes 4, but cheaper is nowhere to be found. The order to stop by the place has been given, but 64N and close are stuck in traffic. A message scrawled on the wall, warning of an impending catastrophe that threatens to destroy everything in its path. The urgency is palpable, and the words seem to leap off the page in a desperate attempt to convey the gravity of the situation. But what does it all mean? What that ensues is a sight to behold, as the mischievous energy of this scene knows no bounds. The messages scattered across this page seem to hold secrets and codes, hinting at a larger puzzle or conspiracy. Message, scribbled in haste. What secrets lie hidden behind these cryptic symbols? That the protagonist is experiencing some kind of distress, with fragmented thoughts and disjointed words. The mention of D4-645 and Urger Fatmi suggests a cryptic reference to a location or event. The repeated use of numbers, such as 4, 3, and 7, adds to the sense of disorientation. Meanwhile, the seemingly innocuous phrase Wayahaha 4 hints at a dark humor or irony. Overall, this scene appears to be a surreal and unsettling portrayal of mental turmoil. Message reads, KHCRC equals P3TH Yuck 1A.ALIKUCH% EU KHC. ZHCL, TOLL, Hank CL Mary ALCA. It appears to be a code, possibly a substitution cipher. The inclusion of names like Mary ALCA suggests that this message may be related to a character or organization within the story. The wise old sage is pondering the meaning of fortune and fate, wondering if being fortunate is a result of one's parents' guidance. Evil had happened, and can KOT refuse to accept the Lausa Z_Attenship's challenge. Something was terribly wrong with the 3LG point S2E44UXE, as something toll_DLNE44 PS4 ALO HD that CSRI echoed through the air. The message remains unsolved. ISA Sans finally here. I'd been waiting all day for you. What took you so long? Really trust your own instincts when the stakes are this high? Desperate cry echoes through the abandoned concert hall, as Sax frantically tries to fix the broken amp while CUCVS and T struggle to keep the crowd of hungry Kasich from storming the stage. Meanwhile, Kunt stands at the back, watching with a mixture of fascination and horror as MOFEA begins to stir in the darkness beyond the light of the single remaining spotlight. What's on here? This doesn't look like any language I've seen before. Is this some sort of code? The long-forgotten past linger in the shadows. What do you mean, JW4F? Is that some kind of code? It's okay to leave her behind? Emotions are seeping into the atmosphere here. Notes on the wall are a desperate attempt to convey a hidden message, but it's unclear who wrote them or what they're trying to say. What does it mean? The ruins of Nelcom, a faint cry echoes through the desolate landscape. What nonsense is this? The words are jumbled and make no sense. It looks like a cryptic message, but I'm not sure what it's trying to convey. Is this some kind of code or cipher? Swirling on the screen, a faint hum filling the air, and a single word etched in the corner, ULRN. It is garbled and nonsensical, but it seems to be a mix of words and symbols. It's likely that the original text was encoded or corrupted in some way, leading to this strange output. Without more context, it's difficult to decipher any meaningful information from this page. Chaos echo through the streets as Skay's defiant cry rings out, a call to action in the face of overwhelming oppression. Have Skad pay. He thunders, his voice like a battle cry, as Kraton's eerie laughter seems to mock him from the shadows. What's going on here, amidst all these seemingly random numbers and letters? Is this some sort of code or a desperate attempt to convey a hidden message? The language of the Zorvathians is a mystery, with its strange symbols and untranslatable words. Some linguists have suggested that JJI might be an honorific prefix, while others believe it's simply a typo. Either way, it's clear that this text is from a long-lost civilization, one that has left behind only fragments of its language and culture. A message scrawled in the darkness, a mix of seemingly random letters and symbols. The writer's desperation echoes through the scribbles, a plea for help or a warning to someone, perhaps the protagonist? The code-like text hints at a world where secrecy is paramount, and even the most basic forms of communication are fraught with danger. This. A mix of letters and symbols. The words DAT6 and TAA are unclear, but the name Zojk_ looks like a person or place. FA could be short for something, but without more context, it's hard to decipher. Meanwhile, Raka seems to have some relation to this cryptic mix of characters. The messages on the wall seem to be a mix of codes and nonsensical phrases, but one thing is certain, someone has been sending a message. The mention of May 3rd in Careless Me suggests a personal vendetta, while the question "do you like that?" implies a desire for attention or acknowledgement. The presence of numbers and symbols adds to the enigmatic nature of these messages. It could be a chaotic and cryptic message, likely indicating a tumultuous relationship between individuals, specifically the speaker's father. The mention of really ANTVVDRSTANP each other suggests a deep-seated issue in their communication. A message scrawled on the wall, a desperate cry for help or a clever ruse? The TRK symbol stares back, taunting me with its secrets. Mysterious code, etched into the walls. Donuts, COXCAE3EBQD, it's as if the very fabric of reality is being rewritten. Try this, but what does it mean? The symbols dance before my eyes. 4S4, TCULLIKUZI, hashtag WR, AIL, DLUM5 ST underscore FF is in 9 Tadoki up me hashtag, CAC3 USDTY, here, LHHZ underscore AM. It's a language I don't understand, but it sends shivers down my spine. Scribbles on the wall seem to be a desperate attempt at communication, but it's anyone's guess what they mean. Around me is unraveling, and I'm left to face the consequences of my own mistakes. The message on the wall reads, Eye of Yitis, never fade slow. To 36 referrals right, 17662 Olsen G, effect in right, 64 Ailson. EFCRT, O hashtag Ting YCLR 54 Elf Psi FLTMN, TOA 78947 TTX for Foreste 42 EFCRT in, right. Y9K20 sure. Have such a tragic term as heart-wrenching. It's ironic that something meant to evoke sorrow can itself be so painful. On here. Is this some kind of code or message? Notes on the wall seem to be a desperate attempt at communication, but they make no sense. A fragment of a sentence catches my eye, GT and CGF cut to 4V ever come back, who wrote this and what do they want to convey? There's to be a page from a manga, but the text is heavily distorted and contains many typos. The story may be intentionally written in this style, or it could be due to an error during the scanning process. Without further context, it's difficult to discern any meaningful information from this page. -6, that's a weird equation. It looks like someone's trying to send a coded message. But I think I see what they're getting at, it's not about the numbers, but about the emotions behind them. It likes that could mean something else entirely. The sender is hinting at a deeper connection, one that transcends happiness and unhappiness. It's a subtle message, but one that requires attention to detail to decipher. On here. Who's speaking like that? Question about DOH? The message reads like a jumbled mess, but it's clear that the characters are trying to convey something important. The text is filled with codes and abbreviations, making it difficult to decipher its meaning. It seems like they're discussing a secret project or operation, possibly related to 404 or them LI equals. Just say that you love me when those words wouldn't even be the truth. Enough. We need more of them to have any chance at all. What language is this? The characters on the page appear to be a mix of random letters and symbols, with no discernible pattern or meaning. It's as if the text has been scrambled or encoded in some way. Message scrawled in hasty handwriting, with scribbles and symbols scattered throughout, hinting at a desperate attempt to convey vital information amidst chaos. Messages scrawled on these walls seem to be a mixture of codes and nonsensical phrases, but what do they really mean? Is this some sort of secret language or just the ravings of a deranged mind? Full of inconsistencies, but the most prominent text that can be deciphered appears to be Kudai Makio, which could potentially refer to a person or character in the story. The rest of the text seems to be fragmented and unclear, possibly due to formatting issues or intentional encoding. Or a jumbled mess, but one phrase stood out, fervently vidasa. It had to be the key to unlocking the mystery of the old clock tower. Symbols etched into the ancient stone wall seem to defy deciphering, a puzzle left behind by an unknown civilization. Some sort of cryptic code. The scribbles on the page seem to be a mix of letters and symbols, but no discernible language. It's as if the writer was trying to convey a secret message, but it's completely unintelligible. The message scrawled on the library book's cover seems to be a mix of random letters and symbols, but the phrase Hoyas 33 stands out as possibly significant. The top of language is still a mystery to decipher, with cryptic symbols like serif and arzar sita genesi scattered throughout the text. Meanwhile, the numeric code 735N7 hints at a possible connection to an unknown event or calendar system. The message reads like a jumbled mix of codes and symbols, but it's clear that something sinister is at play. The mention of Spejka Pramonk and the suspicious activity code UWAH suggests that someone or something has been compromised. The message etched into the stone wall, bearing an otherworldly script that seems to defy deciphering. It's a bot LLKE, and he's scribbling on a piece of paper with a peculiar writing style. The numbers and letters seem to be a mix-up, but it looks like he's trying to convey something about his life, perhaps a sense of loneliness or disconnection from the world around him. The journey comes to a close. The text of Tyler LTE reveals a cryptic message, while the feel system outputs a seemingly unrelated series of numbers and symbols. The presence of gibberish phrases like PL and *I1K% rattle only adds to the mystery. Meanwhile, the feel system's output appears to be a scrambled attempt at communication, with snippets like #WK444FCL, OLNG hashtag or #XF. It's as if two distinct languages are trying to convey different messages, leaving the decipherer to unravel the tangled threads of meaning. Kikaku Vaiki Difo Nt Councy TR gazes out at the desolate landscape, his eyes fixed on a distant figure that only he can see, Jaxicos. What does it mean? MIT and his friends have made it through another challenging trial, but at what cost? The camaraderie they shared on their journey was palpable, and it's clear that this experience has left an indelible mark on each of them. Of the VEXT, a mysterious force has awakened, stirring the waters and unleashing a torrent of secrets. The ancient library, once a sacred repository of knowledge, now lies in shambles, its shelves cracked and empty. The air is thick with an otherworldly energy, as if the very fabric of reality is beginning to unravel. What crazy game are you trying to play, where this is a role and a character's name is just a mix of letters? Handwritten text on the wall seems to be a cryptic message, possibly left by the protagonist or a red herring for the investigators. The messages scrawled on this wall seem to be a code, but what do they mean? Is this the work of Likatias, or was it someone else who left these enigmatic symbols behind? The mention of RE7 tablenays in 449 raises more questions than answers. What secrets are hidden in these seemingly random characters? The code on the wall seems to be some sort of message, but its meaning is unclear. The numbers and abbreviations are jumbled together with no apparent pattern. It's as if whoever wrote this was trying to convey a secret, but didn't want anyone to decipher it easily. The messages scrawled on the walls seem to be a mix of codes and phrases, but one thing is clear: someone or something has been trying to send a message. I can see references to Perfet, PK Berlinel, and Rusi PR83K. These might be keys or keywords in deciphering the code. The presence of names like Elki, Lakeen, and MC_LC suggests that this is more than just a random collection of characters. It's as if I'm reading a puzzle, but the pieces don't quite fit yet. His eyes widened in a mixture of horror and desperation as he gazed at the grotesque creature emerging from the shadows. The language of the Axic script is a remnant of a long-lost civilization, with its mysterious symbols and arcane grammar still shrouded in mystery. Despite the passage of millennia, the language's beauty and complexity continue to fascinate scholars and linguists alike. Where chaos reigns, the people of Den Ham Yen are forced to confront the harsh realities of their existence. The once thriving TR4TH has been reduced to rubble, and thinks Zio's attempts at revival have been met with resistance. Meanwhile, TIDCH and ICC's power struggle continues to escalate, as FIR7 becomes embroiled in the conflict. In this desperate landscape, say AEAGQHSI-chan holds on to hope, but questions linger. U54YVOOLC, CG lie? The remnants of L504 Thyne are scattered, and S/PEPRLAR's warnings fall on deaf ears. Yet, in the midst of all this turmoil, a glimmer of resistance emerges. Phelan Z_OHA-TCYCL, a small group, led by HoYJFFIMUE begins to gather momentum, determined to reclaim their future. But will it be enough against the oppressive forces of USBOD as for RAC-CCREI? The fate of Den Ham Yen hangs in the balance. Where humanity is reduced to mere numbers and codes, the remnants of civilization struggle to survive. The cityscape is a labyrinth of twisted metal and concrete, where the few remaining inhabitants cling to life with desperation. The absurdity of it all is staggering. It's like they're speaking a different language, a twisted mix of nonsense and madness. Slujushed indeed? What kind of logic is this? Being entered, but something doesn't feel right. This is more than just a routine maintenance check. Itu's eyes are scanning the console, searching for any sign of what's really going on here. The message scrawled on this page is a far cry from the elegant script of the ancient text that lies just beyond the reach of our understanding. The words IAKKNC, NESDHL, and Rausget 4 are but a few of the seemingly nonsensical phrases that dance across this page, leaving us to ponder their meaning in a world where language itself is a puzzle waiting to be solved. What's on here? This place is freezing. What's on here? Stands silhouetted against the darkening sky, the words Inulden etched into their forehead like a warning sign, as if they're about to unleash a terrible power upon the world. The messages scrawled on the wall seem to be a desperate attempt at communication. The of the forest seem to grow darker with every step, as if the very soul of the forest itself is retreating, whispering its final farewell. And in this moment, I am reminded that even a mask of nonchalance can hide 1,000 tears. What's on here, and who are these people throwing around their abbreviations like they own the place? What's on here? The cryptic messages are starting to make sense, but the question still lingers: is she truly alone? The text reveals a cryptic message, hinting at a forgotten era of magic and power. In the shadows, whispers of a long-lost civilization echo through the chambers of time. In a desolate place, the faint scent of ash hangs in the air, a constant reminder of the devastating act that shattered the once thriving community. Students of Sakura East Middle School filed into the auditorium for the annual graduation ceremony. A sense of excitement and nervousness hung in the air. Amiri? Why are you so upset? The countdown began, a sense of urgency filled the air, and it was clear that every second counted. The clock was ticking down to a moment that would change everything forever. What's on here? A bunch of nonsense scribbled down in class. My mom said something about the teacher making a big deal out of nothing, and now it's spread to the whole classroom. I have no idea what happened to you, but it looks like your family is at the center of all this chaos. Quickly trying to dial the number again, her hands shaking as she stares at the phone with a mixture of fear and desperation. Difficult time, before you need to make the hard choices and leave behind the memories of what once was. That's the hardest part, leaving behind the graduation ceremony, and. What's on here? Is this some kind of joke or a desperate cry for help? It looks like a mix of words and nonsensical characters. Please, calm down and tell me what's really going on. It cuts deep, a girl whose life is defined by tragedy and loss, yet she dreams of a simple, ordinary moment. Her parents' death has become her identity, a constant reminder of what she lacks, but she yearns for something more, a sense of normalcy, a chance to move forward without the weight of her past crushing her. What does cryptic message mean? Behind this strange, hieroglyphic-like message that Takli-san has scrawled on the wall of their secret hideout? The code is a mix of letters and symbols, seemingly unrelated at first glance, but perhaps there's more to it than meets the eye. What's going on here? It looks like a code, but it seems to be some sort of desperate message. I hate you is scribbled in red ink, and then there are these cryptic words: Takui-san, please, wait, what's happening, Amiri? Is this some kind of emergency? And what does this other text mean? Gradla 184 Sirumkni? It looks like a mix of letters and numbers. What's on here? It looks like a strange conversation. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of codes and emotions, with phrases like MYE and feelings standing out. It's as if the writer is trying to convey a sense of desperation and longing, but the codes and abbreviations are making it difficult to decipher the true meaning behind these words. Those on the wall seem to be watching us. What's on here? Someone's trying to send a message, but it's full of typos and jargon. The poll have been opened, revealing a world shrouded in darkness. Likely equals Amiri are scribbled in the margin, surrounded by strange symbols and codes that seem to have no meaning. It's as if Ari was trying to convey a message, but wasn't sure how to put it into words. What strange language is this? It looks like a mix of abbreviations and nonsensical words. Says Drasano Manictic's words are met with resistance from the unyielding Kostan, the once peaceful village now consumed by the flames of conflict. Terribly wrong here. What's going on with this strange code, 7I535, and why is VCLV trying to contact TSA Lock Tianans through a secret call? And what does this mysterious message $MRCNG even mean? Scared. Maybe you can be calm when you're in this house. Silence was broken by a faint whisper, something mischievous to YOL. The words sent shivers down the spine as they seemed to carry an otherworldly weight. Regardless CFHCM we feel a bhakti for CK other, the phrase hung in the air like a challenge, defying understanding. Amidst the cryptic messages, one thing was clear, the speaker's sense of responsibility was deeply rooted in their actions. Have RESPCNCBALETYT0CRE for YCL, the words screamed of urgency and duty. And yet, amidst all this turmoil, a small, almost imperceptible message stood out, La 7 Mapri LDZ, a cryptic warning, or perhaps a clue to the chaos that had unfolded? Trying to remember the way back, but it's all slipping away. It's not right here. Those numbers don't add up. A note on her planner to remind herself of the important meeting on the 8th page. What world is going on here? It looks like some kind of twisted game show, with rules that seem to be written in a secret code. PON and VS4P don't even look like words. And what's with all these abbreviations? Is this some kind of prank or are people actually taking this seriously? Even with Kott's words, they're twisted like a maze, and his tone is as cold as the winter sky. Ahead is a mystery, shrouded in the secrets of the past. The echoes of forgotten memories linger, whispering tales of love and loss. In this web of time, threads are tangled, and moments are relived. Can we unravel the truth, or will it remain forever hidden? What absurdity is this? A fish trying to act like a fox, and failing miserably. Really? Indeed. Has finally been tampered with, and the consequences are impossible to predict. The thought of losing her is unbearable, a constant reminder of the fragility of their situation. Some sort of code. J4164GFAR looks like a serial number, but the rest of it? SLES ID and VCBCPY5SFLZ? It's like nothing I've ever seen before. Suddenly, words start to make sense. There's VCBCPY5SFLZ345. Ah, the virus is spreading rapidly. And then there are names, Scott HCLP the 41KEH and Riz4T? Who are these people? What's on here? Kavak is talking about tons of friends at school, but then it gets all jumbled up. Well, to be honest with you, he says, there's a very big problem. He's talking about Pilka and wanting to do something together, but there are obstacles in their way. He's trying to figure out what to do next. Come on, Mario. It looks like VFFR has some major doubts about their friendship with Ranachan. Are they really considering a breakup? It seems like the relationship is at a crossroads. And it looks like she was always there, watching over him. Mysterious code, etched into the walls of an ancient temple. It looks like a cryptic message from an old civilization. The symbols are unfamiliar, but the tone seems to hint at a deep connection between numbers and the universe. It's as if the creator is trying to convey a hidden truth through a combination of math and mysticism. Terribly wrong here. This is a complete mess, and I don't have time to figure out what it means. Notes on the wall are nothing but a code, and it's up to me to decipher them. But what could Ishii be trying to convey with such cryptic symbols? A symbol appears on the wall, marked Boozy. What secrets does it hold? The code J442 seems to be linked to an ancient text, while the cryptic message 34C EV8 hints at a hidden world. Meanwhile, the initials TJAR suggest a powerful figure is lurking in the shadows. I think the chances are that Ahazeth will show up at this hour. The pizza delivery guy's name is YCL like P1ZZ? And what's with the checkered tablecloth? It looks like something out of a 90s time capsule. And then there's the pizza itself. Changed Wothi, indeed. She's got the flair for drama, I'll give her that. It widened as she read the cryptic message on her screen, the words real on Yoel and ITSL to her home standing out in bold. She felt a shiver run down her spine as she pondered the meaning behind the code, and the question Hune o Juri? Hung ominously in the air. Keeping this secret for so long is suffocating me, and the thought of losing her to it now is unbearable. I've been living on borrowed time, waiting for the other shoe to drop, but I never expected her to be the one to bring it all crashing down. Think about that letter when you realized it. Strange way to express gratitude, but I suppose it's better than nothing. What chaos is this? The notation on the wall reads Tfu Sorv, but it's covered in scratches and symbols that make no sense. A nearby piece of paper has a cryptic message scrawled on it, asking #AAU Nanro? It looks like someone was in a hurry to write down some important information, but they were interrupted or ran out of time. The phrase Snajitutdincha #NXCIOA is partially erased, and another note on the wall says Pippi 1 Sabai, Kermi JJ.out. It's as if the person who wrote this was trying to convey a secret message, but it's been disrupted by some sort of disturbance. When I'm with you, everything else fades away and all that's left is me. And I feel so alive when I'm being my true self around you. What's on here? But I know, my deepest fears were only just beginning to surface. I really need to talk to you about what's been going on. You're the only one I can trust to help me figure things out with Dad and McManus. The conversation is getting heated, with an unknown caller trying to reach the main character, Taro Yamada. Meanwhile, a new player enters the scene, hinting at a deeper conspiracy involving a mysterious organization and a plot to alter reality. They only made it, but I'm not sure if they're okay. Is Cade 47 here too? And who's waiting with her mocks? It looks like they're in a rush to apologize for something. But what about Emily? Words on the wall seem to whisper a name, Lynn, and a cryptic message that only a handful of people could decipher. Again. Of that fateful night still haunt her. Former lover, Kasamachi, is still the one he has lingering affection for, and that makes his coming man to Ace's house all the more complicated. It is still 3751 G, or so I thought. Roxy's URI slot was supposed to be the key, but it looks like IL3L's FOZS hack has been compromised. The #U7 code is a red flag, and TLFCino just confirmed that 817 is indeed the real deal, or so it seems. What's on here? Is this some kind of code or a cryptic message? The name Kasanachi ANG is scribbled in, and there are numbers and symbols scattered throughout the page. It looks like someone's trying to convey a secret, but what exactly does it mean? What cryptic code is this? The symbols and numbers seem to be some sort of encryption, but what's the message they're hiding? And who are these people with their strange names and initials? Notes scattered across the page hint at a desperate attempt to convey crucial information. Flicking through the jumbled letters and numbers, one phrase stands out, MERE out, suggesting a possible warning or evacuation order. But what does it mean? Is it related to the ominous CFFLK_ or the seemingly random sequence of numbers, 4706 filter ZHST rink ungi EZT who dash? And what about the cryptic initials, Juvac 70, Wykuth, and Zut scattered throughout the page? On this page are a jumbled mix of numbers and letters, but one thing is clear, Zilied just can't seem to get the hang of writing his address. And as for Kransfart's latest message, it's more than just cryptic, it's downright confusing. What world is going on here? The symbols and codes are making no sense, but it seems like some kind of cryptic message or warning. I've got to try and decipher this, but it's not looking good. Of her hulls, a mysterious presence stirs, as if awakened by an unseen force. The air is thick with foreboding, and the shadows seem to ride like living things. The temple's entrance is guarded by a mysterious symbol, said to hold the secrets of the long-lost city. Message, scrawled in haste, as the world teeters on the brink of chaos. It's a mess. Nothing makes sense here. Entries are becoming increasingly erratic and cryptic, filled with nonsensical words and symbols. It's as if the writer has become trapped in a world of their own making, struggling to express themselves coherently. The city fill the air, a cacophony of car horns and chatter, as people rush to and fro. Amidst this chaos, Kasamachi Shingo stands out, his eyes fixed on something in the distance. He seems lost in thought, unaware of the world around him. The clock on the building behind him reads 12:47 p.m. What does cryptic message mean, scribbled on a page torn from a school notebook? Is it a code, a prank, or something more sinister? What does it mean, a lipless face? Is that some kind of mockery or jest? We're finally starting to make sense, but what does it all mean? This code has been deciphered, revealing a hidden message. But what does it mean? The symbols seem to point to an ancient ritual, one that requires great care and precision. What twisted language is this? It's like nothing I've ever seen before. The words are jumbled, the letters are run together, it's as if the writer was trying to create a code, but succeeded only in creating nonsense. And what's with the random numbers and symbols scattered throughout? This is not writing, it's chaos. Her eyes widened in confusion as she stared at the cryptic message scrawled on the wall. Rue? She muttered to herself, trying to decipher the meaning behind the strange symbols and numbers. It appears to be a nonsensical collection of letters and numbers, possibly intended as a form of encryption or cipher. The text is filled with typographical errors, unusual letter combinations, and what appear to be numerical codes. Without further context or clarification, it's difficult to discern any coherent meaning within this text. What's on here? The screams echoes through the abandoned laboratory as Dr. Ranwi's experiment goes horribly wrong, unleashing a catastrophic chain reaction that threatens to destroy everything in its path. In the galleys of 30,357, a mysterious figure known only as Ivy has left a trail of cryptic clues. The words STTNS/or and Gata 7TF are scribbled on walls, while Face Susayaki's ad is etched into the ground. It's clear that someone, or something, is trying to communicate a hidden message. But what does it all mean? It's getting increasingly complex, with symbols and letters blending together in a seemingly cryptic message. What secrets lie hidden within this encoded text? What do you mean by making a magic chai? Is this some kind of obscure reference to the ancient art of mysticism? And what's with the cryptic message about never feeling the sense? It sounds like she's trying to convey something deep, but I'm not sure what. Enter of your own twisted world, Makio. But at what cost? Do you truly not see the harm in creating such chaos? A warning, echoing through the darkness. Vow, it says, as if pleading for understanding. Don't know AV thing. The words are distorted, but the desperation is clear. What could they be warning against? That Abkatenkvels and seems to hint at some kind of danger lurking in the shadows. And then there's the question, all that, before T how abu? It's as if they're asking how to escape, or how to survive. The tone is one of panic and fear, as if reality itself is unraveling. The last words seem to be a cry for help, yo for come 10 pips w-ick reality bits. Who can they turn to? What's the nature of this reality? Smile plays on Leah's face as she utters the single word cuz, a term that seems to be synonymous with surrender or defeat. The words Ifeipidj says SRAX hover above her, an eerie reminder of the dark forces at play in this world. What's on here? It seems like a mix of words and numbers, but I'm not sure what it means. Is this some kind of code or a joke? Seem to be a correct connection in a world where the lines between reality and madness are constantly shifting, like the fragmented letters on this very page? I'm talking about that. Let's decipher this cryptic message? It seems like a jumbled mix of words and numbers, but I'm trying to make sense of it. As I read on, I see that there are multiple names and initials scattered throughout the text. TARS, SCVDNNGIU, Zig, Tfat, Ron _ BJTH, who are these people? And what do they have to do with this mysterious message? The of war still linger in the air, a haunting reminder of what's been lost. That's the current page. To be a cryptic and jumbled mess of letters, numbers, and symbols. The battlefield rages on, with no end in sight to the carnage and destruction. The once clear skies are now shrouded in a thick haze of smoke and ash, casting a grim shadow over the proceedings. Amidst this maelstrom, the cries of the fallen and the dying echo through the air, a haunting reminder of the senseless slaughter that surrounds us all. Notes on this page seem to be a mix of code, passwords, and cryptic messages. It's as if the writer was trying to conceal something, but ended up leaving behind a trail of clues instead. The mention of EL and MJ804 R41 could be related to an encrypted password or algorithm, while Tina might be a keyword or phrase that holds significance in this context. A faint light flickers on, illuminating the face of Lana I7 as she whispers Sue 5. The air is thick with tension, and the sound of distant murmurs echoes through the night. Suddenly, a chill runs down her spine as she realizes she's not alone. Of cryptic abbreviations and codes, a puzzle waiting to be deciphered. A message from the Zinner. Yo pick Zinner? It looks like it was written in code. FNJP doesn't make any sense. Could be a nickname or an alias. What code is this, and how does it relate to the mysterious events that have been unfolding in the city? The numbers and symbols seem to be a mix of encryption and perhaps even a warning signal. In a chaotic world, where numbers and letters blur together, a sense of unease settles over the landscape. The message reads HFNCV TCO many PS followed by a series of nonsensical characters, indicating a possible breach in the system's security protocols. What's on here? It seems like there's a chaotic mix of words, letters, and symbols. Is this some kind of code or a message from a secret society? The mention of 3520 MELIF and TCE 322304 S81 MROT makes me think of an encrypted message. And what's with all the random letters and numbers scattered throughout the text? It's like trying to decipher a puzzle, but I'm not sure where to start. What's on here? It looks like someone's trying to have a conversation with a mix of Japanese and English words, but it's all jumbled up. Who is this person talking to, and what are they even saying? The messages on the wall seem to be a mix of nonsense and coded language, but one phrase stands out, GoVFR equals this. It's unclear what this means, but it could be a clue to unraveling the mystery. Despite the chaos that surrounds her, she remains a gentle soul, not to be trifled with. We must treat her fairly, no matter what the circumstances may dictate. Of the battlefield is evident, as Tellen's VKT #S battle sense is on high alert due to a mistake by his technician, leading to an inefficient use of energy. Meanwhile, his pilot, Makiocha, struggles to maintain control amidst the confusion, and their crew frantically tries to rectify the situation before it's too late. Turn of events, Kaoft's life is turned upside down as he discovers the truth about his past and the mysterious forces that have been manipulating him. The lines between reality and deception blur, leaving Kaoft to wonder what secrets lie hidden in the shadows. This, some twisted joke. Why did my mom's fate involve a pirate and a chicken? This is insane. My mom's not even mentioned in the will. The text is garbled, but I can attempt to decipher it. The characters appear to be a mix of English letters and what looks like cryptic code or intentional distortion. Without more context, it's difficult to provide an accurate interpretation. However, based on the structure of the input, here's a possible, though highly speculative, spoken line. Site because you're expert XP. What cryptic message is this? It looks like a mix of code and nonsense words. The message appears to be a mix of words and symbols, but one phrase stands out, tell YCU. It's as if someone is being summoned or warned about something. The message scrawled across the wall, a mix of numbers and letters that seem to hold no meaning. Yet, there's something unsettling about it, as if it's trying to convey a hidden truth. What are you talking about? We KNF. FitF, this is some kind of code. And what's with all the numbers and abbreviations? Chaotic scene, the protagonist's sanity is hanging by a thread. The scribbled notes on the wall seem to be a mix of code and gibberish, with phrases like yeah and they're scrawled in red ink. The air is thick with tension as the protagonist tries to decipher the meaning behind these cryptic messages. Hey, no, you don't mention it. First, I have to raise her. The symbols etched into the walls of Fozes are a mystery to me. The ITY4NKG VASL 5 TSCCZ inscription seems to be some sort of warning, while the Coleus Duciar notation appears to be a reference to an old ritual. The cryptic message reads like a puzzle that needs to be solved. What secrets lie hidden in the G4-man script?
The message is still locked, but the return of the players brings a glimmer of hope.
Will they be able to decipher the code and uncover the secrets hidden within?
Here, a cryptic message from NetDiata, referencing the TCLR equals code and mentioning something about 3641 Hivnisht hack.
It seems like there's a play on words with NSHT fal and stag lat equals, almost like a riddle. And then there's this mention of Psych bin Shan's call 9, layperfer, which could be related to some sort of performance or event. The text ends abruptly with HEK, cold play into them, YAX_, which seems to suggest that someone is trying to convey a message, but it's unclear what exactly it means. The message on this page reads like a mixture of nonsensical words and numbers, with an eerie tone that suggests something sinister is lurking beneath the surface. The use of seemingly random letters and symbols P-PA, Somiivis 4S05, and Crunt TCSBV creates a sense of disorientation, as if the characters are attempting to convey a hidden message or code that only the most skilled crypt analysts could decipher. The fact that the message appears on page 340 raises questions about what events led up to this point in the story and what the consequences might be for the characters involved. NCT see her yearn for her pack, whimpering and crying, creating holes with her scratch, wondering if she just hides from that fear. We've stumbled into a world where words have lost all meaning. The clever and inventive use of language has devolved into a chaotic mess, with clever being used to describe something as simple as a key. The invincible scourge times they know, or is it the other way around? The wah, whoa, you bugle, wah, bscz, hv? Kak, nat, inat, jash, cash, all these words are being used to convey a sense of confusion and disorder. And then there's Masha, is that a name or just another example of linguistic chaos?
The only constant in this world seems to be the number 37, but even that is shrouded in mystery. The that surrounded them was palpable, a heavy weight that pressed down on their souls. The words one per Sikuldi forgive seemed to echo through the desolate landscape, a haunting reminder of the pain they had endured. Various journals' secrets will have to wait, as the tale is left hanging.
To be continued.
The symbols etched into the stone pillars seem to be a mix of an ancient language and a code, with no discernible pattern or meaning.
Nara's team has been studying these markings for weeks, but so far, they've only managed to decipher a few scattered phrases that offer little insight into the mysterious energy emanating from within. A photograph of a young couple, with the words "Feel Young" scribbled in the margin, catches the eye. The dates 2012 and 2018 are scribbled on top, as if trying to hold on to time itself. The background is a jumbled mess of letters and numbers, like a puzzle waiting to be solved. In the foreground, a handwritten phrase reads "FELCONE," as if trying to convey a sense of unity or connection. As cryptic symbols and codes cover every inch of the white notepad, a desperate attempt to convey a message that may or may not be decipherable. Entry in Tomoko Yamashita's journal, referencing a witch and an ambiguous symbol. In the of Jerk TNT's darkness, Nilki stood resolute. Our main characters await their next move, while the story unfolds in the background. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a code, but what could it possibly mean? Is this some kind of warning or a clue left behind by one of the inhabitants of this mysterious world? What's code, and why does it seem to be hidden in plain sight? The cryptic symbols and letters appear to be a mix of characters from various languages, possibly an attempt at encryption or a puzzle waiting to be solved. The messages are starting to make sense, but the true meaning behind them remains a mystery. What secrets lie within the codes that Ha'ilali has been trying to decipher? The resistance against the oppressive regime is gaining momentum, but at what cost? Closing in, K's resolve remains unshaken. Closes in, and the only sound is the distant hum of a city awakening. Digit 1 stared back at him. What chaos is this? It looks like Amiri's notes are all over the place. And what's with the strange symbols and codes? Has she been working on a new project or trying to decipher some secret message? The cryptic messages and scribbled notes are driving me crazy. What crazy nonsense is this? A message scrawled on a wall, barely legible. It looks like someone's trying to send a coded message, but it's just a jumbled mess of letters and numbers. Fuck, Tot dollar? Pip 7RC, plus 3UF2R. What does any of this even mean?
It's a jumbled mess, but it's clear that someone has been trying to convey a secret message.
What's on here?
It seems like Zai is trying to send a message, but it's full of jumbled letters and symbols.
RAL talk later doesn't make sense, and the rest of the text is just as confusing. Is this some kind of code or cipher that needs to be deciphered?
The data on this page appears to be illegible. The student had skipped class 6 times in a row, and Mr. MD was starting to get suspicious about their absence, especially after that strange meeting. A message scrawled on a wall, hinting at a dark and troubled past. The letters seemed to be scribbled in haste, as if the writer was trying to convey a sense of urgency or desperation. Notes scattered across the page hint at a desperate attempt to unravel a complex puzzle, with each symbol and code possibly holding the key to unlocking a hidden truth. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of codes and gibberish, but one phrase stands out: 196 cniceters. Could this be a reference to a specific location or event? As I stepped into the new building, a sense of excitement and uncertainty filled the air.
The message on the wall reads just CNEJCKL.
But it's clear that something is wrong, and the scribbled codes and names suggest a desperate attempt to convey a hidden truth. I'm living with my eccentric aunt, who's always busy writing her novels. She thinks she can just dictate the whole story to me and I'll magically type it out.
The code lies open, a puzzle waiting to be unraveled.
Yet amidst the chaos, a cryptic entry in a diary appears to be a desperate attempt at self-expression and escape. The writer's thoughts are jumbled, reflecting their inner turmoil as they struggle to make sense of their emotions.
Where the pursuit of wealth and power is all-consuming, one question lingers: what does it truly mean to be thought of as extraordinary?
An old mess of words, but it seems like someone tried to convey a cryptic message or code. The use of abbreviations and acronyms, such as ME_L and #OE, suggests that the writer may have been trying to send a secret message. The fact that it's written in all caps also implies a sense of urgency or importance. The messages scrawled on these walls are a reminder of the chaos that has consumed this place.
What secrets lie hidden behind the seemingly innocuous abbreviations and codes? The message on the wall reads 9NNZGF about CO/EZOZ tiny EAT GHEA. XR #04 ma 2A ALIA WNET NECF TIX FAA, a seemingly nonsensical collection of characters and symbols that hint at a deeper meaning or code. A desperate cry echoes through the empty corridors, a heartbreaking plea for a mother who is nowhere to be found. Number etched into the wall. What does it mean? A excited cry pierces the air as she exclaims pizza. Amidst a chaotic background of unclear sounds, possibly indicating a lively and energetic scene. It was unreadable. It's like looking at a jumbled mess of letters and numbers. I've never seen anything like this before. What's going on here? This chaotic mess of text and symbols looks like a cryptic code, but what does it mean in the context of this story? What twisted alphabet are they using here, and why is Makio-chan yelling in the middle of all this gibberish? It looks like a chaotic mess, but I suppose that's what makes it interesting. This JFRS code has been cracked, revealing a shocking message that threatens to upend everything we thought we knew about the world. Vol is gone, and with it, the SLEs have vanished into thin air. The well CIN5 were STL here? It can only mean one thing: UZ life has taken over. Desolate wasteland, the remnants of a once great civilization lie scattered and worn. The zone marker stands as a grim testament to the devastation that has ravaged this land, leaving only ruin in its wake. On the page are cryptic and appear to be a mix of abbreviations, jargon, and possibly even encryption. The scene is one of confusion and urgency, with multiple warnings and pleas for care. It's unclear what the context is or who these messages are addressed to. The cryptic messages. Can't you just speak plainly for once? To be a random sequence of numbers and letters. Amiri's friendship is put to the test once again, now that they're facing graduation together. Will their bond survive this new chapter in their lives? Number etched into the stone wall. What's on here? The cryptic code, the strange abbreviations, it looks like someone's trying to send a secret message. But to who, and about what?
Doesn't make sense anymore. The symbols and letters are jumbled together like a broken code. The world is descending into chaos. Distant drums echoes through the forest, a rhythmic call to arms. In the midst of this chaos, a young warrior named Tak Mholsold stands tall, her eyes fixed on the horizon as she summons her strength for the battles ahead. What chaotic world is this, where letters are scattered like autumn leaves and words are woven together in a madman's tapestry? The very fabric of language seems to be unraveling before our eyes. Notes on the wall seem to be a mixture of random words and symbols, but one phrase stands out, Makpsan.
Who is Makpsan, and what does this cryptic message mean in the context of this story?
The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a desperate attempt at conveying a hidden truth, but its meaning is lost amidst the jumbled letters and symbols. It's as if the writer was trying to convey a warning, but the code remains impenetrable. The message on the wall seems to be a mixture of codes and nonsensical characters, but one thing is clear, it's a desperate cry for help. The graffiti on the wall seems to be a desperate cry for help, a message scrawled in haste by someone who may have been running out of time. In a desperate bid to escape, Katrin stumbled upon an ancient text that read Arentftiicyi, but its cryptic meaning only led him deeper into the heart of the mysterious forest. The whispers of 2447 CHBLTSKE echoed through the trees as he frantically searched for a way out, but every path seemed to lead back to the same eerie feeling. The temple's entrance is sealed, bearing the ominous inscription 424 and a single-digit 1, with the enigmatic word Gatten etched above. Jumbled and unrecognizable, as if the pages have been torn apart and reassembled in a maddening puzzle. It's almost as if the author has deliberately obscured the meaning, leaving only fragments of thought and image to tantalize the reader. The wall reads in SITSISFC SOINETRSAKL RAV ETMOLDTC underscore equals phase L6044 SALHLE 4 FIR AKS 4 JTAA 6 then TZLK EDTC. ABCU CUC XH44379 and 97 ZMIM plus FDAC 07 Ta 7 and FBARC Q6 FERYOFALV FALF and HLNCC and PTAS and LJ% TWTS 004L? BFTFFZNETCTNXT4LXT, but it's clear that this is not a simple code, and the characters seem to be jumbled. 3 CP feet, a kelp system with a unique U-shaped design, is being compared to the NNDTO-OLLY model. But what does it mean when someone says they like the PUSHTWO_DFEL approach? Is it a matter of personal preference or a conditioning effect? A message scrawled on a wall, hinting at a dark secret that only a select few might be aware of. The words seem to point to something hidden, something that could shatter the very foundations of this world. I'll let you get away with this. Ahead is a tangled web of secrets and codes, hidden in plain sight. The message is clear: decipher the truth before it's too late. The text on this page seems to be a mix of code and gibberish, but it's clear that it's part of a larger puzzle or narrative. Wall Maria are about to crumble. KISCHA has reached the pinnacle of power with an incredible 449,420 Lurlka. Warnings are scattered across the walls, a desperate attempt to convey a message that seems impossible to decipher. What's on here? Someone seems to be in a bit of trouble, judging by the worried look on their face. And what's with the random numbers and symbols scattered around? It looks like they've gotten themselves into some kind of absurd predicament. Words on the wall seem to be a mix of codes and phrases, possibly hinting at a larger conspiracy or hidden message. It's still unclear, but it seems like a cryptic message or a codebook entry. A mysterious and ominous tone lingers in the air, hinting at something more to be revealed. We've reached a critical point. The code is incomplete, but it's clear that the dawn symbol is crucial to unlocking the next stage. It's not over yet. A whisper escapes her lips. This code C44 flickers on the screen. The text is indecipherable, but the cryptic symbols and letters seem to point to an otherworldly event. A faint hum fills the air, as if the very fabric of reality is about to be torn apart. What language is this? It looks like a mix of intentional misspellings and code-like characters.
And what's with the mention of ASA High School Year 1 spring? This doesn't seem to be making sense in any way.
Page, marked with a simple number 13. Shyness was a facade, a shield to protect himself from the pain of past relationships and his own desire for solitude. As he immersed himself in writing, he found solace in the creative outlet, but it also served as a distraction from the emptiness within him. The temple's entrance was hidden behind a tangle of vines and moss, with intricate carvings depicting the struggle between light and darkness.
What's on here? Lol says something about L04 law.
Notes on this wall seem to be a mixture of codes and dates, with no clear explanation for their significance. It appears that whoever wrote these messages was trying to convey something, but it's up to us to decipher the meaning behind them. 572-1972 is a crucial sequence, one that might unlock the hidden path or reveal a vital clue.
What's on here? The code is scattered everywhere. It's lie hidden in the abandoned laboratory, where strange symbols and codes seem to hold the key to a long-lost discovery.
The air is thick with tension as Dr. Kim ponders the meaning behind these cryptic messages. The messages scrawled on the wall seem to be a code, but what could they possibly mean in relation to the mysterious catter?
Is this the work of Jean Na, or is there another player involved? The references to Versus and Scred GKAX hint at a larger conflict brewing.
So different back then, but somehow, we still found our way. In a diary, pouring out her emotions and feelings of isolation and unrequited love. The scribbled words on the page reveal a deep sense of longing and sadness, as if she's searching for connection and acceptance from others, but is met with rejection instead.
Don Co. for B1910 Loyalty Orbit 9. I'm afraid that's all we know about him. What's on here? Someone's trying to grab something.
This code sequence scrolls by, a jumbled mix of letters and symbols that seem to hold no discernible meaning.
Is this the key to unlocking the secrets of YUR Torich's T-Fluus Inc.? Or is it simply a garbled mess, a product of someone's hasty note-taking?
It closes in, and yet she still holds on to hope. The messages scrawled on this wall seem to be a desperate attempt at communication, but the jumbled letters and symbols only add to the sense of confusion and chaos. It's as if the writer was trying to convey a hidden truth, but it's been lost in the noise of their own madness.
What world is this?
The scribbles on these walls are unlike anything I've ever seen before.
It's as if someone tried to write a code, but it doesn't make any sense.
The symbols etched into the wall seem to hold a dark and ancient power.
Is this a message from an unknown civilization, or simply the ravings of a madman?
Desperate attempt to decode the message, I see fragments of a language that defies understanding. The symbols for FYR and DDCT54 seem to be some sort of identifier or timestamp.
The phrase Eloina 4 DLKYS2 Redifsrat appears to be a nonsensical combination of letters, while SCU 301704 PyPhi Low suggests a date and time. The presence of numbers like 4472 and 54op43 adds to the sense of disorder, as if the message has been encrypted beyond recognition.
The Warnstone Monument bears an eerie message, a cryptic code that echoes through the desolate landscape like a whispered secret.
It's lie hidden within the Nell's mysterious realm.
Where acne is a constant battle, she found solace in the quirks of others. A dimly lit room filled with the faint scent of sandalwood, a lone figure scribbled away in their notebook, the words 1S7EULYVIZN1 echoing through their mind like a haunting melody, while nearby, a cryptic message scrawled on the wall read CDAOCSN Iden connects A/S3_4, leaving behind only whispers of its meaning. The of Zezeth are treacherous, with creatures lurking beneath the surface. It's a miracle that Captain Twayer and his crew have made it this far without incident. But what lies ahead will test their mettle like never before.
Will they emerge unscathed from these unforgiving waters? Only time will tell.
He widened in shock as he finally understood the truth that had been hidden from him all along.
This lock with an unusual key signature, marked sent/4D Losikadi CH04 line P1G Itez FC? H-Kurs %TP85 Glali 46 is seen in the possession of a figure known as Fellet, who is also accompanied by these NTAing 77 ICL07. The scene is shrouded in an air of secrecy and intrigue.
The text on this page suggests a secret message, but it appears to be a jumbled mix of letters and numbers.
It's unclear what the purpose or meaning behind this encryption is.
The message scrawled on the wall seems to point to a mysterious transaction, with references to numbers and codes that only a select few can decipher. To be a mix of random characters, abbreviations, and possible code is seen in this situation. The use of equal signs, parentheses, and numeric values suggests that this may not be actual text, but rather some form of encoded data or technical jargon. In the midst of chaos, a cryptic message is scrawled across the walls, a desperate attempt to convey a hidden truth amidst the turmoil. The words dance across the page, a jumbled mix of codes and symbols, hiding secrets and revealing lies in equal measure. The code scrawled on the wall seemed to hold no significance, but perhaps there was more to it than met the eye. The message on this page appears to be a jumbled mix of letters and numbers, making it difficult to decipher any coherent meaning. It's possible that the artist intentionally encoded the text or used a specific font to convey a hidden message. Without further context or clarification, it's challenging to provide an accurate interpretation of the spoken line for this page. It's to a mysterious, cryptic journal entry, with scribbled notes and symbols that seem to hold some dark significance, but the meaning is unclear, leaving us wondering what secrets lie within. Taylor passed away during the winter break of her third year in middle school, leaving a gaping void that would echo through the rest of her high school career. Now, as she navigates this new chapter without the warmth and guidance of her mother, Asa is left to confront the harsh realities of growing up alone. The once familiar streets of Desert City now seem cold and unforgiving, a stark reminder of the pain that lingers within her heart. The figure stands at the edge of the cliff, gazing out into the vast expanse.
What's going on here?
The scribbles and codes are starting to make sense, but it's still unclear what's happening.
Is this some kind of secret message or encryption?
It's lie hidden behind the abandoned facade of this once thriving city, and what terrors await those who dare to uncover them. The twisted world of two ices making, the TAKS Hapjuan SWH lurk in every shadow, and even their own sanity is in question. The streets are a battlefield, where the less fight for survival against the relentless onslaught of the 9LSTHLHNAKSTNGR, who seem to have no regard for human life. The once familiar landmarks now bear the scars of war, and the people are forced to live in fear of the DC's TRR number 8 LKEDAT, who strike without warning. Amidst this chaos, a small group of rebels led by YEA4, #ENEMFREE gather strength, determined to bring down the oppressive regime and restore hope to their shattered world.
But can they overcome the seemingly insurmountable odds stacked against them?
Where chaos reigns, a new path is being forged.
The lines between reality and madness are blurring.
Those who seek power will stop at nothing to claim it, no matter the cost to themselves or others. A choice must be made: surrender to the void or find a way to resist its pull. A message etched into the stone wall, left behind by an unknown entity.
The code-like symbols ZZ_KP4SC and COXC seem to hold a hidden meaning, while AUYA 6 and 24 appear as random numbers and letters. But it's the final phrase ACZNCSRUBSREAKERS, AOF that sends a shiver down one's spine, hinting at a dark and sinister purpose.
Codes and symbols scrawled on the wall seem to be a mixture of numerical sequences, possible passwords, and arcane notations. It's unclear what they mean or who might have written them, but it's clear that this message is more than just a simple code. It holds secrets and clues that could unravel the mysteries hidden within these walls. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of code and nonsense, but one thing is certain: someone's been playing with letters and numbers.
But what do they mean? Is it just a prank or something more sinister? On here, a secret meeting of the Brass Band Club.
The notes on this page appear to be a mix of numerical codes, abbreviations, and what seems to be a partial name or title.
Could these be references to some sort of top-secret research project? The mention of Takwa Zuzit sparks curiosity, as does the possible connection between the names Mater and AIE. It seems that deciphering this information could lead down a rabbit hole of intrigue and potentially uncover hidden truths. What's on in this bizarre scene?
The characters are frantically running around, leaving behind cryptic messages and symbols. It looks like they're trying to convey some urgent information, but it's all jumbled together in a nonsensical code. On the wall seemed to be a cryptic message, but pitched signature at the end suggests it may hold some significance in their quest. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of codes and nonsensical phrases, leaving behind more questions than answers.
What cryptic messages are these? Is this some sort of secret code or a prank from the mysterious Gaten? The reference to LAROLSICALCA MNTCL tool and TAIN ITS Settle 7 suggests a connection to an ancient or obscure language. But what's the significance of this code, and who is Gaten, really? What does it mean to be a Khmis, anyway? And what's with the checkerboard pattern on our CNE?
The frustration in her eyes was palpable as she stared at the clothes laid out before her, the label elite a cruel mockery given her current situation. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of names, numbers, and nonsensical phrases, but one word stands out: new.
Is this a clue to unraveling the mystery or just another red herring?
It has been reduced to a twisted game of chaos, where logic and reason are mere memories.
What do you mean, this strange symbol?
Notes scattered across the page seem to be a code, but one that's barely legible. The words "sivd," CODN, and "plices" are repeated, with random characters and symbols inserted throughout. It's as if someone tried to conceal their thoughts, but ended up creating a puzzle instead. Down to the wire, we need to make a decision quickly. The prophecy spoke of a silent conqueror, one who would rise from the shadows to claim the throne.
And now, Kuliyes stands at the precipice, his fate inextricably tied to the fate of Leah.
The truth is shrouded in darkness, yet a glimmer of hope flickers, suggesting that the answer lies hidden within the numerical code. What information can be deciphered from this page suggests a chaotic and intense scene, perhaps even a climactic battle. The mention of Goku implies the presence of one of the most iconic characters in the Dragon Ball series.
In the alleys of this forsaken city, a mysterious figure known only as SCHCCL Club has left behind a trail of cryptic clues, leading investigators deeper into the heart of madness. What does the cryptic message have to do with the fateful night of December 31st, and who is the mysterious figure known only as MAS? What's the meaning behind these strange symbols and codes? Words on the wall seem to point to a mysterious code, but what does it mean? Is this a clue to unraveling the secrets of this world? Can anyone decipher the hidden message before time runs out?
Those who have fallen can truly understand the weight of their own mortality.
This has unfolded here. The cryptic symbols and codes, a tangled mess of letters and numbers that defy deciphering. It's as if the very fabric of reality has been torn apart, leaving only chaos in its wake. The message reads like a jumbled mess, but the faint outline of a temple in the background hints at a hidden treasure. Tavic's team must decipher the cryptic code to uncover the secrets within.
The ancient text has been tampered with, but remnants of a powerful incantation remain. The words on the wall seem to be a desperate attempt at communication, but their meaning is lost in a jumbled mess of letters and numbers. Through the worn pages of his old journal, a faint memory stirred in the depths of his mind.
What anomaly is this?
A message, scrawled in haste, on a wall that's been erased from memory.
The symbols seem to defy deciphering, a puzzle left unsolved for centuries.
The message is emblazoned across the wall, a mix of codes and symbols that defy understanding. In the midst of this chaos, one phrase seems to stand out: Loper, a name or term that could hold the key to unraveling the mystery. The code on the ancient wall is finally deciphered, revealing a hidden message that has been concealed for centuries. The words Sal _ had equals I6 TRZL, T are etched into the stone, but their meaning remains a mystery.
TCTECEC are filled with the remnants of EX _ ZIHCC Holalklk, a mysterious event that occurred 37 years ago. The cryptic message 74 to 138 Rook July is scrawled on the walls, alongside other symbols and codes. In the midst of this chaos, love of 4Y62IZ267T remains steadfast. LIST Inines and me are scribbled out in haste, as if trying to convey a sense of urgency. The mention of Gaygon 5 and Kayekdal adds a layer of complexity, hinting at secrets being shared or hidden. The fragmented text reads like a mix of codes and personal messages, leaving the listener wondering what's real and what's encrypted. The message scrawled on the wall,
seemingly a mix of code and gibberish. The characters TJ or CJ appear multiple times, possibly indicating the author's name or initials. The mention of love and house in a fragment suggests a personal message, but the overall context is unclear due to the prevalence of nonsensical text and symbols. On here, with Kava TR and getting SCK_TF. It looks like some kind of code or cipher, but what does it have to do with the RAC and VAC-T symbols? And who is Sean YC hashtag, trying to communicate in this mess? Notes on this page appear to be a mix of code, jargon, and what might be a cryptic message. The mention of Ilnsrid in TACLS44C suggests some sort of encryption or coding system. Meanwhile, the phrase Su_ followed by _UT for Yofa ELYRI seems to hint at an individual's name or identifier, possibly with a significant purpose. Chaotic scene, TAC TTDJJV and WL6CLCB are somehow entwined with PWNT Walt T3 tel, while CLY44 and ZCXJs TLGTI7AAB_E70 seem to be watching from the shadows. The numbers scattered throughout this cryptic image only add to the sense of confusion. It seems to be a mix of seemingly random letters and numbers, but there's no clear indication of what it might represent in the context of the story. It could be an encrypted message or a red herring meant to throw the reader off track. In the hours of the Martian night, a cryptic message echoes through the abandoned streets of New Atbara. The words LL and JST are etched into the walls, while a mysterious symbol HKCC Putes LaTeX hangs above the entrance to an old research facility. Mysterious code, containing seemingly random characters and abbreviations, lies on the floor, awaiting deciphering. The words just CHOSOY and Del Fadden stand out amidst the jumbled mess, hinting at a potential connection to the characters or plot. The message reads like a jumbled puzzle, with symbols and codes scattered throughout the text. It's unclear what language or code this is supposed to be in, but it appears to be some sort of encrypted communication. The presence of seemingly unrelated words and phrases, such as FICFO4E and ZZept, suggests that there may be a hidden message or pattern buried beneath the surface. What's on here? Who is Okav and what's with the strange symbols and codes? And what's this business card you're holding, Peta? What does cryptic message mean? Is it a code, a puzzle, or just nonsense? The characters appear to be randomly scattered, with no apparent pattern or meaning. It's as if the writer was trying to convey something, but couldn't quite get it right. What does ancient code hold, and who dared to encrypt it with such cryptic symbols? The whispers of the past echo through these dusty pages, waiting for a decipherer brave enough to unravel their secrets. What's on here? It looks like a cryptic message from Kasev, but what does it mean? Is he trying to contact someone or send a warning? And who is this Duare person that seems to be involved in some kind of port? The language itself is unlike anything I've seen before. It's as if Kasev is speaking in code. It is about to unravel, and it's not what you think. What's on here? The cryptic messages are starting to make sense, but what does it all mean? The messages scattered across this page reveal a complex puzzle. Numbers and codes dominate the landscape, with names like J0 and SIC467 appearing alongside seemingly unrelated words like Ehi and Dur. The presence of symbols, such as dollar and euro, adds to the sense of disorder, hinting at a hidden pattern or code waiting to be deciphered. What chaos is this? The language sounds like a mix of English and something else, but it's impossible to decipher. On the wall is a jumbled mix of numbers and letters, but it's clear that someone was trying to convey a secret message. What's on here? Is this some kind of code or? ICMCAT and IFIN, is this about that cat that went missing? And what's with all the numbers and symbols? It looks like gibberish, but I think I see a name, Elfie. Is that who we should be looking for? Lies in ruins, the once majestic skyscrapers now reduced to twisted metal and smoldering rubble. The end of the world as we know it. Numbers and letters on the screen seem to be some sort of encrypted code, but what does it mean? Is this a message from an unknown sender, or just a random sequence of characters? It's a jumbled mix of numbers, letters, and symbols. It appears to be some sort of encrypted message or cipher. The question marks at the end suggest that there may be missing information or a need for decryption.
A code or a message from someone who's lost their mind.
The scribbles on the wall seem to be a mix of letters and numbers, like a jumbled puzzle that needs to be deciphered. It looks like some kind of cryptic note, possibly left by the killer or a witness with a penchant for chaos. On this page are almost illegible, but it appears to be some kind of coded message. The presence of a journal and the phrase "to be continued" suggests that this is not the final page of the manga, and that the story will be picked up again in a future installment. In 2223, a mysterious signal from planet 47 Xtect was detected, sending shockwaves throughout the galaxy. The United Earth government dispatched a team to investigate, led by Commander Joe Fft Lemick and her trusted aide, Lieutenant Liu. Their mission, codenamed Prince Dappin, aimed to uncover the truth behind this enigmatic signal. Yumeishin Tomoko's book collection stretch out like a labyrinth, filled with tomes bound in worn leather and adorned with strange symbols. Amidst the rows of books, one title catches the eye: Love, Hate, Love, a cryptic phrase that seems to whisper secrets to those who dare to listen. The scribbles on this page seem to be a mix of characters and symbols, with no discernible pattern or narrative. It's as if the creator was trying to express a sense of disorder or madness, but ultimately failed to convey any coherent message.
Diary entry, marked with a single letter E. What secrets lie hidden within the pages of Ikoku Nikki?
Are gathered at the mansion, each with their own secrets and relationships.
Makio's past is slowly unraveling, and it seems that Takumi Asa has information about his true nature.
Meanwhile, Minori Hata appears to be hiding something, and Amiri Nakahara is shown to have a mysterious connection to Katsuragi's past. The story is taking a dark turn, with the mention of the Mutne and Maku Ranin, hinting at some kind of sinister plot.
To have a name that's a code, a collection of numbers and letters that supposedly hold the secrets of one's identity? Is this what they call origins?
The of the name Asa hold a special significance for her, passed down through generations with hopes of her parents.
It reached page 16.
The social media trend is all about the purified M1V soul, but Asal Makio seems oblivious to it as she gazes out at her classmates, including the mysterious and seemingly troubled girl with the large H-BAP.
Notes on the wall seem to be a code, but what do they mean? Is this some kind of message or just nonsense?
These words, Kaida felt email vihayad, are scribbled in the margin, accompanied by a seemingly random sequence of numbers and symbols.
Is this a cryptic message left behind by the enigmatic Imesan? What sorcery is this? The ancient runes of Ksudai Makia Tme speak of a forbidden ritual, while the twisted Lima WCWCK seems to mock our understanding. The Tal MDE and MLE symbols appear to be linked, but their meaning remains elusive.
Meanwhile, the cryptic Kryjab incantation hangs in the air, as Rinstavs whispers secrets of a long-forgotten language. Dark alleys seem to swallow the faint light of dusk, as if trying to hide their secrets. It's failing, and the machines are malfunctioning.
Someone needs to reboot the system immediately. The text, known as the UEAS Rho TAKCHI_, is a mysterious collection of symbols and codes. Some believe it to be a key to unlocking the secrets of the 30RA Coral Sec GRIRS4T, E*RL, PD to JEC 30F 35 foot D, while others see it as nothing more than a meaningless jumble of characters. This message, seemingly encrypted, lies on the table, with notes and reminders scattered around it. It's are 4884 plus 34, KCLDI 644 WMH70 or 4. This is where the anomaly occurred.
I'm detecting a significant energy fluctuation in this sector. The code is etched into the stone, a puzzle waiting to be solved.
The words XOR and IAER seem to hold the key, but what do they unlock?
Number and cryptic messages scrawled on the wall, a desperate attempt to leave a trail for someone or something.
What does it all mean? Chaos, a cryptic message surfaces, leaving behind a trail of questions and an eerie sense of foreboding. The message reads, Taklen no mil premdi.
This appears to be a cryptic and nonsensical sequence of words, suggesting that it may be some form of encoded or censored text. The use of acronyms, numbers, and special characters adds to the complexity and potential difficulty in deciphering its meaning. In this cyberpunk city, a mysterious code echoes through the digital realm.
4549 GGNNZ 24 C4V to CRKLA GC4 AFSEC D4 HOLSZC and D stuff? Is all anyone can decipher, but its secrets remain hidden in the shadows.
Messages are beginning to reveal a hidden pattern, but the code's complexity is testing even the most skilled decipherers. Connection between the seemingly random numbers and codes, and why is Atlos learning this now?
Meaning behind this encoded message, left on a worn-out journal page by an unknown individual known only as ANFTHK. The codes and abbreviations seem to hold some significance, but it's unclear what they refer to. Is this a cryptic warning or a desperate plea for help?
The message reads like a nonsensical jumble of letters and numbers, but the title Hokuto Kudai Makio Easy A series suggests that this might be some sort of reference or code related to the series. Into the world of TVE Next 337, a seemingly cryptic title that hints at a futuristic narrative, we're met with a juxtaposition of genres, from action-packed thrills to tender romantic moments. The story follows Sheeta's Tooth, a complex character navigating the intricacies of love and loss in a high-stakes world where technology and human emotion collide.
Like we're not on the same page, ASA. Are you blocking me? This conversation is getting weird. Cryptic symbols and distorted text, a faint message seems to emerge: you are not what you think you are. The words appear almost as a whispered warning, hinting at a deeper truth hidden beneath the surface of this seemingly nonsensical code. Like someone's cooking up a storm in here. The aroma of sausages and tomatoes will make for a simple yet satisfying soup. What else do you need me to help with?
On this page are a jumbled mess of song lyrics, scribbled together in haste.
It looks like someone's trying to write a new verse for their favorite song, but the ideas aren't quite coming together yet. What are you looking at here? It looks like some kind of code. Let me see if I can make sense of it. What of the abandoned city? What is this?
The scribbled letters and numbers dance across the page, like a madman's attempt to convey a message from another world.
But what does it mean? Is it a code, or simply the ravings of a mind unhinged?
A gentle smile crept onto Makio's face, his eyes sparkling with warmth and sincerity, for in this moment, he knew exactly how to convey the truth.
Eyes flicker open. Brent is struggling to decipher the ancient text of Okot, wondering if it's even possible to unlock its secrets. You always push me away, yo. Can't you see that I'm only trying to help you?
What could have been still haunts him, a constant reminder of the choices he made and the path not taken.
A distance marker looms before them, its numbers stark against the desolate landscape.
Instead of a desperate battle, GR4NPIFOSE stands tall, his determination to protect the innocent fueling his fight. Meanwhile, Nell and Ox struggle to keep up with the chaos, their own fates hanging precariously in the balance. Toko and her husband, Geekin, continued to live together. It was clear that they had grown accustomed to each other's quirks. Despite the challenges of their unusual relationship, they seemed to have developed a sense of comfort and familiarity with one another. The bond between the older puppy and his much younger partner has been a topic of interest in social media, with many wondering how they navigate their age difference. Despite their 54-year gap, the couple has found a way to live together harmoniously. Their story has sparked a lot of discussion about love and relationships, with some people praising their unconventional arrangement.
Only reached chapter 17.
Digit stares back at him. This has been a heavy weight, crushing the air out of me. It's as if we've all been holding our breaths, waiting for something, anything, to break this unbearable stillness. But it's been years since the last time we spoke, and now it feels like an eternity since we've even seen each other.
On here. Your 50 GUC 10 PO1 or CSL sounds like a cryptic message, and them D3WN in the DoXP seems to be some sort of code. The rest of the text appears to be a jumbled mix of words and letters, with no clear meaning. Is this some kind of puzzle or cipher that needs to be decoded? On here. It looks like some kind of code or message. Let me try to decipher it.
This cryptic code, etched into the wall, seemed to hold secrets of a long-lost language, but its true meaning remained elusive.
This page seems to be a mix of hexadecimal and gibberish, but it's possible that the could GF line is actually could GF? Meaning could God forgive? And the May 3E
line is asking if God may possibly exist. Symbols dance on the screen, a jumbled mess of codes and ciphers that seem to hold no meaning.
But I sense a hint of urgency in their placement, as if they're more than just random letters. What secrets do they conceal? And what does it have to do with the mysterious CAX SHC? Meaning behind these cryptic symbols?
Failing, and it's clear that the characters are not following the instructions to reveal the hidden message.
They're all confused and frustrated, wondering what's going on and why their efforts are being thwarted.
Folds, with BER5 at its center.
What's happening here? It seems you're trying to convey a message in code, but I'm having trouble deciphering it. Can you give me more context or a hint about what this means?
It looks like a mix of letters and numbers, with some typos and intentional misspellings.
Girl's tantrum, likely in a fantasy or medieval setting.
The scribbled text on the walls and floor suggests a moment of chaos, perhaps due to some unmet expectation or misunderstood instruction.
What's on here?
Notes on the wall seem to be a haphazard collection of numbers and words, but one phrase catches the eye: "is started ha."
What could this cryptic message mean? What twisted game is this, where an ancient entity like Skans Kranlots TA_NT and Kana *game SHE seeks to dominate and manipulate others for its own purposes? By 7 my MCM. It's as if they're speaking in a language that's both familiar and yet completely alien.
The very words seem to sear themselves into my mind, leaving me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality.
And now, 042 why hell? CLTMN Ochan, is this some kind of sick joke, or a desperate plea for help from those who are being consumed by Skan's dark powers?
Birizdu, what does it mean to be right in a world where the rules seem to be constantly shifting and twisted beyond recognition?
MAOVGCRG to leave #E alone, but alone from what, or whom? The more I try to decipher this code, the more lost I become. It emanates from the darkness. There's something surprising going on here.
It looks like a message from someone who wants to keep their identity hidden, but they're trying to communicate something important.
On here, is this some kind of code or just random nonsense?
The mention of these and the numerical sequence 747 followed by more numbers and letters, it looks like a mix of cryptography and chaos. Cryptic messages and unclear abbreviations. One thing is certain, Arletha's presence has left an indelible mark on this world. The references to Thor and Proteus hint at a complex web of relationships and allegiances that may hold the key to unlocking the secrets of this realm.
On.
The letter is filled with random words and symbols, but it looks like there's a hidden message or code. The use of all caps and unusual font styles suggests that this might be a cryptic note from someone trying to convey a secret. The mention of my dad in cold-hearted hints at a personal struggle or conflict.
Is the writer trying to send a warning or make a confession? What twisted world is this, where a mysterious figure like MHE holds such power over the innocent? The words Taklukt and IPFNFTink seem to hint at some ancient ritual or forbidden knowledge. And what's the significance of the cryptic message SKRE4L Karn? Is it a warning, a prophecy, or something more sinister? A code, or just a wild mess? The writing seems to be some sort of cipher, but what's the key?
To thin doesn't make sense, and neither does $fine.
And what's with all these numbers and letters strewn about? It looks like a jumbled mix of everything. What's on here?
It seems like a cryptic message, but it's written in all caps and full of typos.
Is this some kind of code or just a person's attempt at being mysterious?
The message seems to be a garbled version of a warning, with words and letters scattered across the page. It's unclear what this text is trying to convey, but it appears to be some sort of code or encrypted message.
For East, Charlie 7 Romeo 7, medical helicopter, we have a situation here.
Lies in ruins, a testament to the devastating power of the Zane forces that ravaged our world. The once majestic skyscrapers now stand as twisted, charred skeletons, their steel beams tangled like skeletal fingers reaching towards the sky. Her name is all that's legible on the worn tombstone, a haunting reminder of the sister she lost.
Always assume I need your permission for everything, Mom. Can I even talk without you jumping down my throat? I think you're talking about the flower, right? And then there's the part about the clock. It looks like you were a gardener. But what's this about paying something to someone? Is that a sickness or an illness of some sort?
Cryptic and garbled message, but it seems to be a mix of slang, abbreviations, and possibly even encrypted text.
It's unclear what the intended meaning or context is behind this communication.
This majestic castle stood ravaged and broken, a haunting silence filled the air, pierced only by the eerie whispers of the wind through its shattered spires.
What cryptic message is this? The sender seems to be trying to convey a secret, but the code is far from decipherable. One thing's for sure, it's going to take some serious detective work to crack this one. Message scrawled in the margins of page 18, with seemingly unrelated numbers and words scattered around it. We reached page 18. What's on here? We've got codes and ciphers everywhere. I need to decipher this madness. Of a treacherous Miztak forest, a lone traveler named Korm ventures forth with only 5 shields to protect him from the dangers that lurk in every shadow. His path is fraught with peril, and he must be ever vigilant if he hopes to survive. The black forest stretches out before him like an endless abyss, and he can't shake the feeling that something is watching him from just out of sight. Feel free to obey are scrawled on the wall, followed by a jumbled mix of letters and numbers that seem to be some sort of code. There's also a crude drawing of a face with a sad expression, accompanied by the words "choose wisely, for the consequences will be severe." About you is a mystery to me. A strange code. The letters and numbers seem to be a jumbled mess, but I sense a hidden meaning beneath the surface. What's going on here? It looks like a cryptic code, but it's not quite decipherable. Is this some kind of encrypted message or just gibberish? The presence of numbers and symbols in the middle makes it even more confusing. And what's with the seemingly random use of uppercase and lowercase letters throughout? Asking about the top of that question, anyway. What's all this nonsense you're trying to say? Symbols etched into the wall seem to hold a hidden meaning, but the words B40 and CFAZ were the only decipherable codes amidst the jumbled sequence of letters and numbers. What twisted joke is this? Someone's been playing with a keyboard that's gone haywire. The cryptic messages, the random numbers and letters, it looks like a code, but to what end? And what's with all these references to different types and types of TNC? The letters scrawled on the wall scream a chilling message, as if the writer is trying to send out a warning, or perhaps a plea for help. The words really and Ely are scribbled in haste, with misspelled names like Lajua Birian 3, Zerskn, and Kanrata Toliim scattered across the page. It's as if the writer is trying to convey a sense of urgency, but the message is unclear, fragmented, and disturbing. Alone, Jen. And don't even think about getting involved with Asamachi-san again. A message scrawled on a wall, hinting at a mysterious conversation between a Sultan Amiri, referencing codes and ciphers. The words Tals and Kaks are scribbled in the margins, alongside a seemingly unrelated phrase Totyal. No sense in this abandoned laboratory, only the echoes of a long-forgotten experiment remain. Of the abandoned Kasamachi district, a mysterious figure known as Mori-san has left behind a trail of cryptic symbols and codes, hinting at a long-buried secret. The phone ringing is jarring, a harsh intrusion on the quiet morning. Helios sits up in bed, rubbing his eyes, and reaches for the receiver with a sense of trepidation. Message scrawled on the wall, 73I27 Aranua ASF3 UT Mamor caught my eye, but the rest of it seemed like gibberish. The scribbles continued with JF7CXSTT%XH run 2*6 GLEB407U6 Mr. Yola -99, followed by a series of numbers and codes that made no sense to me. I noticed the word leaf etched into the wall, but it was unclear if it was a clue or just a random marking. The message reads, Imnet 6097 4TA0FTFAT, Immer, 634 Alilfat STREVAUCWLADMSUK,
Laladioem Vol JLSCI 7 Yal ROUS G75 Culche 14 LCLALYES Layat Elolent Ret Yes 4 War 4 is Ace hashtag 0 Vito 18 CI 1744 underscore in TRS. The characters seem to be using a mix of letters and symbols, possibly an attempt at encryption or a coded language. That the characters are struggling to communicate effectively, with Trat's message being completely misinterpreted as absolutely TREW, followed by a series of apologies and misunderstandings about everyday activities, job titles, and even a reference to the first trains. The text is riddled with errors, and it's unclear what's actually being said or meant. Of the ancient Ko-7's rishis are being tested, and it seems that their fondest wishes may not be as genuine as they appear. To be honest with oneself, one must confront the truth about the Demert's intentions and the Vo40, Ed Rudiki's true identity. The ARETC4 TMIPLSCHLC underscore has been compromised, and the SNEST is in danger of being overrun by the DCNTAC FCTCN BCCSTAA. But what does it all mean, really? Is this a trap set by the really REA and spells Pyth think really LN7ER51807 NEC, or just a clever ruse to distract from the true purpose of the Ko-7's rishis? In this strange world where stories can be friends and have names, and a chest can hold secrets. I don't know what's going on here, but it sounds like a chaotic mixture of words and numbers. Its fate was sealed, and the author was happy to provide a surprise twist for their readers. What's on here, Fappy? It looks like someone's been messing with the lab equipment again. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a desperate cry for help, but what does it mean? Is this a case of code breaking or just a jumbled mess of letters and numbers? It's like the text on this page is intentionally distorted and unclear, making it difficult to decipher any coherent meaning. However, based on the provided input, I'll attempt to reconstruct a plausible voiceover line that might fit the context of the manga. What world has happened to Alziad, and what's going on with this mysterious Darf character? What's on here? A mix of letters, numbers, and what looks like a cryptic message. It's unclear who or what is behind this, but it seems to be some kind of code or puzzle. What's on here? This seems like some kind of mysterious conversation between multiple individuals. The message reads like a code, with seemingly random letters and numbers scattered throughout. Chapter marker, indicating the significance of page 119 in the narrative. That fateful night still lingered in his mind, the flames that consumed the city etched forever in his memory. The screams of the innocent, the smell of smoke and ash, it was a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. A mess of letters and numbers, hinting at a mysterious code that may hold the key to unlocking the secrets of this world. The cryptic symbols seem to be a blend of numerical sequences and alphabetic codes, perhaps even a form of encryption used by the enigmatic organization known as FRCZ. Meaning behind these cryptic symbols, etched into the walls of this ancient temple. The markings seem to be a mix of languages, with TCPANC and as equals Lele looking like some sort of encrypted message. The mention of MLNT and CN sufc suggests a connection to an ancient cult or organization. Meanwhile, the repeating pattern of Eletni equals and SXV5HPR seems almost ritualistic. The symbols and codes on the wall seem to be a desperate attempt at sending a message, but what could they possibly mean? It's a mess, but it looks like someone's trying to send a secret message. The numbers and letters are jumbled up, making it hard to decipher what's going on. There are mentions of Lou Ellis, Sinel, Woods, and getting 62C. It's as if the sender is trying to convey a sense of urgency or importance, but the message itself is cryptic and unclear. The runes on the stone wall seem to be a mix of language and code, with symbols like 9CV and fear scattered among what appears to be a cryptic message. The signal is being transmitted from the abandoned research facility on the planet's surface. The message scrawled on the wall, a desperate attempt to convey a hidden truth. No sense anymore, only chaos reigns. The world has descended into madness, and all that's left is the cacophony of a crumbling reality. It had fallen over the dark land, broken only by the faint whispers of the wind. Secrets lie within the code of LLS, and what do its cryptic messages reveal about the mysterious entity known as TJF? Of cryptic codes and mysterious symbols, the line between reality and madness blurs. The air is thick with secrets, and the truth lies hidden behind a veil of obscurity.
Can anyone decipher the language of the unknown?
Possibly understand the intricacies of a story like this, where every word and punctuation mark is deliberately misused to convey a sense of absurdity and chaos. It's as if Ties is trying to subvert our expectations at every turn, making it difficult to discern what's real and what's just part of the charade. Notes and symbols on this page suggest a frantic attempt to convey complex information, but the meaning remains obscure. Where codes and ciphers reign supreme, the enigmatic E42LFC holds the key to unlocking a mysterious realm. But what secrets lie hidden behind the hashtag UNI symbol, and how does it relate to the cryptic phrase FOMITHOFC? TN3C? The ICTOTAFAC26 hashtag *E4C46-09SG XAFT24I7-37AIKC*6, who code is a puzzle waiting to be solved. Meanwhile, the Finvel CT's 3 Tices AE Fon load hints at a connection between the celestial and the unknown.
But what does it all mean?
The message on the wall reads FOIPEYC yourself F47XT followed by a series of seemingly random letters and numbers.
JCLV appears to be some sort of code, while JK suggests a possible key or cipher.
Where language has lost all meaning, the scribbles on this page are a testament to the chaos that reigns supreme.
What does it mean? The cipher is getting more complex by the minute.
Notes and codes scattered across this page seem to be a mixture of obscure languages, abbreviations, and symbols. What appears to be a reference to a mysterious organization or project is interwoven with fragments of conversation, dates, and times. The mention of Tuvo in the context of hashtag AN7ZC Tory raises questions about its significance. Meanwhile, the repeated use of cryptic codes and abbreviations suggests that the individuals involved may be using a secure communication system to discuss sensitive information. Where code and language have merged, a mysterious message unfolds like a puzzle. The words 6TET4RT7RONGTCRD seem to hold the key to deciphering this cryptic text, but what secrets lie within the encrypted strings? Notes on the wall seem to point to a mysterious code, with references to WEL and C Orctal, possibly indicating a connection to the earlier events involving Kyo. Meanwhile, the mention of LART7-HEX-T and ERCA7Y Binast Seer could be related to the hidden plot involving Lark and Hector. Cygnus X, a mysterious anomaly has been detected, sparking an urgent response from the CRFY crew. The ship's sensors are picking up strange energy signatures emanating from the nearby Nebula 42. Captain Ronus is calling for backup, and Roner is preparing the ship for possible encounters with hostile alien forces. Symbols and numbers on this page suggest a high level of security and secrecy, possibly hinting at a classified document or a hidden message. The presence of what appears to be a password, for 24KE and JLJ, adds to the sense of mystery and intrigue, implying that only authorized individuals with access to these codes can decipher the information contained within. The message remains unsolved, a puzzle hidden in plain sight. Jory, MYR, and Vay's cryptic symbols hold secrets yet unknown, leaving behind only whispers of what lies beneath. Illegible scribbles and symbols, possibly a code or a message written in haste. The words OK Blame stand out, suggesting a moment of desperation or confusion in the narrative.
A message, hidden in plain sight. The numbers and symbols dance before our eyes, but what secrets do they hold? In the midst of chaos, a cryptic message echoes through the void, bearing no recognizable signature or intent. The message reads like a jumbled mix of numbers and letters. AIIE's warning echoes through the air, but what does it mean? The mention of coordinates 437N4 by 496JN7FN23 seems to point to a specific location. Is this a clue left by Dakotsi or just another red herring?
The code reads like a nonsensical jumble of words, but perhaps there's a hidden key to deciphering its meaning. A jumbled mess of numbers and letters. Where love and hatred have become raging storms, we're forced to navigate through the desolate landscape of broken dreams. Charming tale of an unlikely duo, a queen and her loyal puppy companion, who prove that even the most disparate of friends can become family, despite their vast age difference. In the midst of chaos, they found solace in a simple meal. Lunches were served with a side of uncertainty. Ancient Chinese city, the Forbidden Palace stands tall, its secrets and mysteries waiting to be unraveled. The air is thick with history, as whispers of a long-lost dynasty echo through the streets. Amidst the grandeur, a young monk named Kaido embarks on a perilous journey to uncover the truth behind an ancient prophecy. On here, a game of Minecraft or just chaos? On with the boy, and who is this man they're talking about? On here. A cryptic message scrawled across the wall, a jumbled mix of words and numbers. Kux. Skok hot. El Puvk. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. What game is this? It looks like something from the old days, a nostalgic feel, but at the same time, it's trying to be modern. I'm not sure what to make of it. Thick with tension is Taxar and his brother, both skilled warriors, face off against their opponents. Their words are laced with a mix of confidence and uncertainty, each one trying to outmaneuver the other in a game of psychological combat. The outcome hangs precariously in the balance, as they clash in a battle of wills that threatens to consume them all. A desperate cry for help. Remember Layla Bit, 7447 Mal, 57 YITF at Rallying Stock. You'll see UDN4 UTFJG set by Intakis 44L? TCNSR, late Thorgu. Not well. Clears at $30,442 Liaiku G4 Stes Jess. JFATTCU Pip Tjoix Chat asterisk ND of teasing, teefn. Thin. Tea 7S147 Island Co CR00 hashtag G4TS. 350, Kos. That's. First Thai Firix Jot. Re. Underscore OL. TT SLLAX. People, trapped in a world of acronyms and codes. What is the meaning behind their desperate messages, pleading for answers to questions they can't even decipher themselves? The language of cryptic symbols and abbreviations has become their only means of communication, but it's clear that something fundamental is broken. Is golden, but in this case, it's a scream that echoes through the empty halls of their memories. On here. It looks like a cryptic message, possibly from a character named YCA or Share THLS. The text is filled with abbreviations and typos, making it difficult to decipher the intended meaning. Is this some kind of code or secret language? What is this? The words blur together like a fevered dream, defying comprehension. I found it, the hidden village that's been passed down through the generations of our tribe. It's not just a myth, it exists. It makes sense anymore. The words are jumbled, the logic is broken, it's as if reality itself has been turned upside down. CFCE were scribbled in bold letters on the wall, surrounded by chaos and destruction. The air reeked of smoke and ash. The protagonist is struggling with guilt over a difficult decision, but trying to convince themselves that it was necessary. What do these cryptic symbols mean? Is this some sort of ancient language or code? Hashtag OTL guy, and why is he asking such weird questions? It looks like he's trying to fit in with the others. I want to like crazy hook? Really, what's going on here? Is Yuke just joking around or is there something more to it? And what's with all these abbreviations and symbols? Message, scribbled in haste. The words seem to jump out at me, a code, perhaps? Or just the ravings of a troubled mind? What twisted logic is this, trying to justify the similarities between two completely unrelated concepts? Message scrawled on the wall, hinting at a long-forgotten event. The numbers 535 and 3436 seem to hold significance, but their connection to the words Wiltwyz and Woamli Bina Feli P remains unclear. What's on here? It seems like a code, but I have no idea what it means. Is this some kind of joke or? A cry from the depths of his own hell, a man torn apart by the very demons he once sought to conquer. Of mixed desires and dejection, prayer becomes a desperate attempt to navigate the unending maze of conflicting emotions, where even the simplest decisions become agonizingly difficult. Signs are everywhere, but no one seems to be paying attention. Voice echoed through the desolate canyon, a lone cry that seemed to awaken the very spirits of the land. Crody's message has been garbled, but it looks like someone's trying to send a cryptic code. Eyelash, detached from its owner's gaze.
Wrong.
Journal, a mysterious companion.
The cliffhanger hangs in the air. To be continued.
Notes scattered across this page seem to be a mix of code, corrections, and perhaps even some personal musings. A faint phrase keeps appearing, feel young.
Is this a message from the creator, or just a fragment of a larger puzzle?
Korad stands amidst the chaos, her eyes fixed on a figure in the distance. The air is thick with tension as she searches for someone, anyone, who can understand her. Are overflowing with titles. The Yamashits and Yamashits series stand out, each a testament to their creators' dedication to crafting immersive worlds.
Tomoko's works are as varied as they are captivating, ranging from love and Ikoku Nikki to the more fantastical realms of Nirtor Ball Fashing Magic Hikari.
The presence of special editions and commemorative collections suggests a deep connection between the author and her audience, underscoring the impact of her stories on readers' lives. Entry in Tomoko's journal, hinting at her growing fascination with the mysterious and possibly dark forces that surround her. The repeated mention of 6 takes on an ominous tone, as if it holds some hidden significance or code. This logbook marked Ikako Nikki lies open on a desk, with cryptic notes scrawled in the margins, including an entry titled Villain that seems to be written in code. Index, seemingly unrelated to the story itself, but perhaps a crucial element in understanding the world and its inhabitants. For us is a canvas of chaos, as the EL's opening color fades into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of cryptic symbols and unanswered questions. Telling me a long story about how people used to have short legs or side-like legs, and she seemed really upset that I didn't know this historical fact.
She kept saying you don't know this? And it's true. But I had no idea what she was talking about. It wasn't until later that I realized she was just joking around and trying to be funny. And here. Already? How much longer until the expedition reaches the Lost City?
The household was about to get even more complicated, as Nikki's arrival hinted at a new dynamic that would challenge the existing relationships.
Step forward. On here.
Of their carefree days as friends, spending time with their parents, especially their father, still linger in the air. The mention of 144 and 60 seems to be a code or a reminder, perhaps related to a specific event or date. It's clear that they've been through a lot together, but it's also evident that there are some underlying tensions and concerns, with phrases like nervous if, falls jetzt, and very least. Signs on the crumbling walls, the overgrown streets, and the eerie silence all seem to whisper a single question: what happened here? Text reveals a hidden code, with symbols and numbers woven together like a tapestry. Deciphering its meaning may hold the key to unlocking a long-lost secret. Code 7 to 174 is scribbled in the corner, but it's unclear what it refers to. Orzi's name is mentioned alongside a series of seemingly random numbers and letters, including C2FC07, 494, and 81FC.
There's also a mention of Ben and PPTTHEV 57442, followed by more nonsensical characters.
The page appears to be a jumbled mix of code and gibberish. The tape is a blur of chaos, with twisted metal and shattered glass scattered everywhere.
In the distance, the sound of sirens wails, growing louder by the second.
Amidst the destruction, a lone figure stumbles through the rubble, eyes wide with shock and terror.
A coded message.
As cryptic codes and symbols cover every inch of the page, threatening to overwhelm any who dare attempt to decipher their meaning. This code has been unearthed, containing a jumbled mix of letters and numbers, hinting at a cryptic message or perhaps even a hidden identity. Notes scrawled across this page seem to be a mix of code and personal messages, hinting at a larger puzzle that needs to be deciphered. Being cracked, but the meaning is still unclear, and the team is getting anxious to uncover the truth behind these mysterious messages. Symbols etched into the ancient wall seem to defy deciphering, while the scattered notes hint at a hidden pattern waiting to be uncovered.
What does it all mean? Is this some kind of code, or a message from someone in trouble? On here. It looks like some kind of cryptic code or message. Are these numbers and letters a puzzle to be solved, or just random gibberish?
The symbols on this page seem to be a mix of codes and possibly even a hidden message. It appears that someone, or something, has been experimenting with various combinations of letters and numbers in an attempt to conceal their meaning. The message scrawled on the wall seems to be a desperate attempt at communication, but what could it possibly mean? Beyond the distorted gates of Karyu, hidden from prying eyes by a maze of eerie codes and ciphers? The cryptic symbols etched into the walls whisper secrets to those who dare to decipher. Certain to cone, something certain to bring them closer together. The code scrawled on the wall seems to be a mix of numbers and letters, but there's something odd about the way they're arranged.
It almost looks like encryption?
Loneliness settles over her like a shroud. The expression in her eyes was clear, but the words she struggled to express were still trapped within her. Where answers seem to evade us at every turn, the uncertainty can be suffocating. Our only comfort is that we cling to the familiar rhythms of life, no matter how faint the melody may have become. Even in the face of chaos, some constants remain: love, protection, and the unwavering commitment to those who bring meaning to our existence. In the midst of this chaos, the fate of the world hangs in the balance.
The emergence of a new threat has left everyone stunned and scrambling to respond. Can anyone uncover the truth behind this sudden turn of events? It's supposed to be a cryptic message from the Ka clan. C4 and TC tell, what kind of code are they using? And who is the Herslar they're talking about? This seems like more than just a simple message. On here, is this some kind of joke or a desperate cry for help? On here.
It looks like a jumbled mess of code and nonsense.
Is this some kind of encrypted message or just a garbled transmission?
Symbols and codes litter the walls, a desperate attempt to convey a message that only a select few may understand. The message appears to be a jumbled mix of letters, symbols, and numbers. It's unclear what the sender is trying to convey, but it may require decryption or deciphering to unlock its true meaning. In the midst of chaos, the cryptic codes and symbols scattered across this page hold secrets that only a select few can decipher. The presence of PZCLCC and SE #NOZHERS CLRCOL suggests a connection to an ancient language or codebook, while the numerical sequences, such as 6 SOLFE 7 SOY_TCUs and L62 Chi, imply a methodical approach to problem solving. Cabot 3 seems to be a red herring. The real challenge lies in deciphering the meaning behind the cryptic message, 7HLAR that Cabot 3 ist ls greater than 15.
On here. It looks like a cryptic message scrawled in the margins of a notebook. Hot C3 and could be a username or an acronym, but it doesn't make sense in this context.
The numbers and symbols scattered throughout the text only add to the confusion.
Is someone trying to send a secret message, or is this just a jumbled mess? The message reads, MacOSAN Duans.
I suspect a coding system is being used here. Message, scribbled in haste. The words are unclear, but the desperation is palpable. I'm detecting a possible anomaly in the system. The readings indicate an unusual energy signature emanating from Kamiboko's iPhone. It appears to be connected to the Nave clarinet line, and there are some cryptic messages scattered around the vicinity. Lies in ruins, a testament to the devastating power of the unknown force that swept through it. The once familiar streets are now a maze of rubble and debris, with buildings reduced to mere shells of their former selves.
What's going on here?
It seems like a jumbled mess of characters and numbers. I have no idea what's happening in this scene, or who these people are. The language itself appears to be some kind of code or cipher, making it even more difficult to decipher the situation.
What twisted logic is this, assuming that the very people we're trying to protect are somehow secretly working against us? It's like they want us to fail.
The past crashed down on me like a tidal wave, flooding my mind with images and emotions I thought I'd long forgotten.
The lyrics echo in my head, a haunting reminder of what's been lost forever. These symbols seem to be a code, with an EYE? And EYET #ABNE? Repeated in a pattern. Could this be some sort of ancient language or cipher?
Where sanity is a luxury few can afford, the mind-shattering revelations of Joldher's CRE-class Everges are about to be unleashed upon the unsuspecting masses. Asked number 5, Pip YCC Slee, has stumbled into the abyss, and will never be the same again. The numbers etched into the walls, 52 1975 44 Kratty Aslanti whisper secrets of a long-forgotten past, while GOP 24 #me-T4 foot screams in agony as it succumbs to the madness that surrounds it.
ND 7 HCREME underscore LT at $LCOT FAFL Lewin Adid FCR being $0 CNEPGEA 3 TM IWASEATTs that RLI equals S7 ECF her 7447 asterisk 475 F Filfor.
Message, partially encoded and scattered with typos, hints at a mysterious conversation between two parties, possibly involving illicit activities or hidden intentions.
CNE 41 VCSABCND and so 3 TAFSTRED like FETHI seem to be cryptic messages, but the text also appears to be a mixture of code and phrases that could be related to a character's thoughts or internal monologue. Some kind of twisted game. A group of people who get off on pain and suffering are talking about their obsession with this girl.
Letters are scattered across the page, but one thing is clear: chaos has erupted in this once quiet neighborhood. Notes of a frantic individual, with snippets of phone numbers, dates, and cryptic messages scattered throughout. It appears to be the work of someone trying to keep track of multiple leads or investigations, but the lack of coherence suggests a sense of desperation or urgency. Of this abandoned laboratory, a cryptic message scrawled on the wall seems to point to a catastrophic event. A mysterious figure, possibly a scientist or engineer, scribbled notes in haste about an experiment gone wrong. The cryptic abbreviations and symbols suggest a complex project codenamed Exergy has encountered unforeseen consequences.
What's on in that mind of hers? Is she really perfect, or is it all just a facade? This is growing, and the ancient ones stir within.
Yet, in this twisted realm, perfection is the ultimate goal, and those who are deemed imperfect will be cast aside like so much trash.
The voices of the ancients whisper secrets to those who seek power, but at what cost?
The words of Lunmi and Bors are scrawled on the wall, a haunting reminder of their dwindling hopes. As they cling to their dwindling chance, a faint cry echoes through the desolate landscape, a chilling whisper that only adds to the sense of despair.
Going through his mind when he decided to end it all with such a ridiculous password. Chaotic mess. It looks like someone scribbled a bunch of numbers, codes, and words all over the place. The name Jen is visible, but the rest is just a jumbled mess.
Words on the page reveal a deep sense of isolation.
What's going on with Emily? It seems like she's been seeing someone, but she's not telling anyone the truth. Is she really in a relationship or is it all just a fantasy? And what about her sister, Karen? She's been acting suspiciously too.
The head is unclear, but the numbers are cryptic and ominous.
The mention of BRNSLS could be a reference to a specific location or event, while MHENP7 sounds like a date or code. The presence of phone numbers, such as 415 2PE47, adds to the sense of unease and foreboding.
She's been keeping secrets, and now she wants to read the diary when she's good and ready.
What sorcery is this? The symbols on the ancient stone are shifting, revealing a hidden message.
Thok's eyes widen as he deciphers the cryptic words. The text scrawled on the wall seems to be a mixture of codes and nonsensical words.
Could this be a clue left by the enigmatic Natire?
Ahead is a path shrouded in mystery, with codes and symbols that refuse to yield their secrets.
The enigmatic 6A2 equals GS7/? Hints at a hidden language, while the cryptic hashtag 6ESS404-07AZ, JL at JFT meant seems to point to a location or a person. Meanwhile, the appearance of MCY/ and AANUAS, PAFTHENC? JC41 suggests a connection to an ancient or forgotten knowledge.
The numerous numerical codes scattered throughout the page only add to the sense of intrigue, leaving one to wonder what secrets they might unlock.
Crackled to life, a cryptic message emerged from the static, echoing through the abandoned laboratory with an air of foreboding.
The cry echoes through the void, followed by a cryptic sequence of numbers and symbols. The faint hum of machinery can be heard in the background, as if something is struggling to break free from its restraints. The atmosphere of the abandoned mansion is palpable, with cobwebs clinging to the chandeliers and a chill running down my spine as I stumble upon the cryptic message scrawled on the wall.
What does it mean? Is this some sort of code or a desperate plea for help from the former occupants? What's on here? Andy, do you really think the only thing that matters is having me by your side? Him carefully, it will forever be yours.
With determination burning in his heart, Ked is willing to do whatever it takes to protect and defend those he cares about, no matter the cost or consequence. The messages are starting to make sense now. A new player has entered the scene, and their connection to the mysterious code is unclear. Confrontation has begun, with 541 Mayor Fizati taking matters into his own hands and facing off against the mysterious lot. The stakes are high, as he calls out to Tae-H-Z and demands that he face his true self. Meanwhile, a glimmer of hope appears in the form of Ia Soins, who has somehow managed to remain calm despite the chaos around her. But with Haviko D time looming on the horizon, it's unclear how much time they have left to make their move. Where even the simplest questions seem to hold hidden meaning, it's hard not to wonder what lies beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary conversations. The words of the no kid seem to conceal more than they reveal, and the innocent-sounding queries about husband and wife relationships may be nothing more than a smokescreen for something far more sinister.
Getting ridiculous. They're throwing every possible password combination at the system and it's not even slowing them down. The problem isn't even the ones you think it is. Can you really trust your own instincts?
What's going on here is much more complex than you're letting yourself believe, and it's getting harder to keep the truth hidden from you.
The world is crushing you, isn't it?
Trying to push the voids into others' lives, but it only seems to make things worse. Like that someone who didn't want kids ended up realizing this is the world they want, all because of their own child. They were once a thriving hub of activity, but now they're eerily empty. The graffiti on the walls seems to scream out in desperation, a cry for help that's been silenced by the forces that be. It's hard to imagine what it was like back then, when people lived and laughed together, unaware of the darkness that was coming.
But one thing is certain, nothing is as it seems. CME, you can't say I didn't try to explain the way things could have been.
You're so caught up in your perfect little world, TLMF Sani, but not everything is as black and white as it seems.
This isn't the life you imagined. What's on here? This doesn't look like any language I've ever seen before. Is this some kind of code?
KAY and TYAVYCA are scribbled on the wall, a cryptic message that only adds to the mystery of this abandoned alley. Messages scrawled on the walls of the abandoned lab are starting to make sense.
The team is closing in on a breakthrough, but at what cost? The air is thick with tension as they decipher the codes and uncover the dark secrets hidden within. You're finally fully fledged news, huh? Whose normalcy are you trying to conform to?
Always been told to be like everyone else, or better than everyone else. Being different is strange. Someone as intelligent and resourceful as you, Alice, be so consistently thwarted by even the simplest challenges.
He wants to know about Ina, the mysterious master of the Zhang machine.
Perhaps that Shefford is at it again, causing chaos and conflict wherever he goes. It seems even his own anger and loneliness can't accept the darkness within himself. What a thing it is to be drawn into the midst of such uncertainty, where beauty and ugliness coexist in the same uncertain balance as hope and despair. And yet, amidst all this chaos, there lies a glimmer of something new, something that whispers promises of a future yet uncharted.
I've always been a monster. Even to myself. And the worst part is, I think my mom knew it too. She never loved me for who I was, she only loved the idea of me. And now I'm left with nothing but this hollow feeling, staring into the abyss of what could have been. I'm so proud of you. I do not know after everything we've been through.
Strange game of chance, the names are chosen randomly, but for one person, it seems fate has brought them together with their true match. Little did they know, their lives were about to become forever intertwined.
Home lay open, its yellowed pages crackling with age as the words opening pagers seemed to leap out in archaic script. Clan, led by Yamashita Itomoko, will relentlessly chase out any creature that trespasses their territory. Page from a book with the number 24 scribbled on it. In the warming tale of the Kokoniki, we find ourselves immersed in the unusual yet loving relationship between a queen and her puppy companion. Despite their considerable age gap, they've formed an unbreakable bond, living together with all the joys and challenges that come with it. As they navigate life's ups and downs side by side, their love for each other remains constant, a testament to the power of companionship. This. A lone number, without context or explanation. On here. Memories of that day still lingered, the pain and trauma etched on her face like a scar that refused to heal. Clear. BRCKS is the mission objective, TCUPIT is the encrypted transmission key, 04804 STR is the sector coordinates, and #AFCZ is the confirmation code. On here. This doesn't look like a valid message. Runes on the stone pedestal reveal a cryptic message, hinting at an otherworldly power that has awakened in the heart of the mystical forest. On this wall is a warning sign, scrawled in haste as EVRCNE struggles to convey a message to the world. As Alcasicalias Folly Super Sikiochvias Zikasuem 7 AD3 or Hasuch Relake, what could it possibly mean? And then there's the part that looks like a desperate plea, like, ANFAIR. Hate seems to have a peculiar fascination with numbers, and its lair is shrouded in an unsettling aura of disdain for the mundane. Familiar streets of Anfar now seem foreign, as if I'd been gone for years, not just a few days. The memories of my mother's words echo in my mind, every last thing she said to me before I left still haunting me. The cadet, 20 years old and dying like that. The toll is unimaginable, for units lost in this one incident alone. Message scrawled on the wall, but what does it mean? The scribbles and symbols seem to be a mix of code and madness. We've reached a point of chaos, with cryptic messages and codes scattered across the page. The air is thick with tension, and the characters are desperately trying to decipher the meaning behind these enigmatic words. On in Sector 14. The coordinates are getting garbled, 7JTTAFE to 4371 MSPAT LAR. It looks like there was a data spike, and the last message from MC7 was cut off. It says you're 3x, but that's all we got before it dropped out completely. The temple's entrance is guarded by a mysterious symbol, its meaning lost to the sands of time. On here. It looks like a conversation between two people, but the writing style is all over the place, it's like trying to decipher a code. Some kind of code or message? The scribbled handwriting and mix of letters and numbers make it look like a frantic attempt to convey something. Notes scattered across this page seem to be a jumbled mix of codes and personal messages, but one thing is clear, the writer is trying to convey a sense of urgency and secrecy. The mention of people and parents suggests that there may be some sort of threat or danger involved, while the repeated use of codes and abbreviations implies that the writer is trying to keep their message hidden from prying eyes. On here. Some kind of code or cipher, maybe? The words seem to be jumbled up and nonsensical. I see fragments like was JO14LL hard and Favis me HAL? But it doesn't make sense. It looks like someone tried to disguise a message or confuse the reader. Code, and why are these children on a test? They seem to be under some sort of pressure from their parents and teachers. The numbers and symbols scattered throughout the page only add to the confusion. Is this some kind of exam or assessment that's gone horribly wrong? 74 eno. Stand for. Desperate attempt to awaken, the once great city's systems are sparking back to life. But will it be enough to save the people who remain? The air is thick with uncertainty as the survivors prepare for a new beginning. In this dark and twisted world where the lines between reality and nightmare are blurred, and the very fabric of sanity is torn apart? The cryptic messages scrawled on these walls seem to hold secrets, but what truth lies beneath the surface of this forsaken place? Cryptic message from BO46, and how does it relate to the mysterious codes and numbers scattered throughout this page? Screeching tires echoes through the night as Louis speeds away from a chaotic scene, narrowly avoiding a collision with the Koffer Lurdos 604 AE's reckless driving. And Luz Euler Temper 70_MNL Ezelk seems to be getting more and more agitated by the minute, his anger boiling over as he takes on the driver who cut him off in traffic. The numbers and symbols scattered across this page suggest a code or cipher, possibly related to the mysterious events unfolding in the story. Further analysis is needed to decipher its meaning and significance. Someone to seek revenge against their own father, and at what cost to themselves and others. The desperation in Suidacy's words is palpable as they contemplate raising a plant against the one person who brought them into this world. On here. This doesn't make any sense. It looks like a jumbled mix of letters and symbols. What world is going on here? It looks like a messy note scrawled by a hyperactive kid, with strange abbreviations and symbols thrown in for good measure. The message scrawled on this page is a jumbled mess of letters and numbers, but one phrase stands out, SKE Susie Dr. *NSB. Could it be a reference to the elusive skewered Sue? The handwriting looks like it belongs to Kaladog, and the mention of 95 #Derave might indicate a connection to the mysterious Duravium project. But what's the significance of RAL 54 PD Ikersai? And what lies hidden behind the cryptic acronym Kaladog 4064? Message from TC603, but it's garbled. I think there's been some kind of transmission error. The letters on this page appear to be a jumbled mix of what might be a game's code or a cryptic message. The presence of terms like SOTU, GNA, and TEA suggests that this could be related to the popular mobile game gacha, where players collect random items and characters through in-game currency and gachas, lotteries. What dark magic is this? The symbols etched into the walls seem to pulse with an otherworldly energy, as if they're a key to unlocking some ancient and sinister power. The notes scrawled on this page are a jumbled mess of codes and abbreviations, but one phrase stands out, they're really here. You're so smart, don't you, Xen? Blaming everyone else for your mistakes. But the truth is in this diary, and it's going to blow everything wide open. Characters and codes fill the screen, a cryptic message from an unknown sender. Notes on the wall read YA4, ITZRELL 77 I673 a BIG FREL ABCJR, and below it, 73 ESMAL, SRK 45 SAN. Someone's written YES in big letters. The text seems to be a mix of random words and phrases, possibly written by multiple people. On here. Everyone was worried about you and helped in the search, but it seems like there are mixed signals coming from Ishid Waker, with a mysterious note that might be connected to Ariat SCECNE Lu 4B. And then there's this strange RE at N symbol, followed by a cryptic message about being real. The Diary of Yamos. A glimpse into the life of a loved one, cherished by all. It's as if Axel, in his own way, wanted to capture the essence of beauty and certainty that this person embodied. A sentiment that still resonates deeply with him today. The message on this ancient scroll is a puzzle that has stumped many scholars, but one thing is clear, it holds the key to unlocking a powerful secret. The message on the wall reads, 1 rupee here, TC? U, KCATT and is 6 to 3 at Q nat what AYC zilly thin. Read ALRADY. The scribbled text appears to be a mix of coded language and hasty handwriting, hinting at a mysterious plot or hidden meaning. A cryptic message, a fragmented puzzle left behind by the enigmatic 4-1 SHCTW. The words Yoder Huxes seem to hint at a connection to the past, but the question 0M4 remains unanswered. Meanwhile, SMGU5LS $774 trillion echoes through the silence, and UE whispers secrets only known to the wind. CDY seems to be a plea for help, while Tilly beckons towards an unknown destination. And then there's the ominous question, 42 mil have FOD, 3T or 8 diter 60 wow J3647 why for that? A riddle that threatens to unravel the very fabric of reality. Can anyone decipher the meaning behind these enigmatic words? For Zach Letts, the answer may lie in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. E, the final fragment, seems to hold a key, but what does it unlock? And as for CH4GF, is it a warning or a promise of change? The mystery deepens with each passing moment. But you just say it? This is how your mom thought, and maybe it will ease your mind. Precisely what makes this all so disturbing. A life of love and care, only to be marred by the twisted game you've been playing with us.
That something has gone terribly wrong for her. She looks like she's lost everything, her smile, her hope, her happiness. I wonder what happened to make her feel this way, and if there's any chance of turning things around for her.
Years since the incident, but the pain still lingers. Nobody wants to talk about it, but we all feel it, the weight of what happened that day. Tough as it is, we have to face the fact that some things can't be shared.
That behavior is making me feel lonely, but I'm trying to reassure myself that it's just because he's with me.
He values my feelings deeply and doesn't want anyone else interfering in our relationship.
He knows that no one can understand him the way I do, and he's afraid of losing me too. The reality of this situation is lost on me, but I'm starting to realize that something's off.
No one seems to understand what's happening, and it's like they're all just going through the motions.
Notes and scribbles on this page seem to be a mix of random letters, numbers, and words. It appears that the writer was trying to convey a message or idea, but it's unclear what it could be. There are references to names like Sethans and Ilarc, as well as strange abbreviations like Syaknels. The presence of numbers and symbols scattered throughout the text adds to the sense of chaos and disorder. It's possible that this page is a fragment of a larger work, or perhaps it's a personal notebook filled with half-baked ideas and doodles. Whatever the case may be, it's clear that the writer was in a state of creative ferment when they wrote this. What twisted game is this, where players are forced to confront their deepest fears? She's been a bit of a wild card, unpredictable and prone to outbursts. But there's something about her that draws you in, makes you want to see beyond the facade and get to know the real person beneath. Message scrawled on the wall, hidden from prying eyes, reads war, T equals DM, while nearby symbols and markings hint at a cryptic code.
Shattered on the ground. A broken bridge, perhaps, or a twisted remnant of a once proud structure?
The words Thatnet echo in my mind, a mysterious phrase that refuses to yield its secrets. As groups face each other, a sense of unease settles over the landscape, with every step seeming to sink into the dry soil. The air is charged with tension, where even the slightest movement can be seen as a threat, and Maven's decision to stand tall becomes a beacon of defiance in this desolate land. A wooden sign creaked in the ocean breeze, bearing a faded message that seemed to whisper secrets to the sea. Her words hangs in the air, a desperate attempt to hold on to something, anything, that might bring him back. Heading on this page is a mess, but it seems to be some sort of coded message. Fizwish Skef Akris appears to be a pseudonym or alias, while the rest of the text is filled with strange characters and abbreviations. It looks like the writer was trying to conceal their true intentions, but it's unclear what they're actually saying.
What's on?
Signs are flashing, something's gone terribly wrong here. A mistake has been made.
Die 7 is lost forever.
Voice is barely audible over the sound of her own heart beating. Another chapter comes to a close, but the mysteries of this world remain unexplored.
The witch's secrets will have to wait until next time. To be continued.
In an attempt to make sense of the chaos, a cryptic message scrawled on the wall seems to point to a hidden truth.
The words feel young or repeated like a mantra, but what do they really mean? Makes sense in this desolate place.
The numbers and symbols etched into the walls are a language I don't understand. The message scrawled on the wall reads here +10 hashtag bulftin krelnas equals nftora mimabkoval y/0 +% y/k and is followed by a series of seemingly unrelated numbers and symbols. It appears to be a collection of manga titles and illustrators, with no discernible narrative or story context. Journal of Itamalo Yamashne, marked with mysterious symbols and numbers.
What's on here? This doesn't look like a normal conversation.
And names flash by, but none of them seem to be the main focus, leaving the viewer wondering about the significance of these individuals. The contents list hints at a conversation-driven story, with pages 26 to 30 possibly building up to something important. Etched on her face, she stared at the chaotic mess of symbols and numbers in front of her, trying to make sense of it all. Notes on page 26 seem to be a mix of cryptic symbols and words.
It's as if the writer is trying to convey a hidden message or code.
Significance of this seemingly cryptic message on a page that's so far into the story, and why is it highlighted with such a garish color? Daily life begins again, a numbness still lingering from the weight of her parents' loss, and yet she finds solace in the mundane routine that slowly starts to heal her fractured heart.
What does it mean? Is this some kind of code?
I think it's a joke, but the truth is, something's very wrong here. A heated reunion is underway, with some old friends finally making amends and catching up on each other's lives. The cold has been broken, but the lingering effects of it still seem to be causing tension and worries about health. Chaotic year, but now that Senpai is retiring, things are finally starting to settle down. Still, the school festival was a disaster. We did nothing for months and now we have a ton of work to do. And to make matters worse, next year's seniors will only be here for half the school year.
What's the plan? Are we going to get on stage by doing our own song, or do we need to come up with something original? I can't just come up with lyrics like that. I mean, anyone can write something, but can it be good? My aunt said that really, any artist can write something totally novel. There's no way that's true.
But she really said that.
Okay, then how about we all write a minimum of 1 sonnet's worth of lyrics as homework? That's the idea.
Thursday. These two are serious about their homework, but the tone is more playful than intense. They're trying to motivate each other, and it's adorable to see them get excited about their studies together.
But now they seem a bit distracted, wondering if anyone will actually show up for this, whatever it is.
Seems to make sense in this abandoned fairground. In the room is palpable, with NT visibly enraged and IA far shouting in the background. The crowd at the Light Winter Music Club seems oblivious to the commotion, caught up in their own excitement for the performance about to begin.
But amidst the anticipation, a sense of unease lingers, as if something is about to go terribly wrong. Only in a hurry to get to the staff room.
As palpable as Dafti struggles to articulate their thoughts, their usual confident demeanor faltering in the face of uncertainty.
It, again. The pressure is mounting and he can't take it anymore. He's starting to crack under the weight of responsibility.
In our attempt to spark conversation, the speaker resorts to juvenile outbursts and nonsensical statements, making it impossible for anyone to take them seriously.
The desperation to say anything is palpable, but the content is devoid of meaning or substance.
It's as if they're trying to fill the void in their head with empty words, rather than genuinely engaging with others. Rowdy boys from my school's cram session are causing a ruckus, saying they can't even get by without skipping people and making fun of those who struggle.
They're being super loud and obnoxious, and I'm getting frustrated with their attitude. John's been acting strangely lately. It seems like she's lost her spark.
What's going on here? But it seems like a heated conversation about relationships and making decisions. One person is clearly frustrated with the other for being indecisive. It looks like they're trying to make a point about how someone should decide for them, but they can't seem to articulate their own thoughts and feelings. Wrapping you up, thinking you've got some serious writing talent like Makio-san.
But can you really deliver?
Hidden doors opposite us will creak open, revealing a narrow corridor that seems to stretch on forever. The air inside is stale and musty, filled with the scent of old books and forgotten memories. I can feel eyes upon me, watching my every move as I stand alone in this forsaken place. Stomach and a satisfied smile, he leaned back in his chair, letting out a contented sigh as the aroma of grilled chicken wafted through the air. We're about to create something chaotic, but in a good way.
Our friend CH? Solondias-fan wants us to write lyrics without any rules or boundaries.
The last night is still echoing in my mind, and the words I scribbled down are already forgotten, yet somehow etched in my memory like a scar.
What did I write again?
The lyrics on the wall are a cryptic message, a mix of nonsensical words and seemingly intentional phrases. The writer's intent is unclear, but the use of bold characters and erratic punctuation suggests a sense of urgency or rebellion.
Is this the start of something new, or just the ramblings of a troubled mind? What's with you? You look like you've seen a ghost. Okay, let's start over. What are these tricks you're talking about? And what's with all the abbreviations? There's a lot on your mind, and you're not sure where to start. Want me to listen?
Station is at a standstill, with HM searching for alternative advice and LH unable to offer any solutions, amidst an atmosphere of frustration and uncertainty. Scrawled on the wall, a madman's rant about killing someone, and it's not just the language that's twisted, it's the logic behind it.
This isn't just a threat, it's a declaration of intent. The kind of work that's been eating away at him, consuming his every waking thought.
The madness in his eyes is a reflection of the darkness within himself, a reminder that some wounds run too deep to ever be healed.
What's going on here? You're speaking like you're from a completely different world. And what's with the strange dialect? It sounds like a mix of something and nothing at all. What does it even mean to have vocabulary when you can't even understand the question? The argument is escalating, and she's not backing down. It's nonsense.
Waltlin, a wandering writer with a penchant for the obscure, had stumbled upon an ancient manuscript hidden deep within the labyrinthine shelves of the forgotten library.
What's on here? This is some kind of code, but it looks like gibberish. And what's with the weird symbols and letters? It's like someone tried to encrypt a message or something. But why would they put this in a conversation? It doesn't make any sense.
Genius, or at least that's what my parents always thought. My mother was a novelist and my father a poet. They're dead now, but their legacy is crushing me. I have to be perfect, just like them, which means being a prodigy in music. But it's not enough. No matter how hard I practice, I'll never live up to their expectations.
And that's what frustrates me most. It falls like a veil over the abandoned city. Friends and she are preparing for the prestigious Ikoku Nikki Ikoko party, a highly anticipated event in their social circle. Culinary disaster, and they're trying to pass it off as small talk. Wouldn't be planning anything loss, right? I've got news for them, the check is already being processed. The celebration has begun, with cheers and good wishes for another year of happiness and prosperity.
The countdown to midnight was filled with excitement and anticipation, as people from all over came together to ring in the new year. And now, it seems that the festivities are still going strong, with laughter, music, and joy filling the air. But amidst all the revelry, there's a sense of optimism and hope for what the future holds. It's ticking, and time is running out. It's already past midnight, and the night is young, but for some, it's too late to make a change. What story is this, as ancient symbols and codes dance upon the screen, whispering secrets of a long-forgotten language, where darkness reigns supreme and the peaks of time beckon with an otherworldly mystery?
Asa Maki sure. It broke up, I don't see any connection.
And then there's this Circle C nonsense, with these weird symbols everywhere.
No way. What is going on here? Lies in ruins, the once majestic buildings now shattered and worn, a testament to the devastating power of the GELTS. Messages scattered across the page, a testament to the chaos that had engulfed Dr. Jania Drink's research facility. It seemed that Deed DeLove was somehow connected to the mysterious occurrences, but what exactly did it mean? And who was behind the eerie string of numbers and codes? What chaos is this?
The scribbles on the wall seem to be a mix of nonsensical phrases and cryptic messages.
It looks like someone's been trying to convey a secret code, but it's completely indecipherable. The use of random words, numbers, and symbols makes it look like the work of a madman, or perhaps a genius.
The tangled web of secrets and codes lies within the heart of this foreboding forest, where even the pickles seem to hold hidden meanings.
What chaos is this?
A cryptic message scrawled across the page, full of misspelled words and nonsensical abbreviations.
The question relt #hand they were cust bing krtgd4? Hangs in the air, taunting us with its meaninglessness.
Notes on this page appear to be a mix of Japanese characters and English words, but the meaning is unclear. It's as if the writer was trying to convey something important, but the language barrier and scribbled handwriting make it difficult to decipher.
Maybe someone will come along and interpret these cryptic notes soon.
Encrypted in a way that suggests a playful or cryptic message.
Hangs heavy over the ruins.
digit holds the key to unraveling a lifetime of secrets. Kasamachi Shingo arrives on a Friday in November, bringing with him an energetic and perhaps eccentric presence. The date is November 16th, and the air is filled with the sound of chaos, as if the very fabric of reality is being torn apart by his arrival. Messages scrawled on the wall seem to hold a hidden language, but what do they mean in the context of this mysterious world? Are these symbols a clue to unlocking the secrets that lie beneath the surface, or simply the ravings of a deranged mind? What world is going on here? This looks like a mixture of random numbers, letters, and words. It's as if someone has taken a bunch of unrelated things and mashed them together into this, I don't even know what to call it. Is this some kind of code or cipher? Or is this just the result of a prank gone wrong? Ups as characters struggle to convey coherent messages amidst a sea of distorted text and cryptic abbreviations. We've reached a point where the world has descended into chaos, with cryptic messages and nonsensical words scattered everywhere. The once familiar streets now bear names that are almost illegible, like Lishan Purse 84. Amidst this surreal landscape, people wander aimlessly, searching for answers to questions they can't even articulate. In the chaos of battle, amidst the cries of war, a lone figure stands tall. The message reads, ELLPLE 17 CS 10T3, followed by a series of seemingly unrelated words and codes. Could this be a clue to an ancient puzzle or a hidden language? The mention of Tortonk in 5703 LCUCER hints at a possible connection to an old civilization. Meanwhile, the phrase I7S7 UST 6V6C74I4G Fe 3 to 9 NSY appears to be a jumbled mix of letters and numbers. The inclusion of Mtez underscore and underscore Jarivo raises questions about their significance in this context. The overall message seems to be a puzzle waiting to be solved, with each line contributing to the enigma. Despite all this, he wrote something truly beautiful, a testament to the human spirit's capacity for resilience and hope. Sayan's question echoes through the empty halls, a poignant reminder of his own isolation and the weight of his doubts. A game of codes and symbols, where the lines between reality and madness are blurred. The mind begins to unravel as the cryptic messages pile up, threatening to consume everything in their path. We're out of options. We have to try and counterattack at all costs. Can you make it happen, no matter what? It's just us now, alone against them. Notes of a troubled mind, torn between chaos and order. A desperate attempt to convey the weight of a problem that refuses to be silenced. The handwriting itself is a reflection of the turmoil within, erratic and illegible, yet somehow still managing to convey a sense of urgency. Notes on the wall seem to reveal a cryptic message from a troubled mind. 50 CLTFELF was underlined multiple times, as if trying to convey an important warning or code. Amidst the chaotic writing, fragments of words like GGLLG, Tadius, and Esquen stood out, hinting at a desperate attempt to express oneself. The mention of my mem's life was particularly striking, suggesting that this person's emotional struggle had consumed their thoughts. The handwriting seemed to deteriorate towards the end, with phrases like AS4SAV and #ENearTalk YAB3LT blending into illegibility, only to re-emerge in a final, desperate cry, "My dad Smuff." A desperate attempt at communication, but I'm not sure who's receiving it or if anyone will ever find this. His face is indescribable as he reads the message scrawled in red ink, a twisted game of hide and seek with no escape from the sinister forces that have invaded their lives. A chaotic mess of scribbles and illegible text, one phrase stands out amidst the madness, Jayayai Makasiasayan Ubis dummy. A desperate cry from a frustrated mind. On this page appear to be a jumbled mix of letters and numbers, possibly a coded message or a random selection of characters. In a chaotic classroom, students scribble notes on scraps of paper, struggling to make sense of the complex concepts being thrown at them. The teacher's words are barely audible over the din of murmured questions and rustling papers. It's clear that science class is a far cry from an art form for these students, who seem more interested in doodling on their notebooks than actually learning about the subject matter. This code is cracked, revealing a cryptic message from the enigmatic sorcerer, 724472. The numbers and symbols appear to be a mix of ancient language and arcane script, hinting at a deeper meaning beyond the literal translation.
Further investigation is required to unravel the secrets hidden within this encoded message. What does ancient text mean?
The symbols and markings seem to hint at a long-forgotten language, possibly used by an advanced civilization. The mention of DI and the question mark suggests that it may be a code or cipher waiting to be deciphered.
Wednesday evening, with nothing but the sound of silence to keep me company. Message from an unknown sender.
Symbols etched into the ancient walls, a language yet to be deciphered.
I want to be the best, I want to be number 4. What twisted fate is this, or even the language itself seems to be a jumbled mess?
Codes scattered across this page seem to be a mixture of notes, passwords, and cryptic messages.
It appears that someone has been trying to decode or crack a code, but the meaning behind it remains unclear. What's on here? These symbols don't look like any language I've ever seen before.
A list flashed before her eyes like a jumbled mess of memories.
Alka, Lucky, Kip. Cry echoes through the darkness. Makes sense here. Has fallen over the battlefield.
Where time is broken, fragments of the past collide with the present in chaotic disorder.
Emerges through the abandoned room, a faint glimmer of hope flickers in his eyes. Will he finally find what he's been searching for, or is it just another dead end?
So barren and cold, yet the beauty of life still manages to thrive. The city of Sulminas lies shrouded in mystery, its crumbling spires and towers a testament to a long-lost civilization.
What's on here? It looks like someone's trying to send a cryptic message, but it's full of typos and nonsensical words. Is this some kind of code or just a bunch of gibberish?
A cryptic message from an unknown sender, referencing an ancient language and a mysterious location known as the Zone of Eldium.
What world is going on here? It looks like a cryptic message scrawled across the page, but I have no idea what it means. What's a joke? You're asking for my first cycle, and it's not even spelled right.
In desperate Marjand is searching for Cat in a chaotic and noisy environment, but the exact reason behind their urgency remains unclear. Chaotic and celebratory atmosphere, it seems like the excitement is getting out of hand.
People are making excuses, fine-tuning details, and getting ready to party.
It's a year-end celebration that's filled with anticipation and joy, but also a sense of uncertainty and impermanence. The words on the wall seem to be a mix of desperation and chaos, but one thing is clear: this is no ordinary message. It's as if the writer was trying to convey a sense of urgency, of warning, but with language that's almost impossible to decipher.
Message from the authorities. Graves has been spotted, but what does it mean? Is this a warning or a clue? The heading is a mess, but it looks like someone's trying to leave a message on the train. There are scribbled notes and cryptic abbreviations everywhere. What twisted family dynamics is this?
The HLA markings seem to be some sort of identifier, but the rest of it looks like a jumbled mix of names and symbols.
And what's with the sudden change in font and layout? It's like looking at a puzzle that's been ripped apart and reassembled wrong. What madness is this?
The scribbles on the wall seem to be a mixture of code, gibberish, and possibly a cryptic message. Jake and their companions have been warned about the long and treacherous journey ahead, with promises of great riches and power at its end.
Runes on this wall seem to be a mix of coded messages and cryptic warnings, but what do they really mean? Is this a warning from the past or a clue to uncovering the secrets of the SA5 project? What's on here? It seems like a cryptic message, but it looks like someone's trying to send a warning or a notification. There's a mix of letters and numbers, with some symbols thrown in for good measure. What's some kind of code? Is Manhwa a person or a message? And what's with the numbers and letters mixed together like that? It looks like it might be a cipher, but how does it relate to Jmesmi, whoever she is?
In the lit room, a series of cryptic notes and diagrams cover every inch of space. This palace's walls tell a story of forgotten knowledge, hidden in plain sight. The scribbled numbers and letters seem to hold a code, waiting to be deciphered by someone brave enough to uncover its secrets.